Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Bonus, The Straw Hat Pirates Resolve. East Blue, Kokoyasi Village. This island was the heart of the Arlong Empire, the domain ruled by the pirate Arlong, who carried a 20 million berry bounty. Here, humans were treated as inferior beings, subjected to the violent rule of Arlong and his fisherman crew. Within the Arlong Empire, every village was forced to pay tribute based on population, 100,000 berry per adult, 50,000 berry per child. Failure to pay resulted in death. Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, possessed only 100,000 berry. Choosing to save Nami and her other adopted daughter, Nojiko, Belmir paid for their lives with her own, murdered right before Nami's eyes. Afterwards, Arlong recognized Nami's exceptional talent for navigation and cartography. To force Nami to draw sea charts for them, Arlong made her a promise: if she could gather 100 million berry, he would sell her hometown back to her. And so, at the tender age of 10, Nami began her life as a pirate-robbing thief, continuing until this very day. Aboard the Going Merry, the expressions of Rowen and the crew were grim. Although Rowen already knew the story, hearing it directly from Nami, seeing this beautiful, incredibly strong young woman finally break down sobbing before him. Even the flickering conqueror's hockey in Rowen's eyes began to burn with uncontrollable fury. I didn't want to involve you guys. Arlong and his crew are fishmen. Their physical strength is naturally 10 times greater than humans. They're real monsters. I originally planned to handle this myself, Nami choked out between sobs, looking up at Rowen, biting her lip. Even though she had witnessed Rowen's strength these past few days. Even after seeing him defeat Krieg with a single punch. Even after witnessing the incredible clash of conquerors hockey between Rowen and the legendary world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye's my hawk. The psychological scars from her childhood ran too deep. After the initial emotional outburst, Nami still couldn't be absolutely certain that Rowen and the others could defeat Arlong and his crew. After all, the trauma was immense. In Nami's mind, fishmen were the true monsters of this sea, humans were simply no match for such creatures. The reason she hadn't left earlier was because of Rowen's words, telling her to rely on him, that he would risk his life for her. But Nami hadn't intended for Rowen to actually fight for her. She had planned to make some other excuse, just to say a proper goodbye. Nami didn't want to disappoint Rowen, the men who spoke such kind words to her, treated her so gently, protected her throughout their journey. At the very least, they deserved a proper farewell. During the days Rowen spent training Luffy and the others in hockey, Nami had been racking her brain, trying to come up with a plausible excuse to leave gracefully. But Nami knew she was only deceiving herself. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to leave Rowen. However, during Rowen's hockey training sessions, he had also explained some realities of the Grand Line. Only then did Nami learn that fishmen, creatures she viewed as unbeatable monsters, were actually treated as slaves by humans on the Grand Line. She learned that legendary races far stronger than fishmen, like giants, truly existed on the Grand Line. Yet, even with beings as powerful as giants existing, humans still ultimately dominated the seas. She also learned that before the power of hockey, sheer physical strength meant little. Someone without hockey facing a hockey master, the outcome would be just like Krieg facing Rowen, utterly powerless. This applied even to races like fishmen. And hockey was a power that only became common in the New World, the second half of the Grand Line. It was extremely rare in the Four Blues, even in the first half of the Grand Line. Arlong and his crew did not possess hockey. Finally, when Rowen and the others decided they would head for the Grand Line tomorrow, Nami resolved to tell Rowen the truth. Initially, however, Nami had only intended to share her story, still hoping to resolve the situation with money. But Rowen's gentle understanding, his simple acknowledgement of her suffering, "You've been through a lot," caused years of suppressed grief and pain to finally burst forth. Maybe I should just try to buy the village back with the 100 million berry first. Arlong usually keeps his promises, Nami murmured, trying to regain control, biting her lip as she looked at Rowen. It wasn't Nami's fault her thoughts kept wavering. The psychological trauma had affected her too deeply. Even after her emotional outburst, a part of her still desperately wanted to prevent Rowen from fighting Arlong's fisherman crew. "You know that's impossible, right, Nami?" Rowen asked softly, forcibly suppressing his own boiling rage as he looked down at her. "You said yourself, those fishmen rule that area with impunity. For them to operate like that for so many years without attracting serious marine attention. It wouldn't be possible without collaborators within the Marines. The moment you gather the 100 million berry, what's stopping Arlong from having those corrupt Marines confiscate all your money as stolen goods? What could you possibly do then?" Rowen looked at Nami, his eyes filled with sympathy and pain for her plight. This was the Great Pirate Era. Even for a colossal organization like the Marines, resources were stretched thin. Therefore, pirate pursuits were prioritized. Those who committed heinous acts, murder, pillaging, became top targets. This was why many pirates, while engaging in robbery, avoided wanton killing. It attracted too much attention from powerful marine forces. It was the Marines' way of maintaining some semblance of order. The sea was too vast, the pirates too numerous to capture them all. Deterrence was key to minimizing harm to civilians. Someone like Arlong, imposing bloody rule over more than 20 villages like Kokoyasi, if Marine headquarters learned the full details, his operation would undoubtedly be crushed. Therefore, bribing the local Marine branch responsible for the territory was essential to prevent HQ from discovering the truth. That's exactly what happened in the original story. The local Marine branch was bought off by Arlong. Captain Nezumi, the commander of that branch, confiscated all the money Nami had painstakingly saved, allowing Arlong to force Nami to start earning the 100 million berry all over again. It was a cycle designed to be endless. Nami's pupils constricted. That possibility, she hadn't dared to consider it. Or perhaps, she hadn't allowed herself to. Before meeting Rowen, she had no one to rely on. When you have no one, when you stand utterly alone, you cling to any hope, even if it means deceiving yourself. Buying back her hometown from Arlong with 100 million berry was Nami's only hope. If that hope shattered, Nami didn't know what she would do. Nami looked up at Rowen, biting her lip hard. But now, she did have someone to rely on. Nami allowed herself to confront the horrifying possibility Rowen presented. It was entirely plausible. If Arlong really had bought off the Marines, having them seize her money as stolen goods, she would be utterly powerless. Forced to continue drawing charts for Arlong forever, never gaining her freedom. Nami. Stand behind me. Pirates have pirate ways of solving problems, Rowen declared, turning his gaze towards the distant sea, his eyes filled with icy resolve. That's right. Let's go beat up all those fishmen. Luffy yelled furiously. Just cut them all down, right? Zoro stated grimly, his hand resting on Wado Ikemanji. Ha! Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression dark. Though he respected and blessed Nami's connection with Rowen, they were still comrades. The bastards who caused Miss Nami so much pain. Sanji would uphold his code of chivalry. First step to becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp declared, pulling down his goggles and loading his slingshot with special ammunition. Rowen. Everyone. Nami covered her mouth, trying hard not to cry again. Controlling her trembling body, she stepped behind Rowen, gently resting her forehead against his broad back. She wasn't alone anymore. Set course immediately. Let's show these fishmen what real pirates are. Rowen snarled, his expression utterly ruthless. Oh. Chapter 52, Arlong Park. Arlong Park. Here's this month's payment. Take it, Arlong grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth as he looked at the marine officer before him. Arlong was a Sawshark fisherman. Brother Arlong. You're different from other pirates. You really understand how things work. Jaya ha ha ha. Captain Nezumi of the 16th Marine Branch cackled, his eyes gleaming greedily at the pile of berry Arlong pushed towards him. Shahahaha. Likewise. As long as you're willing to be my friend, you'll enjoy endless benefits here in the East Blue. The fact that you understand this proves you're a smart Marine captain. Arlong threw his head back and laughed loudly. Thank you kindly for your continued generosity, Nezumi replied smoothly. Captain Nezumi tucked the money safely into his coat. Shahahaha. No need for formalities now. Harmony brings wealth, after all. Money is a wonderful thing, more trustworthy than anything else. Am I wrong? Arlong grinned, flashing his rows of sharp teeth at the Marine captain. Why yes, quite right. Well then, I shall take my leave, Nezumi replied, his eye twitching slightly. Dealing with these fishmen always left a bad taste in his mouth, but the money made it tolerable. Now that he had it, he didn't want to stay a second longer. Have a drink before you go. Relax a little, Arlong offered with a wide grin. A patrolling marine warship docked at a pirate's base. It wouldn't look good, no matter how you slice it, Nezumi quickly made an excuse, eager to leave. If anyone reported this to headquarters, I'll kill them, Arlong growled, his expression turning cruel. This Captain Nezumi, though a lowly human, was crucial to his operation. If Marine HQ learned the full details of what he was doing here, they'd likely send powerful forces from headquarters itself. And HQ Marines were on a completely different level than these branch officers. The mere thought of HQ Marines made an old wound ache phantomly, one inflicted by Kizaru, back when he was still a vice admiral, now a full admiral. But as long as this rat was on his payroll, Arlong didn't have to worry about HQ finding out the details. Very well. I'll have my men see you out, Arlong said, watching Nezumi. Boom. Just as Captain Nezumi was about to leave, the main gate of Arlong Park exploded inwards with a deafening roar. Thump. Thump. Several fishmen, already dead, were tossed like garbage out of the dust cloud, landing heavily on the ground. Who dares? Arlong roared, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare they harm his precious brethren? Don't worry. You're next, Arlong, a cold voice declared as the dust settled, revealing several figures standing before Arlong and his crew. Rowen stared icily at Arlong. Nami. What do you think you're doing? Arlong bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage upon seeing Nami among the intruders. It's true. Just like Rowen said, you really are colluding with the Marines, Arlong. Is that why the government lets you run wild here? Nami screamed, trembling uncontrollably as she stared at the still-present Captain Nezumi. It was exactly as Rowen had said. If she hadn't met Rowen, if she had hopefully gathered that 100 million berry, only to have it stolen by these corrupt Marines. Imagining that scenario. Nami bit her lip so hard it nearly drew blood, her eyes burning with absolute hatred. Ah, Captain Nezumi. He's our friend, Nami. Which makes him your friend too. Just keep drawing those maps nicely for me, and we can forget this little incident ever happened, Arlong sneered, then turned his murderous gaze towards Rowen and the others. As for you lot, laying a hand on my precious brethren. You'll all die right here. Arlong snarled, his expression utterly ruthless. Arlong suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked over at Captain Nezumi. Nezumi looked like he had seen a ghost, utterly terrified, trembling violently. SK, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Nezumi squeaked, recognizing the name Nami had shouted. Just seeing the person, he might not have recognized him. But hearing the name Rowen spoken by Nami, and then seeing the man himself. Captain Nezumi immediately knew who it was. The super rookie who had emerged from the East Blue, causing a significant stir even at Marine HQ, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Sky Sovereign Rowen. So that's you. Arlong whipped his head towards Rowen, cold sweat suddenly breaking out on his own brow. To maintain his dominion, Arlong needed to stay informed about major events on the seas. News from the East Blue was naturally a top priority. And the most talked about news in the East Blue recently. It was the super rookie whose fame already surpassed even pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Sky Sovereign Rowen. User of Conqueror's Haki. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, Arlong knew exactly what possessing Conqueror's Haki meant. It was the power that even Kizaru, the admiral who had scarred him, didn't possess. Why had Arlong come to the East Blue in the first place? Precisely because it was the weakest sea, making it easier to rule. Users of Conqueror's Haki, even on the Grand Line, were all powerhouses capable of carving out their own territories. Hey, Nami. Don't look so scary. I told you, once you save up 100 million berry, I'll sell the village back to you, Arlong forced a smile, turning back to Nami. Damn it. How did this little brat Nami get involved with someone possessing Conqueror's Haki? And then, have this marine confiscate all my money as stolen goods? Nami spat, seeing right through Arlong's sudden change in attitude. It confirmed everything Rowen had said was true. Just hearing Rowen's name was enough to make Arlong shift his stance so drastically. Even after his precious brethren were killed, Arlong could still force that expression. Compared to Rowen, maybe Arlong wasn't such a monster after all. Hearing Nami's direct accusation, Arlong's forced smile froze on his face. Nami instantly caught the flicker of confirmation in his eyes. Just as I thought, Arlong. Nami snarled, grinding her teeth, her beautiful eyes turning blood red with fury. Arlong really had intended to betray her. Hey. I never said anything like, Arlong started to deny it, but his pupils suddenly constricted. Whoosh. Clang. Accompanied by a sharp, metallic sound, a dense, jet-black fist appeared directly before Arlong's eyes. Arlong's eyes widened in shock. Crack. With a sickening crunch that set teeth on edge, Arlong was slammed violently into the wall behind him. Under the stunned gazes of the other fishmen, the structure of Arlong Park crumbled under the terrifying force. Arlong San, the other fishmen cried out in horror. Captain Nezumi completely lost his nerve, paralyzed by fear. We didn't come here to listen to your bullshit. So, Arlong, how do you want to die? Rowen stated coldly, watching Arlong struggle to pull himself from the rubble. Rowen didn't even bother using Conqueror's Haki. Nami suffering, he would make these fishmen pay for it, piece by agonizing piece. Haki. Arlong's pride and joy, his rows of sharp teeth, had been completely shattered by Rowen's single punch. Staring at the dense black coating covering Rowen's fist, Arlong's eyes filled with utter terror. Chapter 53, bonus, the most fitting end. Nami's kiss. Arlong stared at Rowen, his eyes filled with pure terror. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, who had even been captured by Kizaru and imprisoned in Impel Down, Arlong certainly knew what that power was, armament Haki. A power rarely seen even in the first half of the Grand Line. And it was terrifyingly strong. Arlong felt the searing pain racking his body, his eyes bloodshot. A single blow, and Arlong knew he was severely injured. His head felt fuzzy, consciousness blurring from the impact. Shaking his head violently to clear his vision, Arlong opened his mouth wide. The shark teeth shattered by Rowen's punch instantly regenerated. As a Sawshark fishman, even if his teeth were destroyed, they would endlessly grow back. Big bro Arlong. Several of Arlong's top officers rushed forward. Wait. Arlong barked, stopping them. From that single punch, Arlong knew. He had no chance of winning. He had once been arrogant, believing in his own superiority. But ever since Kizaru easily inflicted grievous wounds on him with the glint fruit's power, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Arlong learned a harsh lesson: never provoke the true powerhouses who sit atop the hierarchy of the seas. That was suicide. Facing a user of Conqueror's Haki who also possessed such formidable armament Haki, Arlong knew he had zero chance. Sky Sovereign Rowen, no need to be so angry, right? Harmony brings wealth. As pirates, isn't money what we're really after? How about this? We can cooperate. The tribute from these territories, we can split it. And of course, Nami's hometown won't have to pay tribute anymore. How about it? Arlong struggled to control his dislocated jaw, forcing a smile. Nami stared at Arlong, finding the scene surreal. His brethren killed, Arlong himself brutally beaten by Rowen, yet here he was, practically groveling, trying to negotiate peace with Rowen. Begging for terms from a human, a member of the race he constantly proclaimed as inferior to fishmen. Nami looked at Rowen standing protectively before her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Years of suffering and anguish, finally, release was at hand. Money. Rowen's voice was laced with icy contempt. How about it? Isn't it a good proposal? With your Conqueror's Haki, we can definitely rule the entire East Blue. Arlong pressed desperately. Wham! Crunch! Bloody spittle, mixed with shattered shark teeth, sprayed through the air. Ugh! Guh! Arlong's head snapped back from another devastating Haki-infused blow, his consciousness threatening to fade entirely, his vision blurring. You dare speak to me about what it means to be a pirate? I'll make your body remember what a real pirate is, Rowen snarled, glaring down at Arlong struggling weakly at his feet. Big bro. The remaining fishman officers charged forward again. Stay out of this. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji instantly intercepted them, easily dispatching the lower-level fishmen and engaging Arlong's top officers. Usopp, too, loaded his slingshot with special ammo, roaring defiantly as he attacked the remaining fishmen. Regenerate your teeth quickly, you half-fish trash, Rowen commanded coldly, grabbing Arlong's head and lifting him up. His chilling gaze sent a wave of terror through Arlong's muddled brain. D-damn you. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Humiliated beyond endurance, Arlong instantly regrew his teeth and lunged, snapping his shark jaws at Rowen. Crack! His shark teeth shattered once more. Even his iconic serrated nose, the pride of his Sawshark heritage, was brutally twisted and broken by the force of Rowen's punch. Regenerate again, Rowen's voice was devoid of warmth, utterly chilling. Arlong wanted to scream, but speaking required regenerating his teeth, and the moment he did. Crunch! Crack! More blood and broken teeth flew. Keep going. Regenerate. This pain is nothing compared to what Nami suffered. Rowen's glare terrified Arlong to his core. He was suddenly reminded of that feeling when facing Kizaru. That sense of utter helplessness, like an infant unable to resist. Arlong didn't dare regenerate his proud shark teeth anymore. The moment he did, another Haki-coated fist would smash into him. Wham! But the next moment, the jet-black fist slammed into his jaw instead. Crack! With a clear sound of bone shattering, Arlong's eyes rolled white. The force of the blow lifted him bodily into the air. His jaw was broken. His mind completely fogged over. Slap! Rowen's blackened hand caught Arlong's head, holding him up. Still not enough, trash. Don't tell me you're this fragile, Rowen sneered, his smile utterly devoid of warmth. Arlong was a pitiful sight. Jaw shattered, teeth unable to regenerate, iconic nose broken and twisted, his entire face was a mask of blood. Open your eyes. Watch carefully, Rowen commanded, forcing Arlong's head down towards the remaining structures of Arlong Park. Inside one of those buildings was the mapping room where Nami had been forced to draw maps for Arlong's crew, a place filled with her painful memories. Something like that has no right to exist. A tyrannical crimson-black light flared in Rowen's eyes. Boom. Unleashing his Haki without reservation, Rowen poured it out. With a tremendous explosion, the mapping building collapsed into dust and rubble. Boom. 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 Rowen moved like a blur, his hockey-infused fists raining down relentlessly. The base Arlong had painstakingly built, the entirety of Arlong Park, crumbled building by building, reduced to ruins. Arlong tried to struggle, to rise, but it was useless. The hockey-powered blows had left his consciousness reeling, he couldn't control his own body. All Arlong could do was writhe helplessly on the ground, watching his life's work turn to dust. Rowen. Nami whispered, covering her mouth as she watched. Though Rowen hadn't said anything, she understood his intention. Rowen was destroying every physical reminder of her suffering. Crash. With a final, deafening boom, the last standing structure of Arlong Park collapsed into rubble. Luffy and the others' battles had also concluded. Arlong's 3 top officers, Chu, the kissing fishman, Hachi, the octopus fishman, and Koby, the ray fishman, were all defeated. The remaining fishman grunts lay scattered and silent across the ground. Where do you think you're going? Rowen asked coldly, grabbing the terrified Captain Nezumi and throwing him down in front of the broken Arlong. Rowen adopted his villain expression. I am a Marine captain. What are you doing? I represent the Marines. The government. Nezumi stammered, looking fearfully at Rowen. Arlong, the monster, was like a helpless infant before this sky sovereign Rowen. Monster. This man, he was the real monster. Did you misunderstand something? I am a pirate, Rowen replied, his smile turning chillingly predatory. Crack. In Nezumi's terrified gaze, Rowen's armament hockey-coated foot lashed out, striking him hard. Accompanied by the sickening sound of multiple bone fractures, an overwhelming wave of agony washed over Nezumi. Every bone in his body shattered under that single kick. Then, his eyes rolled white, and he fell silent, lifeless. Fueled by righteous fury, Rowen's kick had instantly killed the corrupt Marine captain through catastrophic internal injuries and shattered bones. Ha! Rowen exhaled sharply, the burning rage finally beginning to subside. He turned towards Nami, his expression softening into the warm, sun-like smile she recognized. It's okay now, Nami. Nami's nose stung. She rushed forward, throwing herself into Rowen's embrace. I am not going to thank you, Nami choked out, her voice muffled against Rowen's chest. Mem, Rowen replied softly, gently stroking her hair. Because, you said, actions speak louder than words, Nami lifted her tear-streaked face, looking up at Rowen, remembering his words back in Orange Town. Standing on her tiptoes, Nami pressed a warm kiss onto Rowen's cheek. MNMNPH. Sanji watched, filled with immense envy. He lit a cigarette, but his eyes held only sincere blessings for Rowen and Nami. Shishishi. Now we can go to the Grand Line. Luffy cheered, oblivious to the tender moment. Thump. 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 Just then, the sound of many running footsteps approached. Nami turned towards the sound, seeing Nojiko and Genzo leading a group of armed villagers, all staring dumbfounded at the scene. Nami's face instantly flushed crimson. She scrambled out of Rowen's arms. And Nojiko. Gen-san. Everyone. Why are you all here? Nami stammered, looking at the villagers from Kokoyashi. We heard you came back with comrades to fight Arlong's crew. We rushed over immediately. Nami, what happened here? Genzo started to ask about Rowen's group, but the devastation of Arlong Park left him speechless. All the fishmen were down, silent. Arlong, the unbeatable tyrant, lay on the ground like a broken dog, face bloody and completely disfigured. Why you don't blame me? Nami asked hesitantly, looking at Genzo and the concerned expressions of the villagers, biting her lip. Nami had thought the villagers didn't know about her deal with Arlong. We've known all along, Nami, Genzo said, taking a deep breath as he looked at Nami's stunned face. We knew you were fighting for us. We knew about the promise to earn 100 million berry. We just didn't want you to feel burdened by our expectations when you finally decided you wanted to escape Arlong's crew. That would have been too heavy for you. You deserve to live freely, Nami, Genzo finished, his eyes filled with paternal pain and love. He considered Nami and Nojiko his daughters. Seeing his daughter suffer so much, he blamed himself for being useless. But at the very least, he didn't want to be a burden to her. Genzo's words, combined with the villagers' caring gazes, made Nami's eyes well up again. Nami, aren't you going to introduce us? Nojiko asked, her gaze shifting towards Rowen. She had seen Nami in his arms earlier. Rowen introduced himself with a smile. Luffy. Nami's comrade. Luffy yelled cheerfully. Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. The others introduced themselves in turn. They're my comrades. They're the pirates who defeated Arlong's crew, Nami announced, her smile radiant, utterly genuine. Pirates. Hearing that sensitive word, Nojiko, Genzo, and the villagers stared in shock. Then, they looked at each other, and suddenly turned towards Rowen and the crew. "Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much." Nojiko, Genzo, and the villagers burst out, their eyes filling with tears of gratitude. To see Nami smile so happily while calling herself a pirate's comrade. Nami's burden had finally been lifted. Nothing could make them happier than this. Nami deserved to smile like that. To live freely. One last thing, Rowen turned, looking down at Arlong. VMM. Rowen's eyes narrowed intensely. A terrifying wave of pressure washed over Arlong's broken body. Arlong, who had been weakly stirring, instantly went limp, his eyes rolling white as he fell completely unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Was the final terrified thought that echoed in Arlong's fading consciousness. Plunder. Swoosh. 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 Several purple lights flew from the bodies of Arlong and his three main officers, absorbed by Rowen. Convert. Rowen commanded without even looking at the specific fishman traits. They were useless to him, better to convert them immediately. Arlong's traits converted into 3 base deep purple upgrade materials. The other 3 officers combined yielded the equivalent of 2 base deep purple upgrade materials. Even though Hachi had connections to Rayleigh, Rowen still took his power. While Hachi might not have directly participated in killing villagers, he was still complicit. Actions have consequences. Sparing his life was already a concession, considering Hachi's less evil nature and Rowen's future need for Rayleigh's favor. But showing face didn't mean condoning wrongdoing. Rowen was a king too. Hachi being stripped of his power was unavoidable. In total, Arlong and his 3 officers yielded 5 deep purple upgrade materials for Rowen. The remaining fishman grunts only had blue traits, useless to Rowen. The upgrade materials needed to evolve superhuman demonic physique, deep purple, to apex purple, were now sufficient. Gurgle. Under the disbelieving eyes of the villagers. Arlong and the other fishmen, known for their terrifying Piscine strength, suddenly convulsed. All their muscles seemed to ripple and shrink, leaving them looking like deflated balloons, utterly powerless. "Wake him up, Usopp," Rowen instructed, knowing Usopp excelled at this. "Leave it to me," Usopp declared confidently, puffing out his chest. Under Usopp's gentle ministrations, Arlong slowly regained consciousness. NGH. Ugh. Arlong looked fearfully at Rowen. But then, Arlong froze. His pupils constricted violently. Absolute terror flooded his being. His strength. His instincts as a proud Sawshark fishman. Arlong tried to regenerate his teeth, but he couldn't. The ability was gone. "I hear you believe fishmen, who can breathe underwater, are inherently superior to humans. A noble race, was it?" Rowen asked, looking down at Arlong with a chilling smile. That smile looked utterly terrifying to Arlong now. Kick. Rowen kicked Arlong hard, sending him flying into the channel connecting Arlong Park to the open sea. As the headquarters for fishmen, Arlong Park had a dedicated waterway linking it to the ocean. Splash. An unbelievable sight occurred. Arlong, a fishman, upon entering the water, began to sink. Cannot breathe. Kicked into the sea, Arlong felt an indescribable, primal terror grip him. As a fishman, breathing freely underwater, swimming effortlessly, these were the core tenets he used to justify fishman's superiority over humans. But now, he couldn't breathe underwater. What did that man do to him? Arlong didn't have time to figure it out. The agony of suffocation overwhelmed him. Amidst the absolute terror, his consciousness faded. Then, plunged into darkness. Rowen smirked faintly. Drowning. A truly fitting end for scum like Arlong. Stripped by Rowen of everything defining him as a Sawshark fishman, not just his strength and physique, but even his gills shriveled and vanished. His ability to swim was also plundered. Arlong could no longer breathe or swim in the sea. He drowned, helpless, in the very ocean he claimed as his birthright. Whoosh. The clouds overhead suddenly parted. Warm sunlight streamed down onto the ruins of Arlong Park. But this light, falling upon the devastated landscape, felt full of hope to the people of Kokoyasi village. The sky had cleared. Nami a keepable trait list updated. Selecting climate sense, pale gold, for equipping. Equipping complete. A notification screen, visible only to Rowen, appeared. Rowen and Nami's bond was already at maximum. Climate sense, pale gold, equipped, instantly. Chapter 54, Windmills and Tangerines. Setting sail. Kokoyasi village, once bleak under the oppressive rule of the Arlong pirates, was now bursting with life and celebration. The villagers brought out all the food and drink they could find, their faces radiating genuine joy as they threw a massive feast. Because the pirates who had violently ruled over them, Arlong and his crew, had been utterly defeated. All the fishmen who had followed Arlong in his tyranny were dealt with. Those thrown into the sea, stripped of their fisherman traits by Rowen, could only drown helplessly. These fishmen, who had believed Arlong's doctrine that their ability to breathe underwater made them inherently superior to humans, ultimately suffocated to death in the very sea they claimed as their birthright. A few, like Hachi, who hadn't directly participated in the killing and oppression of humans, and had sometimes even restrained Arlong's murderous rampages, were spared. After discussion among the Kokoyasi villagers, Rowen allowed them to retain their ability to breathe underwater and let them go. Arlong's nature was extremely cruel. He viewed humans as inferior beings and wouldn't hesitate to massacre entire villages. These few less culpable fishmen, whether motivated by preserving their source of tribute or by a sliver of inherent decency, had ultimately prevented many more deaths. The villagers of Kokoyasi, having regained their freedom, wanted nothing more than for Nami, who had carried their hopes for so many years, to be happy and free. They didn't want her kind heart tainted by excessive bloodshed. Nami shouldn't have to carry any more burdens for their sake. From now on, Nami should live for herself, freely upon the sea. Rowen naturally respected this decision. Nami just needed to live happily and freely from now on. Watching Rowen and his crew enjoying the feast, the eyes of every Kokoyasi villager shone with gratitude. Shishishi. Parties are the best. Luffy cheered, his mouth stuffed full, grinning widely. Rowen, eat up. And tell me more about you and Nami, Nojiko teased, sliding a glass of tangerine wine towards Rowen, eyeing him and Nami with a mischievous grin. Nojiko. Nami's face flushed scarlet. All right. I won't ask. Nojiko laughed, even more amused by Nami's reaction. Some things didn't need to be said to be understood. Nami, forced by her childhood experiences to shoulder everything herself, rarely showed such shy vulnerability. Looks like Nami really likes this Rowen guy. Nojiko smiled, reassured. For Nami, who had endured such suffering and hated pirates to her core, to happily declare Rowen's crew her comrades. Entrusting Nami to Rowen felt right. Here it comes. Sea King meat. The highlight of today's feast arrived, Momo, the Sea King kept by Arlong's crew, expertly prepared by Sanji. This Sea King had often been used by Arlong's crew to plow through villages that resisted their rule. Rowen certainly wasn't going to let it go to waste. He had it butchered immediately for the feast. Sea King meat was a rare delicacy in the East Blue. Finally, Rowen's interest was immediately piqued. Sea Kings, unique and powerful creatures of the One Piece world. The power of Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, was the ability to command all Sea Kings, allegedly capable of destroying the world. In the deep sea, there existed colossal Sea Kings exceeding 5,000 meters in length. A coordinated assault by such creatures could generate terrifying tsunamis. The Sea Kings in the East Blue were much smaller, but still enormous compared to most other creatures. This tastes amazing. The freshness of the ingredients, the texture, both perfectly brought out. As expected of you, Sanji. You can make any ingredient taste delicious, Rowen exclaimed after tossing a large piece of sea beast meat into his mouth. The flavor was wonderfully unique. It had the texture of beef, yet the delicate freshness of fish. Combined with Sanji's culinary skill, the inherent deliciousness and texture of the sea beast meat were elevated to their absolute peak. With a cook like Sanji around, eating Sea King was truly the ultimate indulgence. Of course, for Rowen, the abundant nutrients within the Sea King meat were even more crucial. Naturally, Sanji smirked, pleased. Finally, someone who speaks my language. Rowen's praise for his cooking was spot on, it felt like talking to a kindred spirit. Rowen, noticing a slight increase in the equipping progress for the modified exoskeleton trait, smiled inwardly as well. As expected of a Sea King from the One Piece world. Incredibly nutritious. Rowen focused, using his superhuman demonic physique, deep purple, to rapidly digest the nutrients from the sea beast meat, feeling his physique strengthen, his lips curling upwards. The reason humans in the One Piece world could achieve such incredible physical strength stemmed from the immense nutritional value found in the world's meat. And the nutrients within Sea Kings were even more exaggerated. No wonder the top-tier powerhouses could train their bodies to such ridiculous levels, capable of fighting for days on end using their abilities and haki. Enhance. With such nutrient-rich sea beast meat available, Rowen didn't need to worry about insufficient fuel. He issued the command internally. Enhance superhuman demonic physique, deep purple. Enhancement successful. Trait tier advanced. Promoted to apex purple tier. A notification screen, visible only to Rowen, appeared. A wave of hunger, even greater than the last enhancement, washed over him. But with plenty of sea beast meat remaining, it wasn't an issue. As Rowen resumed eating heartily, the depleted stamina reserves were quickly refilled. Once sated, feeling the surge of power and stamina flooding his body, Rowen smirked again. Of course, with his superhuman demonic physique advancing to the apex purple tier, under the influence of Born of the Sea, apex gold, Rowen's armament hockey grew stronger as well. It remained at the apex purple tier for now, however. To advance armament hockey to the pale gold tier, minimum vice admiral combat threshold, his physique also needed to reach the pale gold tier. Of course, for others, even reaching pale gold physique required diligent training to elevate their armament hockey accordingly. But for Rowen, possessing both Awakened Conqueror's hockey and the Born of the Sea cheat code, as soon as his physique reached pale gold, his armament hockey would automatically advance. The hockey training cheat code truly lives up to its name. Although it hadn't reached pale gold yet, Rowen's current armament hockey intensity was more than sufficient. Sufficient to take Smoker's Logia-type smoke fruit. Rowen's lips curled slightly. While the smoke fruit wasn't strong among Logias, obtaining his first devil fruit ability, Rowen felt a surge of anticipation. Rowen, try this, Nami carefully offered Rowen a tangerine, her face filled with hopeful expectation, interrupting his thoughts. These must be from Belmir's Tangerine Grove. Rowen took the fruit Nami offered, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He peeled the tangerine, carefully placed a segment in his mouth, and chewed slowly. Delicious. This is the best tangerine I've ever eaten, Rowen said, smiling genuinely, looking fondly at Nami. This tangerine held Nami's longing for her adoptive mother, Belmir. It held the strength of a young woman who, even after witnessing her mother's murder, shouldered the hope of her entire village, determined to buy back their home from Arlong. It also held Nami's heart. Rowen didn't need Nami to say anything, he understood her feelings. And Nami, naturally, didn't need Rowen to elaborate, she understood the meaning behind his words, her eyes curving into smiling crescents. Today was the happiest day she had experienced since Belmir died. Rowen. Nami. Look. Luffy suddenly yelled indistinctly through a mouthful of food. Nami and Rowen turned towards the sound. How's this? Yasaku taught us. The nostril chopstick dance. Shishishi. Luffy and Usopp had their arms slung around each other's shoulders, laughing indistinctly. 2 chopsticks were stuck firmly up their nostrils, the other ends dangling near their mouths. Puffed, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the utterly ridiculous sight, Nami couldn't hold back. Her lips quivered, then she burst into unrestrained laughter, tears streaming down her face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's great, pirate fellas. Keep it going. Keep it going. The villagers of Kokoyasi, seeing Luffy and Usopp's performance, also erupted in laughter, tears of mirth streaming down their faces. It wasn't just laughter at the comical dance, it was the joyous release after years of suffering finally coming to an end. How about this? Swept up in the festive atmosphere, Luffy and Usopp jumped onto a table, arms still around each other, performing a nonsensical dance that, combined with the nostril chopsticks, looked utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Joyful laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha. You two idiots. What are you doing? Zoro laughed heartily, holding his cup of sake. Ha ha ha. Even Sanji couldn't help but laugh. Rowen chuckled, clapping along, thoroughly amused. This was a pirate victory feast. Feasts were meant to be joyous. After much revelry, Zoro's wound started bleeding again from overexertion. Rowen unceremoniously dumped him at the village clinic for treatment. Honestly. Fighting with such severe injuries, then partying instead of getting treatment immediately. If your wounds hadn't reopened from messing around too much, were you planning on never seeing a doctor? Don't you have a doctor on your ship? The village's best doctor, Neko, grumbled as he stitched up the wound Mihawk had inflicted on Zoro. It's just a scratch. Eating and drinking plenty fixes everything. Zoro retorted stubbornly through gritted teeth, despite the cold sweat beading on his forehead. Ship's doctor. Sounds good. But we need to find a musician first. Luffy poked his head through the doorway, holding several pieces of meat, grinning cheerfully. Why? Hearing his unreliable captain, Zoro, already enduring the pain of stitches, felt his eye twitch violently. Because pirates need to sing. Luffy declared with unwavering conviction. I meant, why do we need a musician first, you idiot? Zoro roared. A doctor is obviously more important than a musician. Shishishi. We'll just let Rowen decide the order later. According to Rowen, we need a doctor and a musician. Luffy grinned happily. The village feast continued, but on a quiet hillside nearby, Nami knelt before a grave marker, her hands clasped together. Do you think Belmir would approve if she knew I decided to become a pirate? Nami murmured, looking up at the blue sky, almost feeling Belmir watching over her. Not far behind her, Genzo and Nojiko stood silently. Of course not. She'd never let her precious daughter become a pirate. Genzo stated bluntly. No, she would, Nojiko countered, smiling softly. Besides, even if she didn't approve, would you actually listen? Nojiko's smile widened. Nami made a playful face, a mischievous grin appearing, just like when she was a little girl, misbehaving under Belmir's watchful eye. Ha 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 ha. You two really are Belmir's daughters. Genzo suddenly burst out laughing. Go live life your own way. More than obedience, Belmir wanted you both to be happy, Genzo said, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Belmir's grave. Of course. Right now, I'm incredibly happy. Nami declared, standing up and shouting towards the sea. She then turned, looking towards the figure standing a short distance away. Rowen stood there silently, giving her space, yet offering his unwavering presence. Nami knew this was Rowen's way, allowing her time with her family. Rowen. Let's go. Nami called out, her smile radiant. Wait. Can I have a word with you alone, Rowen? Genzo suddenly asked. Of course, Rowen replied with a knowing smile, glancing at Genzo. We'll go on ahead then, Nami said, instinctively covering the Arlong pirate's tattoo on her left arm. Rowen knew she was going to get it removed. Rowen simply nodded, watching warmly as Nami and Nojiko walked away, chatting happily. After Nami was out of sight, Rowen and Genzo stood in silence for a long moment. Genzo's lips moved, struggling to form the words. Please take care of Nami, he finally managed, his voice raspy with emotion, revealing the deep paternal love and concern he held for her. I know you're strong. But if you ever make Nami lose that smile, I don't care where you are. I will find you, and I will kill you. Genzo declared fiercely, tears in his eyes as he glared at Rowen. Rowen said nothing in return. He simply placed his right hand gently on the shoulder of this man, a man covered in scars, who, despite his own weakness, had done everything within his power, like a true father, to protect Nami. Between men, sometimes no words were necessary. A simple gesture was the strongest promise. Genzo wiped the tears from his eyes, a relieved smile finally appearing. He turned and walked back towards the village. Rowen faced Belmir's grave marker, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply 3 times. He made a silent promise to the departed Belmir. He would take care of Nami. He would let Nami live freely, happily, upon the sea. Inside Belmir's house. Nami held a sea map, the Arlong tattoo on her left arm now replaced by a design of a pinwheel and a tangerine. Beside her lay a large bundle, nearly 100 million berries saved over the years. The mapping room in Arlong Park, filled with painful memories, had been destroyed by Rowen. Now, only the single map remained in Nami's possession, the very first sea map she had ever drawn, the one Belmir had praised and approved. It's all over, Belmir. It took 8 years, but I finally got my freedom, everyone else too, they're all laughing genuinely now, it's just like you always said. As long as you keep living, good things will definitely happen. Nami clutched the map tightly, looking around the familiar room, seemingly speaking to Belmir. I'm leaving the island now. Don't worry, everyone is doing well. And, there's Rowen, this time. I'm going to draw maps for my own dream, I'm going to travel the world with them, with Rowen, that's my dream. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes. So. I don't know when I'll be back on this island. I'm leaving now. Nami wiped away her tears. Leaving the nearly 100 million berry behind for the villagers, she slowly walked out the door. Thump. Just as Nami was about to step outside, she felt a gentle push from behind. Belmir. Nami turned, looking back at the empty room, but her heart felt overflowing with love. I'm off. Nami declared, her smile brilliant and full of hope. Be careful out there. Belmir's photograph seemed to watch Nami's retreating figure. In the photo, Belmir's smile was radiant. Chapter 55, Bonus, Explosive Bounties. Who doesn't know Rowen's name? At the harbor, the villagers were helping Rowen's crew load supplies onto the Going Merry, enough for their upcoming voyage. They also carefully transplanted Belmir's tangerine trees onto the ship's deck. Everything should be ready now, right? Rowen asked, looking towards Sanji. Yeah, nutritional needs are covered, Sanji confirmed. Ensuring his comrades were well nourished during their journey was his duty. With Rowen now on board, a big eater whose appetite surpassed even Luffy's, Sanji had prepared even more ingredients than usual. But Sanji didn't find it troublesome at all, instead, he meticulously planned Rowen's nutritional balance. Because having Rowen taste his cooking was truly a pleasure. The mosshead, Zoro, needless to say, never offered compliments. Luffy just stuffed his face, occasionally yelling delicious. Usopp would offer more words, but his ingrained habit of exaggeration made his praise often over the top and off-point. Only Rowen could provide insightful, detailed critiques of his dishes, appreciating the nuances of appearance, aroma, and taste. Every comment hit precisely on the aspects Sanji was most proud of. For a chef who considered cooking his life, that kind of feedback was incredibly gratifying. By the way, where's Nami? Usopp asked curiously, looking around for her. She'll be here soon. Nami has her own way of saying goodbye, Rowen replied with a knowing smile. What? Nami's leaving without taking the money. Down below, Genzo stared wide-eyed after hearing from Nojiko that Nami intended to leave her savings behind. That's not right. Nami worked desperately hard for that money. Neko, the village doctor who had treated Zoro, exclaimed. She said she can always steal more. You know Nami, once she decides something, she doesn't change her mind, Nojiko sighed helplessly. Nami loved money because it represented hope for saving her hometown. But more than money, Nami loved her family. That fool girl. We're the ones who should be endlessly grateful to her, Genzo murmured, filled with guilt. They hadn't been able to help much, letting Nami shoulder everything. Trying to fight themselves would have only worried Nami and gone against her wishes. But this money, how could they possibly keep it? Tap. Tap. Just then, footsteps approached. She's here, Rowen said, looking towards Nami. Nami. Hearing the footsteps, all the Kokoyashi villagers turned towards her. Set sail. Now. Nami yelled, keeping her head down, avoiding looking directly at the villagers. She then suddenly broke into a sprint towards the Going Merry. What's going on? Why is Nami running? Usopp asked, bewildered. The navigator gave the order. Of course, we set sail. On this ship, Nami calls the shots when it comes to navigation, Rowen chuckled. That's right. Luffy yelled in agreement. Zoro immediately raised the anchor. Usopp and Sanji quickly took their positions. That girl. Is she really leaving without letting us thank her or say goodbye properly? Genzo, who had watched Nami grow up, instantly understood her intention. How could she, the villagers exclaimed, shocked. They had wanted to properly thank Nami, to give her a proper farewell. Hoist the main sail. Luffy yelled. The merry sail unfurled, and the ship began pulling away from the dock. The villagers rushed forward, trying to stop Nami. Wait. At least let us thank you properly before you go, one man pleaded, trying to block her path. Nami. I won't allow you to just leave us like this. Genzo shouted towards her. Rowen, is it really okay for Nami to leave like this? Sanji asked, looking towards Rowen. What does it matter? Nami is free now, Rowen replied, watching Nami run with a smile. The next moment, Nami darted into the crowd of villagers. Utilizing her pirate thief, blue, agility, she expertly weaved through them. The villagers couldn't stop her. Tap. Nami burst through the crowd and leaped towards the Going Merry, already drifting away from the dock. Nami. Nojiko cried out worriedly, watching Nami's risky jump. But the next moment, Nojiko relaxed. Honestly, so reckless, Rowen sighed fondly, standing at the deck railing with open arms. He easily caught Nami as she landed. Well, you said I was free, Nami grinned up at Rowen, then pulled away from his embrace, turning back to face the villagers on the dock. Rustle. Nami gave her clothes a little shake, and countless wallets tumbled out onto the deck. Everyone. Take care. Nami called out, holding up a wad of berry notes she'd lifted, turning back to the villagers with a mischievous grin. Ah. Our wallets. What nerve, kid. You little thief cat. The villagers exclaimed, discovering their missing wallets. But their shouts quickly turned into, take care, Nami. Be happy, Nami. Thank you all so much. Nami smiled brightly. Yes, this was the perfect farewell for her. Everyone. Goodbye. I'm off, Nami beamed, her eyes curving into happy crescents as she waved enthusiastically at the villagers. I swear, my sister really is something else. Be happy, okay. Nojiko chuckled, completely endeared. Ha ha ha, Genzo laughed, sitting down heavily. Seeing Nami smile like that, truly happy. Genzo smiled too. Be happy, Nami. Marine Headquarters. Marine Ford. Here gathered the most elite Marines in the world. Marine Headquarters, the 7 warlords of the sea, and the 4 emperors, these formed the 3 great powers maintaining the current balance of the world. Marine HQ, alongside the 7 warlords, nominally under the world government, stood against the pirate forces led primarily by the 4 emperors. However, with the emperors largely confined to their territories, Marine HQ undoubtedly represented the single strongest individual faction. Inside a conference room, 3 wanted posters were pinned to a large bulletin board. Lining both sides of the room sat rows of Marine HQ officers. Each bore the scars of countless battles against pirates. Unlike branch officers, HQ Marines faced the threats of the Grand Line, even the emperors of the New World. These officers were on a completely different level. An aura of fierce determination filled the room. So, this group is now beyond the capabilities of a mere branch office, correct? Vice Admiral Yamakaji stated gravely. Correct, Marine HQ Commodore Branyu confirmed, pointing at the board. Ever since they formed their crew, starting with the defeat of Branch Captain Morgan, their momentum has been unstoppable. Clown Buggy, 15 million berry bounty. Pirate Fleet Admiral, Don Krieg, 17 million berry bounty. Fishman Pirates, Sawtooth Arlong, 20 million berry. Branyu indicated the posters. In the East Blue, where the average bounty is only 3 million berry, these were all major pirates exceeding 10 million. Yet, this crew defeated them all, Branyu declared loudly. And especially. Thwack. A new wanted poster was slapped onto the board. Previously reported by the World Economic News Agency, already gaining immense notoriety. The user of Conqueror's Hockey. Before defeating Don Krieg, this man even clashed his Conqueror's Hockey against the Warlord of the Sea, Hawkeye's Myhawk. This man's power can no longer be ignored. Branyu stated grimly. Conqueror's Hockey. The Marine officers present tensed, their expressions turning incredibly serious. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of some. That was the disposition of a king, a power not even their three strongest fighters, the Marine admirals, possessed. Anyone who awakened it inevitably became a major power player on the Grand Line. There was previous debate regarding this man's bounty. But this time, considering his powers demonstrated by clashing hockey with Hawkeye's Myhawk, and his heinous act of killing Marine Captain Nizumi of the East Blue 16th Branch, we have decided on this bounty amount. For an initial bounty to reach this figure is unprecedented. However, based on our assessment, this number is absolutely not inflated. Such a terrifyingly evil sprout must be extinguished as quickly as possible, Branyu concluded, pointing at the bounty figure. Absolutely correct, Vice Admiral Yamakaji, who had come specifically for this meeting, affirmed. Vice Admiral Inigimo. Your thoughts? Yamakaji looked across at Inigimo. Yamakaji represented the Dove faction within the Marines, while Inigimo represented the Hawk faction. A decision regarding the bounty of a super rookie possessing Conqueror's Hockey required consensus from vice admirals of both factions. No objections. This dangerous individual must be extinguished swiftly, Inigimo, his face grim, nodded slowly. If not for certain considerations, he would have personally hunted down this evil seed himself. Then, the bounty amount is confirmed. Announce it to the world. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Dead or alive? Bounty, 100 million berry. Branyu declared loudly. Furthermore, the captain acknowledged by this man, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, user of the Gomu Gomu fruit, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty, 45 million berry. Inform the world. Let this evil flame be extinguished quickly. Chapter 56, The World Reacts. Syrup Village. Miss Kaya. Mary burst frantically into Kaya's study. What is it, Mary? Why are you so panicked? Kaya looked up from the sea map she was studying, wearing her reading glasses. Kaya was waiting for Rowen's return. Once her health recovered, she wanted to travel with Rowen to many places. Just looking at these maps filled her mind with images. Of course, having never been to sea, Kaya couldn't truly picture the sights beyond her island yet. But where they went wasn't important, who she went with was. Rowen's face was vividly clear in her mind. Please look at this. Mary held out two wanted posters. Rowen. Seeing Rowen's poster, Kaya immediately stood up and took it. Because Captain Nizumi had been killed by Rowen, the photo used on Rowen's poster was still the one taken by the World Economic News Agency. Luffy's poster also now featured the Wii News photo. Click. Kaya walked to the window, opened it, and looked out at the distant sea. She held Rowen's wanted poster close to her heart. Rowen, I'll wait for you to take me to sea. Kaya hugged the poster tightly, gazing at the distant ocean, her eyes curving into a smile. Verity. Rowen's and Luffy's wanted posters were pinned up in the most prominent spot. After arranging the kitchen duties, Zeph stepped out onto the deck, looking out at the sea. A bounty like that, as expected of that man, Sanji. Fulfill your dream, Zeph smiled faintly. An unnamed remote island. Hey. That guy is. Two pirates, observing the distant sea through a spyglass, suddenly exclaimed. Cheese. The other pirate quickly ran over. Recognizing the man's figure, cold sweat drenched his forehead. Hawkeyes. What are you doing here? A group of pirates quickly surrounded Myhawk. Quiet. I'm not here for you. Where are your officers? Myhawk asked calmly. Boss. One pirate scrambled away, running deeper into the island. Boss. It's Hawkeyes. The pirate yelled towards a man with distinctive red hair and only one arm, who currently had his head bowed. Emperor Red-Haired Shanks. Yo, Hawkeyes. Rare to see you here, Shanks murmured, his head still bowed, his expression dark. My hawk had appeared before Shanks seemingly out of nowhere. I'm not feeling great right now. Did you come for a duel? Shanks asked without looking up. I have no interest in dueling a one-armed man. Besides, you're hungover, aren't you? My hawk replied, pulling out 2 wanted posters. I encountered that interesting brat you mentioned, back in the East Blue. Ha ha ha. Luffy. He already got a bounty. Hearing this, Shanks finally looked up, laughing heartily as he saw Luffy's poster. Thanks to the Wee News report, Shanks already knew Luffy had set sail. However, there was another pirate who interested me more, my hawk stated, unfolding the second poster. 100 million berry. Shanks recognized Rowen's face, he'd seen it in the Wee News report earlier. But the bounty amount still surprised him greatly. 100 million berry, that figure held special significance. Rookie pirates emerging from the 4 Blues, after journeying through the first half of the Grand Line, converged at the Sabaody archipelago. Those rookies who rose rapidly upon first entering the Grand Line and reaching Sabaody, acquiring bounties exceeding 100 million berry, were dubbed supernovas. Reaching that bounty level required surviving the entire first half of the Grand Line and distinguishing oneself among the top rookies of their generation. Yet Rowen received a 100 million berry bounty before even entering the Grand Line. This was unprecedented in history. Calling it explosive news was no exaggeration. I clashed my conqueror's hockey against that young man's, my hawk stated, looking intently at Shanks. His future potential might even surpass yours in terms of hockey, red hair. My hawk recalled the clash with Rowen. He had seen in that young man the nascent form of the same overwhelming hockey that the late pirate king, Gold Roger, possessed, the power to conquer all. Just like when my hawk witnessed Roger's execution. Just standing there, Rowen seemed to radiate light. Oh. Hearing my hawk's assessment, the grogginess from Shanks's hangover vanished, replaced by an astonishingly powerful flicker of hockey in his eyes. Well then. I'll certainly look forward to meeting him. But before that. Shanks looked at my hawk, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. My hawk raised an eyebrow. Drink. Drink. Drink it all. We're celebrating today. Drink up. Ha 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 ha. Shanks grabbed my hawk, pulling him into an impromptu celebration. Sky Sovereign Rowen, While urging my hawk not to hold back on the drinks, a flicker of crimson-black light flashed deep within Shanks's own eyes. To receive such praise from Hawkeyes. I eagerly anticipate meeting him myself. And Luffy too. Rowen's and Luffy's wanted posters spread rapidly across the globe. Rowen's bounty, in particular, sent massive shockwaves through the seas. Following the initial World Economic News Agency report, coupled with this explosive bounty issued by the Marines, Rowen's name became legendary overnight. The Wee News Agency further emphasized Rowen's clash with the warlord Hawkeye's Mihawk, solidifying his unparalleled reputation. Achieving a supernova-level bounty and clashing with a warlord before even entering the Grand Line. From this day forward, across all the seas, who wouldn't know the name of Sky Sovereign Rowen? At that moment, having resolved the Kokoyasi village incident and finalized the core crew lineup, Rowen and the others were sailing on the Going Merry. Their destination, Logue Town, the town of the beginning and the end, birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, located near the entrance to the Grand Line. Aboard the Going Merry. Thwip. Nami, having just bought a newspaper from a news coup and grumbled about the price increase, stared wide-eyed at the 2 wanted posters that fell out. Rowen. Luffy. You have bounties. Nami yelled in alarm. What? I got a bounty. Luffy, previously lounging on his special seat at the bow, instantly dashed over, thrilled. Look. Look, everyone. I got a bounty. 45 million berry. Luffy excitedly showed his wanted poster to his comrades. For a pirate, nothing showcased strength and fame better than a high bounty. Luffy had dreamed of getting a massive bounty. Zoro and Sanji also felt a surge of competitive spirit. Bounties were acknowledgments of a pirate's strength. Since they had chosen the path of piracy, of course, they aimed for incredibly high bounties too. Shishishi. Rowen's bounty is only 10 million berry. Too bad. Luffy then picked up Rowen's poster, grinning cheerfully, his poor math skills evident. 10 million. Rowen. No way, Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro chorused in disbelief. They had all witnessed Rowen's strength, he was clearly far stronger than Luffy. How could Rowen's bounty be so much lower? Let me see. Sanji took Rowen's poster from Luffy and examined it closely. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions. As Sanji counted the zeros on Rowen's bounty, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Idiot. This isn't 10 million berry. Sanji exclaimed, utterly shocked. This is 100 million berry. Oh, 100 million berry. Hearing the staggering number, Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out of his head in terror. Oh, 100 million berry. Nami covered her mouth, her face pale with disbelief, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow. 100 million berry. What did that even mean? Arlong's bounty was only 20 million, the highest in the East Blue. In these waters, anyone exceeding 10 million was considered a major pirate. Nami had never even heard of a pirate in the East Blue with a bounty reaching 100 million. Looking at Rowen, Nami's eyes filled with worry. With a bounty like this, Rowen would surely become a target for powerful marines and pirates. 100 million berry. Luffy stared wide-eyed, yelling in surprise. Rowen's bounty was that much higher than his. Luffy looked enviously at Rowen's poster, then clenched his fists, renewed determination filling him. Luffy wasn't jealous of his comrade, instead, he saw it as motivation. He too would get a super high bounty. He'd catch up to Rowen. Finally arrived, 100 million berry. Rowen took his wanted poster from Sanji, a slight curve playing on his lips. For a first bounty, Rowen was quite satisfied. Kingly disposition increased. Conqueror's haki intensity increased. A notification appeared. Just as expected. A pirate's bounty amount can enhance disposition, thereby strengthening haki. Seeing the exaggerated reactions of Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy, Rowen smirked faintly. This feeling was quite enjoyable. The process of increasing one's bounty, gaining disposition, and strengthening haki fit perfectly with the brutal, survival of the fittest, nature of the haki system. A higher bounty attracted stronger marines and other pirates seeking fame by defeating high-value targets. Those who survived this culling process naturally forged stronger haki. 100 million berry, Zoro murmured, his expression turning serious upon hearing the astonishing figure. As a former bounty hunter, Zoro understood the significance of such a number better than anyone. Forget the East Blue, even on the Grand Line, a bounty like that marked someone as a major pirate. With bounties like these, the enemies they would face in the future wouldn't be mere branch marines or small-time crooks. They would be facing Marine headquarters itself. And other powerful pirate crews. Zoro assessed his physical condition post-training. Though still sore, he felt recovered enough to continue training. Zoro. Where are you going? Luffy asked curiously, seeing Zoro stand up and head towards the cabin. To train, Zoro replied, his eyes filled with steely determination. He had promised Rowen and Luffy. He would never lose again. Facing enemies far stronger than before meant he had to cherish every second, dedicating it to getting stronger. I'll join you, Rowen said with a smile, understanding Zoro's thoughts. Me too. I'm gonna learn haki. Luffy yelled, jumping up, eyes burning with fighting spirit. Rowen's 100 million berry bounty had ignited a fierce competitive fire within him. Today's meal prep is mostly done. Guess I'll go train a bit too, Sanji said seriously, taking a deep breath. Rowen and the others had set him on the path to chase his dream. Though he was the cook, he also needed to contribute his strength for his comrades. Yash. Brothers. Let's learn haki together with Rowen. Luffy exclaimed, grabbing Zoro and Sanji's arms. Zoro and Sanji's eyes twitched, but seeing Luffy's infectious enthusiasm, and knowing he wouldn't let them off the hook if they didn't comply, they reluctantly raised their fists alongside him. Oh. But despite their reluctance, a determined light shone in both Zoro's and Sanji's eyes. Haki, they absolutely had to learn it. For their dreams and ambitions. And for their comrades. Chapter 57, Bonus, the ultimate combat potential ceiling. Bang. 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 With 3 loud crashes, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were once again slammed into the training room wall, stuck and groaning. Ow ow ow. Zoro. Help me quick. Luffy yelled, his head embedded in the wall. Being rubber made him too stretchy, he couldn't easily pull himself out. Zoro sighed, panting heavily as he managed to extract Luffy's head from the wall. Ow. Suji. Rowen. How'd you get even stronger again? Luffy whined, rubbing his sore head while looking at Rowen with amazement. Definitely stronger than before, Zoro agreed, his expression incredibly grim. His injuries were mostly healed, and now they had curly brows fighting alongside them, yet they were still completely powerless against Rowen. Getting hit with haki is seriously no joke, Sanji muttered, rubbing his bruised chin, his face pale with pain. You 3 remember well the feeling of being hit by haki, Rowen instructed, looking at the exhausted trio. Ultimately, learning haki depended on them. But Rowen's own training wasn't over. He strapped on terrifyingly heavy weights and began his own physical conditioning. His physique, under the effect of superhuman demonic physique, grew continuously stronger. Superhuman demonic physique, born from the fusion of Luffy's superhuman physique and Zoro's demonic physique. In terms of raw muscle and bone repair speed, Rowen was now roughly twice as fast as Zoro. Furthermore, as Rowen's physique strengthened, this gap continued to widen. This was because superhuman demonic physique also possessed absorption capabilities exceeding even Luffy's base superhuman physique. The stronger Rowen's physique became, the more efficient his absorption, which in turn accelerated his muscle and bone repair, allowing him to handle even greater training intensity, a perfect positive feedback loop. Superhuman demonic physique, the speed at which it enhanced his physique wasn't slowing down as he got stronger, it was actually accelerating. And, throughout his physical training, Rowen could simultaneously activate Born of the Sea to continuously strengthen his haki. This tangible feeling of constantly getting stronger was incredibly addictive. Back on Earth, hard work didn't always guarantee results. But here, as long as he trained diligently, he could physically feel himself becoming stronger. The sensation was captivating. Rowen became completely immersed in his training. Watching Rowen, already so strong, yet still training so relentlessly, Zoro grit his teeth against the pain, picked up a massive barbell, and began practicing sword-slashing motions. As he trained, he recalled the feeling of Rowen's haki striking his body, trying desperately to grasp that sensation, to awaken haki himself. How can I get stronger? Luffy pondered intently. His comrades were working so hard, as captain, he absolutely had to become stronger too. Regarding haki, Luffy knew he wouldn't learn it quickly. Luffy might be simple-minded, but he wasn't stupid, he understood his own limitations. Among the three sworn brothers, himself, Ace, and Sabo, he had always been the least talented in combat during their childhood. Even after eating the devil fruit, he often lost fights against Ace, who hadn't eaten one. And initially, his use of the Gomu Gomu fruit was abysmal. Forget hitting others, he often ended up tying himself in knots. So Luffy knew clearly, he wasn't a genius. If Zoro and the others couldn't learn haki quickly, neither could he. Therefore, the quickest way for him to get stronger right now was through his devil fruit, his unique advantage over Rowen and Zoro. Luffy stretched his arm, then his leg, experimenting, thinking hard. Rowen, still training, sensed Luffy's actions with his observation haki. Starting to experiment with gear second and third already. Rowen thought. Rowen deliberately hadn't given Luffy any hints about those techniques. Using the rubber body for those gears placed immense strain on the user's physique. In the original story's timeline around Enies Lobby, well past the halfway point of Paradise, nearing Sabaody, Luffy's body could barely handle gear second and third. Right now, before even entering the Grand Line, Luffy's current physique was nowhere near strong enough to support those techniques safely. So Rowen offered no guidance regarding Luffy's devil fruit development. Frankly, none was needed. The notion of developing devil fruit abilities was largely discarded later in the story by the original author. Devil fruit powers were essentially fixed. As the user's physique strengthened, they naturally unlocked stronger applications of their fruit. The only major bottleneck was awakening, after which the fruit's power reached its peak potential. Let Luffy experiment on his own. Let him gradually master the power of gear second and third. This process of exploring his devil fruit abilities would also naturally strengthen Luffy's physique. Eating a devil fruit inherently changed the user's body. Luffy, even before awakening Nika, was rubber. Constantly utilizing his rubber abilities naturally enhanced his physical strength and resilience. This was why devil fruit users, especially those with combat-oriented fruits, generally possessed far superior physiques and stamina compared to non-users. It was also why Rowen, despite the haki-centric power ceiling of the world, was determined to acquire powerful devil fruits. Powerful devil fruits, particularly mythical Zoans, granted users incredibly vast stamina reserves. Based on the later combat endurance of top-tier Logia users like Akiji and Akainu, awakened Logias likely also provided immense stamina. Furthermore, the inherent powers of strong devil fruits were formidable. Combined with haki, their ultimate combat potential ceiling definitely surpassed that of fighters relying solely on haki. Consider Garp during the Hakanosu incident. Despite possessing superior offensive power with his infused Conqueror's haki and completely dominating Akiji in terms of attack power, Akiji's ice fruit couldn't fully negate Garp's infused blows. Garp was still at a disadvantage in terms of stamina and durability. Garp landed numerous devastating infused Conqueror's attacks on Akiji. Yet Akiji, through his superior physique and stamina, likely enhanced by his awakened Logia, kept getting back up, continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Garp took just one sneak attack from Shiryu, and his combat effectiveness plummeted rapidly. In the One Piece world, those with superhuman stamina and durability were almost always powerful devil fruit users. And for Rowen, possessing the Born of the Sea trait, greater physical strength directly translated to stronger armament haki. Even infused conqueror's hockey, while not requiring physique to strengthen, still consumes stamina as fuel. Therefore, acquiring powerful devil fruits was crucial for maximizing Rowen's ultimate combat potential. Hockey and devil fruits weren't mutually exclusive counters like sea stone against devil fruits, they were simply different forms of power. Hockey merely provided the means to hit devil fruit users. Strong hockey could overwhelm weaker devil fruit abilities. But powerful devil fruit abilities could likewise overwhelm weaker hockey. Supreme hockey plus supreme devil fruit abilities, that combination yielded the absolute highest combat potential ceiling in the One Piece world. Even non-devil fruit users at the absolute peak, like Shanks and Roger, possess terrifying swordsmanship to supplement their hockey and elevate their combat ceiling. A fighter relying solely on hockey would inevitably fall short compared to someone who mastered both hockey and a powerful devil fruit. This gap would widen even further past their prime physical years. Zephyr Blackarm was the prime example. And the smoke fruit was merely the first stepping stone for Rowen towards acquiring truly powerful devil fruits. Rowen continued his physical training while simultaneously enhancing his hockey through Born of the Sea, a slight smile playing on his lips. Sanji watched Rowen and the others training intensely. He didn't join them this time. Instead, he quietly closed the training room door, slowly rolled up his sleeves, and headed towards the kitchen, enduring the lingering pain in his own body. His primary role was cook. While his comrades pushed themselves, his duty was to provide the nutritional support they needed. However, even while preparing the food, ensuring both taste and nutrition, Sanji constantly replayed the feeling of Rowen's hockey strikes in his mind. He too had to get stronger. Nami, meanwhile, diligently monitored the sea conditions from the upper deck, occasionally glancing towards the training room window to watch Rowen. The rest of the time, her focus was entirely on ensuring the Going Merry sailed smoothly and safely. Rowen was working so hard to get stronger. As the navigator, she had to ensure their journey was flawless. Usopp followed Nami's commands, adjusting the Merry's rudder and sails as needed, currently acting as both shipwright and helmsman. The Going Merry sailed smoothly onward. During these days filled with rigorous training and steady progress, under Nami's near-perfect navigation, Logetown came into view. Chapter 58, Nami's Cuteness. A museum-worthy klutz. Click. The door to Rowen's cabin opened quietly. A beautiful figure tiptoed inside. Rowen, Nami whispered, her eyes curving into smiling crescents as she looked at Rowen, fast asleep on the bed. The day before reaching Logetown, Rowen had stopped his intense training and had been sleeping ever since. Through his training, Rowen had discovered a hidden effect of his superhuman demonic physique, Apex Purple. After accumulating extreme fatigue through intense training or battle, an extended period of deep sleep allowed his body to recover optimally, becoming even stronger in the process. It was similar to how people on Earth build physique, strengthening happened during rest and sleep. Although Rowen had superhuman demonic physique, Zoro had demonic physique, and Luffy had superhuman physique, they still needed sleep to recover from accumulated fatigue and maximize the efficiency of their training and growth. This explained why, in the original story, Luffy and Zoro often slept for extended periods, sometimes days on end, after major battles. Nami carefully sat on the edge of Rowen's bed, quietly watching him sleep. Looking at Rowen, memories flooded Nami's mind, their first meeting, all the way to him saving her and her village. From acquaintanceship, to understanding, too. Nami thought back to Arlong Park, to the kiss she had given Rowen, and her cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you, Rowen," Nami murmured, gently touching Rowen's cheek, the exact spot she had kissed. But the next moment, Nami's face turned beet red. Rowen." Nami stammered, staring at Rowen, who had opened his eyes and was now looking directly at her. "Gee, good morning. Lovely weather, isn't it? Well, I should get going." Nami blurted out a clumsy excuse, trying to make a quick escape. The next second. "Kia." Nami gasped as she was suddenly lifted into the air. Staring at Rowen's face, now incredibly close, Nami could even feel his breath. Her face turned impossibly red. "Were you trying to steal something, little thief cat?" Rowen asked, looking at Nami's flushed face, a fond, teasing smile playing on his lips. I wasn't stealing anything from you. I just came to wake you up. We're almost at Logetown. I'll go now." Nami tried to squirm away, wanting to escape. "Is that so? But I feel like, you did steal something from me," Rowen replied seriously, looking intently at Nami's crimson face. Nami started to protest, but then saw Rowen point to the cheek she had just touched. "You stole this," Rowen said, pointing at his cheek, smiling mischievously at Nami. "You were planning to wake me up like this, weren't you? Just like back in Kokoyasi village. But now you're trying to run away." Rowen's lips curved slightly upwards. Who said that? "I just came to wake you up, that's all." Nami sputtered, speechless. How could she argue when she had been lost in memories of their journey together, looking at his sleeping face, and acted impulsively? But Nami still tried one last desperate defense. Nami. Rowen. Come quick. We've reached Logetown. Luffy's sudden loud shout from outside made Nami jump in panic. Seeing Rowen still showed no intention of letting her go, Nami's face felt like it was on fire. Because of her experiences in Kokoyasi village, she had buried her typical girly behavior years ago. But around Rowen, Nami always seemed to revert to the young woman her age was supposed to be. So, are you going to return what you stole, little thief cat? Rowen asked, his smile widening. Feeling the warmth press against her cheek, Nami scrambled away like a startled kitten. Rowen chuckled. Nami is really adorable. So that's Logetown. Dressed and ready, Rowen walked out onto the deck, looking at the town on the island ahead. The birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King, hence its nickname, the Town of the Beginning and the End. In the past, this town was notoriously chaotic. Logetown's location near the entrance to the Grand Line made it the final supply stop for pirates heading into the treacherous sea. Furthermore, being the place where the Pirate King began and ended his journey, many pirates came here seeking to follow in his footsteps. This inevitably led to constant clashes between pirates, bounty hunters, and marines, making the town incredibly turbulent. But everything changed after Captain Smoker took command of the marine branch here. A Logia-type devil fruit user was practically invincible in the East Blue. No pirate could escape Smoker's pursuit. It could be argued that Smoker was partly responsible for the East Blue being known as the weakest sea. After all, the pirates capable of reaching Logetown and aiming for the Grand Line were generally the stronger ones from the East Blue. By capturing virtually all of them, Smoker effectively culled the ambitious and powerful, leaving mostly mediocrities without the ability or drive to venture into the Grand Line. However, Smoker had now become Rowen's prey. Nami glanced sideways at Rowen, then quickly looked away, pretending to study Logetown nonchalantly when she felt his gaze. Rowen chuckled inwardly at Nami's thief-like attempt at subtlety. It was quite endearing. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji all smiled as they looked towards Logetown. From here, they would officially embark on their journey into the Grand Line. Their dreams were about to truly set sail. Soon, the Going Merry docked. What a huge town! Luffy exclaimed, grinning as he took in the bustling sights of Logetown. I'm gonna go see the execution platform where the Pirate King died. Luffy declared excitedly, then dashed off towards the town center without waiting for a reply. Hey! Luffy. We haven't decided on a meeting place yet. Usopp yelled after him, but Luffy had already disappeared into the crowd. Honestly. That guy is still such an airhead, Usopp sighed helplessly. Let him have his fun. We should go stock up on supplies too. This is our last chance before entering the Grand Line, Rowen suggested with a smile. He wasn't sure if the buggy pirates would show up here seeking revenge like in the original story. But Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, was definitely here. Even if things played out like the original, with Buggy capturing Luffy and attempting a public execution, Rowen wasn't worried. Dragon would intervene and sort everything out. Rowen had no particular interest in Gold Roger's execution platform. Let Luffy explore on his own. I need to buy 2 swords, Zoro stated. Entering the Grand Line, as a 3-sword style user, he needed his full complement of blades. Buy swords? Do you have any money, Zoro? Hearing this, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up, a predatory, merchant gleam appearing in them. No, Zoro replied, his eye twitching at the mention of money. I can lend you some. Nami offered brightly. Zoro felt a surge of hope. Maybe Nami isn't so bad after all. She knew he needed the money for swords. After all, Nami had previously earned money to save her hometown. She left nearly 100 million berry behind for them, surely lending him a bit for swords. But you have to pay me back triple, Nami finished, her eyes literally transforming into berry symbols, $. You haven't changed at all. Zoro yelled, his eye twitching violently. So, do you want the loan or not? Just telling you, if you borrow it, you can't default. Nami declared, grabbing Rowen's arm and tilting her chin up proudly. With Rowen backing her up, Nami felt incredibly confident. Rowen watched Nami's money grubber persona emerge, amused. I'll borrow it. In the end, Zoro reluctantly agreed to Nami's high-interest loan. Okay. I'm going shopping then, Rowen. Having successfully extorted Zoro, Nami beamed happily at Rowen. All right. Have fun, Rowen replied with a smile. The horror of accompanying a girl on a shopping trip was something Rowen remembered vividly from Earth. It was an ordeal he preferred to avoid. Besides, Rowen had his own plans. I'm gonna go check out the ingredients. And look. So many beautiful ladies. Sanji started seriously, but his eyes quickly transformed into hearts as he spotted attractive women nearby, vanishing into the crowd instantly. That idiot lovesick Kappa, Zoro muttered, watching Sanji disappear. Well, Rowen, I'm gonna go buy some stuff too. Goggles, and materials for inventing, Usopp said, then also headed off into Logue Town. Let's go, Zoro. Follow my lead, Rowen said, turning to Zoro once the others had dispersed. Got it, Zoro smirked. Chapter 59, Bonus, Logue Town Arrival. Tashichi's Ayajutsu. Logue Town Marine Branch, Captain's Office. Hiss. 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 Dense smoke filled the entire room, completely obscuring the interior. Bang. The office door burst open frantically. Captain Smoker. Terrible news. A Marine soldier rushed in, his face pale with horror. Word from HQ. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy's crew is heading towards Logue Town. The captain, Straw Hat Luffy, is a pirate with a 45 million berry bounty. The soldier paused, sweat suddenly drenching his forehead, his expression turning fearful. And among the Straw Hats, is Sky Sovereign Rowen, with a bounty of 100 million berry. The Marine yelled the last part, as if shouting could bolster his courage. 100 million berry. In all his time stationed in Logue Town, he had never seen such a high bounty. That kind of bounty, even on the Grand Line, signified an absolutely major pirate. 100 million. Not small fry, then. That bounty. A figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke inside the office. Captain. They defeated Clown Buggy's crew, and the Fishman Arlong's crew. And Sky Sovereign Rowen killed Captain Nozomi of the 16th branch. They're vicious pirates, the soldier yelled urgently, seeing Smoker's seemingly nonchalant reaction. Calm down. All your shouting ruined my concentration. Failed again, Smoker grumbled, standing up. He opened the window, letting the smoke dissipate from the office. He had been training his smoke fruit abilities. So. What were you saying? Smoker turned around. HQ says the Straw Hats are estimated to arrive in Logue Town today, the soldier reported, snapping to attention, though the cold sweat and fear in his eyes were still evident. A 100 million berry pirate. About to land in Logue Town. Don't panic. Since I've been stationed here, has a single pirate who entered this town ever escaped? Smoker stated calmly, pulling on his signature justice coat and lighting 2 cigars simultaneously. And no, sir. Hearing Smoker's confident words, the soldier swallowed hard, his fear of the 100 million berry pirate diminishing slightly. Then stay calm. Don't disrupt my rhythm. Even if it's 100 million berry, it makes no difference, Smoker declared. His confidence stemmed from the devil fruit he had eaten. The Logia-type smoke fruit. Here in Logue Town, just before the entrance to the Grand Line, a Logia user was virtually invincible against pirates from the Four Blues. Even a 100 million berry pirate was no exception. Report. Pirates sighted at the harbor. Requesting your immediate presence, sir. Just then, another Marine soldier burst into the room. It must be the Straw Hats. They've arrived, the first soldier exclaimed. 45 million, and 100 million. Hope they're interesting fellows, Smoker muttered, heading outside. So expensive. The money I borrowed isn't nearly enough, Zoro sighed, looking at the swords displayed in a shop window, his eye twitching. But there was no way he was going back to Nami for more money. Triple interest, borrowing too much would bankrupt him completely. But I can't enter the Grand Line with just one sword. Rowen, do you have any spare cash? Zoro asked, turning hopefully towards Rowen. Money. I have no interest in money, Rowen replied, glancing at Zoro, a powerful curve to his lips. So, Zoro's eye twitched even harder. Completely broke, Rowen finished, spreading his hands empty. Of course, I'm not interested in money when I don't have any. Zoro covered his forehead. Just then, Rowen's lips curved into a knowing smile as he looked towards another direction. Found her. It's rude to call Captain Smoker a monster, a high-pitched female voice declared earnestly. Shut up. Our boss got thrown in jail because of that bastard. We're gonna dump your corpse right in front of him. 2 rough-looking pirates snarled menacingly at the woman holding a sword protectively before her. I understand. I will accept your challenge, Tashigi replied seriously. Ha. Ha ha ha. What can a woman like you do? The 2 pirates laughed contemptuously. Die. They charged, swinging their swords at Tashigi. Clang. Seeing this, Zoro instinctively moved to draw his sword. He couldn't stand watching bullies pick on the seemingly weak. But the next moment. Rowen. Zoro looked surprised as Rowen placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. Watch. That woman isn't weak, Rowen commented, looking at Tashigi with a faint smile. Zoro immediately focused his attention. He knew Rowen possessed observation haki, capable of sensing others' strength through their presence. Shink. With a swift draw, Tashigi crouched low, executing a beautiful Iajutsu slash. The two pirates collapsed instantly. Amazing. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. That must be observation haki, right? Incredible, Zoro remarked, seeing Tashigi easily defeat the two pirates just as Rowen predicted. Rowen didn't explain, simply smiling as he watched Tashigi. Ha! Tashigi, holding her elegant finishing pose, prepared to sheath her sword. Whoa! Suddenly, Tashigi tripped over her own feet, inexplicably falling face first onto the ground. Her glasses flew off, landing near Rowen and Zoro. Ha ha ha. Can't figure out if she's strong or just clumsy, the crowd chuckled good-naturedly. Ow ow ow. Where are my glasses? Tashigi mumbled, groping blindly on the ground. Here are your glasses, Rowen said, picking them up and offering them to Tashigi with a smile. Thank you so much. Tashigi looked up towards Rowen, unable to see his face clearly without her glasses, but offered a grateful smile. Why you? Kuina. Zoro gasped, his pupils constricting in shock the moment he saw Tashigi's face clearly. This woman looked exactly like his deceased childhood friend and rival. Kuina. Who's that? Tashigi asked curiously, taking her glasses back from Rowen and putting them on. Sorry. This guy's an idiot, Rowen interjected smoothly with a smile. Zoro's eye twitched. If Curly Brows had said that, he would have started a fight immediately. But coming from Rowen, he couldn't really argue. Not after failing so miserably to learn haki under Rowen's tutelage. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. Tashigi bowed repeatedly, endearingly clumsy. Don't mention it. I just picked up your glasses. However, if it's all right, could you perhaps do me a small favor? Rowen asked, smiling at the adorably clumsy Tashigi. Tashigi looked bewildered. Chapter 60, People's Dreams Never End. A klutzy marine guide. Zoro's new sword search. So you guys came here to buy swords? Tashigi asked, leading Rowen and Zoro through the streets of Lobetown. I'm actually here to pick up my sword that was being sharpened. But it's strange, don't you already have one sword? Tashigi looked curiously at Zoro. He just really likes collecting swords, Rowen interjected with a smile, clapping Zoro on the shoulder before Zoro could answer. Although Tashigi was endearingly naive, recognizing a three-sword style user in the East Blue could easily lead to identifying Zoro. Rowen still needed this clueless marine to guide them. Really? You like collecting swords too? Tashigi suddenly asked Rowen, her eyes lighting up with surprise and excitement. Oh. You like collecting swords as well? Rowen asked, feigning ignorance with a smile. Well, it's not exactly collecting, it's just that in this era, most of the famous blades have fallen into the hands of villains, the 12 supreme great swords, the 21 great swords, the 50 skillful great swords. My dream is to retrieve all the famous swords in the world from the hands of those villains. Even if I have to risk my life. Tashigi declared passionately, her eyes sparkling brightly as she spoke of her dream. That's quite an admirable dream, Rowen commented, looking at Tashigi, a slight smile playing on his lips. Really? Tashigi gasped, then excitedly grabbed Rowen's arm. This was the first time anyone had genuinely acknowledged her dream. Most people reacted with disbelief or condescension, thinking, just a woman, talking big. Even her fellow Marines, while not saying it outright, often conveyed similar sentiments through their expressions. Women were inherently weaker than men. Tashigi often wished she had been born male. Do you really think I can achieve my dream? Tashigi asked eagerly, sensing Rowen's sincerity, craving further validation from the first person who truly seemed to believe in her. Achieve it. Well, that might be rather difficult, Rowen replied honestly, looking at the excited Tashigi. The famous swords of this world, who wielded them? Setting aside others, among the supreme grade swords, Ace, sword name, belonged to Gold Roger, current whereabouts unknown. Yoru, the Black Blade, belonged to the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Murakumajiri belonged to Whitebeard, the emperor known as the world's strongest man. Trying to retrieve those swords? Given Tashigi's current strength and aptitude, the probability was practically zero. Is it, because I'm a woman, after all? Tashigi's bright eyes instantly dimmed with disappointment. She had thought she'd finally met someone different, but was he ultimately looking down on her because of her gender? Tashigi's insecurity about being a woman made her interpret almost any comment through that lens. Zoro's eye twitched upon hearing Tashigi's words. Not only does she look like Kuina, but she even sounds like her. Though, Kuina was much smarter than this woman. No, it's not because you're a woman. Even for the world's greatest swordsman, accomplishing that goal would be nearly impossible, Rowen stated seriously, pausing to look directly at the disheartened Tashigi. Even Mihawk would struggle immensely to acquire all those famous blades, many of which were held within the territories of the four emperors. But, just because something seems impossible, does that mean you shouldn't even try? That's not how things work on this sea. After all, people's dreams never end. Rowen declared, spreading his arms wide and laughing heartily. Humph. A smirk touched Zoro's lips. As expected of Rowen. Tashigi stared blankly at the laughing Rowen. For some reason, at that moment, she felt like the man before her was radiating light. That's right. I absolutely will achieve my dream. Tashigi exclaimed, inspired by Rowen's words. Hey! Watch where you're going. Just then, someone bumped into Tashigi as they walked past. Sorry. Tashigi quickly tried to step aside. In her haste, she once again tripped over her own feet. Thud. Ouch. Tashigi cried, rubbing her head. Zoro's eye twitched again watching the clumsy idiot. Truly, a national treasure level klutz. Rowen also looked helplessly at Tashigi, who had been so full of determination just moments before. Yep. Definitely belongs in a museum exhibit of clumsiness. Led by Tashigi, Rowen and Zoro soon arrived at a sword shop. Shopkeeper. Is my sword sharpened yet? Tashigi called out upon entering. Your sword? The shopkeeper, a man with a prominent dringer's nose, looked up, but his pupils instantly constricted the next moment. That sword is. The shopkeeper stared intently at the sword at Zoro's hip. Shopkeeper, do you have any suitable swords? I need two. Here's 100,000 berry, Zoro said, placing the money he borrowed from Nami on the counter. 100,000. You won't find any good swords for that price. How about, you sell me your sword? I'll give you 200,000 berry. Then you can buy 3 100,000 berry swords, the shopkeeper suggested, his eyes greedily fixed on the sword at Zoro's waist. Wado Ikemanji. One of the 21 great grade swords. This poor fool buying 50,000 berry swords probably has no idea how valuable this blade is. Sell my sword. Zoro's expression clearly conveyed refusal. Alright. I'll take a loss. 400,000. No, 600,000 berry, the shopkeeper urged desperately, knowing such treasures were rare finds. Wait. I didn't notice it properly before. May I take a look at that sword? Tashigi's attention was suddenly captivated by the sword at Zoro's hip. Zoro didn't refuse, handing the sword to Tashigi. There's no mistake. This is Wado Ikemanji. One of the 21 great grade swords. This is a famous blade worth over 10 million berry. Tashigi exclaimed. The shopkeeper's face turned pale green. Wado Ikemanji. Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he'd heard the sword's name. Previously, he had simply thought of it as the sword of promise between him and Kuina. I'm reporting you for obstructing business. Your sword is sharpened. Take it and get out. His hopes dashed, the shopkeeper rudely tossed Tashigi's sword towards her. Clack. Rowen caught the sword thrown at Tashigi with one hand, while his other steadied Tashigi, who had stumbled and nearly fallen while juggling both Wado Ikemanji and her own thrown sword. You were so eager to raise the price earlier, even without this lady's identification, the deal likely wouldn't have happened, right, shopkeeper? Rowen asked, looking at the shopkeeper with a knowing smirk. This shopkeeper, though greedy, wasn't inherently bad. Ultimately, he would give Zoro his family heirloom, Yubashiri, along with Sandai Katetsu. Thank you, Tashigi blushed, steadied by Rowen. She felt incredibly embarrassed by her clumsiness. If this man hadn't caught her, she would have fallen again. Humph. Those over there are all 50,000 berry swords. Go pick from them. The shopkeeper, losing face, grumbled twice, then pointed towards several barrels in the corner filled haphazardly with swords. Here, your sword, Rowen handed the sheathed blade back to Tashigi. Thank you, Tashigi accepted it, examined it carefully, then smiled. This shopkeeper's sharpening skills were actually quite good. That sword should also count as a famous blade, right? Rowen asked with a smile. This is Shigear. I'll train hard and use it to retrieve more famous swords from the hands of villains. Tashigi nodded seriously. What are you doing? Tashigi looked shocked as Rowen gently patted her head. Sorry. You just looked so cute, I couldn't resist, Rowen chuckled, raising his hands defensively. The combination of the glasses and her earnest, determined expression made Rowen subconsciously want to ruffle Tashigi's hair. See cute. Tashigi's face instantly turned bright red. She stammered, looking at Rowen. Why you? You still see me as just a woman, she then puffed out her cheeks angrily. Rowen found her reaction amusing. This klutzy woman's thought process really was different from most people's. This sword. Just then, Zoro, who had been rummaging through the barrels, spoke up, holding a particular katana. Let me see. Hey. This sword, no mistake. It's Sandai Katetsu. One of the skillful grade swords. Its predecessor, Nidai Katetsu, is a great grade sword, and the original, Shodai Katetsu, belongs among the supreme grade swords. Seeing a famous sword, Tashigi immediately got excited again. Shopkeeper. Is this sword really only 50,000 berry? Amazing. These usually sell for over 1 million. Tashigi looked towards the shopkeeper, whose expression had become extremely uneasy. Oh. The cursed sword Katetsu. Rowen looked at the blade Zoro had drawn, Sandai Katetsu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Check traits. Chapter 61, Bonus, Zoro's Azura Aura. Checking smoker's traits. Sandai Katetsu, bonding, a cursed sword. Swordsmen unable to gain its acknowledgement ultimately meet gruesome deaths. Influenced by Azura Aura, currently selecting a master. Target, Roronoa Zoro. Interesting. So it's because of Zoro's Azura Aura trait that this cursed sword started choosing a master. Looks like the Azura Aura trait is even more special than I initially thought. The equipping speed also indicated its value. Zoro's demonic physique trait had finished equipping long ago, but the Azura Aura trait still had a long way to go. While slightly faster than equipping Luffy's Sun God, Apex Gold, trait, the difference was marginal. This special trait was easily as valuable as an Apex Gold trait. Can you sense it too, Rowen? This cursed sword's aura, Zoro asked, holding Sandai Katetsu, feeling the unusual presence emanating from it, looking towards Rowen. It's choosing you as its master, Rowen replied with a smirk. Don't be stupid. This sword isn't for sale. Since you can sense its sinister nature, you should give up on it. The Katetsu line of swords, it's like they're cursed. No swordsman uses a Katetsu anymore. Anyone who uses one dies mysteriously, the shopkeeper exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Even if someone unknowingly uses it, they just vanish from the world. I want to get rid of it too. It's like I'm cursed just by having it. Sorry. I didn't know it was such a terrifying sword. Tashigi looked alarmed. Rowen, you said it's choosing me as its master. Interesting. I like it. This is the one. Zoro declared, a feral grin spreading across his face. Hey. Stop. If you die, doesn't that mean I killed you? The shopkeeper panicked. He might be greedy, but he didn't want to be responsible for someone's death. Well then, let's test it. My luck versus its curse, which one is stronger? Zoro chuckled. Of course, your luck is stronger. You're a man, I acknowledge, Rowen added with a confident smile. Humph. Zoro smirked, then abruptly tossed Sandai Katetsu high into the air. Whoosh. The cursed sword spun through the air. Zoro immediately extended his bare arm straight out beneath it. Stop. Your arm will be cut off, the shopkeeper yelled, his eyes wide with fear, sweat pouring down his face. Zoro closed his eyes. The cursed sword's aura intensified. Then. Thwip. Sandai Katetsu landed perfectly alongside Zoro's outstretched arm, burying its tip harmlessly into the floorboards inches away. I'll take it. Zoro opened his eyes, a fierce, predatory curve to his lips. The shopkeeper and Tashigi both collapsed onto the floor, utterly terrified by the display. Sandai Katetsu, master acknowledged, has acknowledged Roronoa Zoro as its master. It belongs to you now, Rowen stated with a smile. With his system, Rowen could clearly perceive the entire process of Sandai Katetsu acknowledging Zoro. The cursed sword emitted a sinister aura, bringing misfortune and death upon users it didn't accept. But Zoro's Azura aura triggered the acknowledgement process. In the contest of wills, the sword's curse lost to Zoro's demonic aura, leading it to accept Zoro as its master. There's one more sword. Rowen, can you sense any other special blades? Zoro asked, looking towards Rowen. Wait a second, the shopkeeper suddenly yelled. He then scurried to the back and returned with another katana. Black lacquered scabbard, blade pattern is an irregular, choji, midair. One of the 50 skillful grade swords, Yubashiri. This is the best sword in my shop, the shopkeeper declared, drawing the blade. I can't afford it. Like I said, I only have 100,000 berry, Zoro replied. He loved swords, but wouldn't take blades that weren't rightfully his. No charge. And no charge for the Katetsu either. Sorry for trying to trick you earlier. It's been too long since I saw the eyes of a true swordsman. The cursed sword chose you as its master. Good luck, the shopkeeper said, offering a genuine swordsmith a smile. Well then. I accept, Zoro replied with a swordsman's grin, taking Yubashiri. 3 swords, assembled. I am still weak in the knees. You guys are amazing, Tashigi murmured, looking at Zoro and Rowen, wiping cold sweat from her brow. One dared gamble his arm against a cursed sword, the other watched calmly, seemingly certain the sword would be conquered. By the way, your name is Rowen. That's the same as that Sky Sovereign, Rowen, Tashigi commented, looking at Rowen. Zoro's eye twitched. Oh no. Is this going to ruin Rowen's plan? But it's probably just the name, right? Someone as nice as you couldn't possibly be that villain. Tashigi added quickly. Phew. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing this woman is klutzy. Let me help you up. There's actually one more thing I need your help with, Rowen said, helping Tashigi to her feet with a smile. Eh? Something else. What is it, Rowen? If it's something I can do. Tashigi replied earnestly. Rowen was the first person to genuinely acknowledge her dream. You're a Marine, right? Could you take me to meet the captain here, Smoker? Rowen asked with a smile. Eh? Meet Captain Smoker. What for? Tashigi blinked, surprised. There's something I need his help with, Rowen replied cryptically. With his current level of observation hockey, Rowen couldn't yet scan the entirety of Logetown to quickly locate Smoker. Having a guide was necessary. Help, well, all right then, Tashigi agreed, nodding. That brat just now was Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Head to the execution platform immediately. Smoker ordered grimly. He rarely paid attention to happenings outside capturing pirates in the East Blue. He hadn't even looked closely at the Wee News report earlier. In the East Blue, no pirate was worth remembering. He had only just seen the wanted posters, realizing too late he'd crossed paths with Straw Hat and even pointed him in the wrong direction. Towards the Pirate King's execution platform, no less. Captain Smoker. There's someone here asking for your help. Just then, a female voice interrupted. As Smoker turned around, his pupils instantly constricted. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Smoker stared intently at the two men Tashigi had brought with her. One of them looked exactly like the face on the wanted poster he had just received. Check traits. Chapter 62, The Power of Logia Awakening. Smoker traits, Smoke Fruit, Apex Purple, Unawakened. Smoke Fruit, Apex Purple, Unawakened Smoke Human. Can transform the body into smoke for offensive purposes. Upon awakening, can permanently alter the climate of an area, and can draw upon the altered climate to gain astonishing stamina recovery speed, pale gold tier effect. Rowen examined the trait screen before him, his eyes flickering. Smoker's current strength was entirely concentrated in his Smoke Fruit, hence only that single trait was displayed. Just as expected, it's one of the weaker Logia devil fruits. Despite being a Logia, which inherently made the user virtually invincible against non-hockey users, it only reached the Apex Purple tier. Even after awakening, relying solely on the fruit's power without hockey or other enhancements, it only provided effects equivalent to a pale gold tier trait. Looking at the system's description of the awakened Smoke Fruit, Rowen's eyes glinted with understanding. So, Logia Awakening does involve permanently altering the climate of an area. In the original story, Akiji and Akainu's battle for the position of Fleet Admiral transformed Punk Hazard into a half-ice, half-magma island, a permanent alteration. But that alone wasn't the truly terrifying aspect of Logia Awakening. After all, permanently changing the weather didn't directly boost the user's combat power significantly. The real power of Logia Awakening lay in the ability to draw upon the altered climate to sustain oneself, gaining incredible stamina. And the devil fruit abilities themselves would also be enhanced. The importance of stamina in the One Piece power system was self-evident. Hockey and devil fruit abilities both required stamina as fuel. No wonder Akiji and Akainu could fight for 10 days and nights on Punk Hazard. They were drawing upon the power of their awakened Logia fruits. After eating a Logia fruit, the user effectively becomes that element. Smoker, having eaten the Smoke Fruit, was a smoke human. Within a smoke-filled environment, since the user is smoke, they naturally held an absolute home field advantage. They could use the ambient smoke to rapidly recover their stamina, granting astonishing endurance. Furthermore, the potency of their devil fruit abilities would also increase, reaching the fruit's true peak potential. No wonder, according to the established lore, Zoan fruits, especially the rarest mythical Zoans, should provide the greatest physical enhancements to the user. Yet, the ultimate stamina monsters in the One Piece world often turned out to be top-tier Logia users like Akainu. Rowen looked at Smoker, a predatory crimson-black light flickering in his eyes. This Smoke Fruit, I'm taking it. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Captain Smoker, you must be mistaken. They just have the same name. Rowen is a really nice person. Huh. Tashigi instinctively refuted Smoker's claim, but then her brain seemed to short-circuit, freezing mid-thought. Wait, something's not right here. Captain Smoker had called out Rowen's name before she even introduced him. But Rowen is so kind, how could he be the infamous Sky Sovereign Rowen? They should just have the same name, right? Are you an idiot? Smoker finally snapped, unable to restrain himself. He knew Tashigi was dense, but surely not this dense. Why you really are that Sky Sovereign Rowen? Tashigi stared blankly at Rowen. Her severe nearsightedness, combined with her intense focus on swordsmanship training, meant she wasn't good at remembering faces from photos. Yes, that's me, Rowen confirmed readily. Tashigi's mind went completely blank. What are you doing, you foolish woman? Get over here. He's a pirate with a 100 million berry bounty. And you must be Rorinoa Zoro. Smoker yelled, then turned his attention to Zoro. 100 million berry. The number alone sent cold sweat dripping down the foreheads of the Marines accompanying Smoker. A 100 million berry pirate. The soldiers looked nervously at Rowen, their grips tightening unsteadily on their weapons. You're the bounty hunter who doesn't cherish swords, using them just to make money. Tashigi exclaimed, her earlier confusion replaced by accusation directed at Zoro. Rowen was the first person to truly acknowledge her dream. The other man was a swordsman capable of earning the acknowledgement of a cursed sword like Kitetsu, someone she admired. Yet, one turned out to be the infamous Sky Sovereign Rowen, and the other, pirate hunter, Zoro, who treated swords merely as tools for bounty hunting. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Rorinoa Zoro. Surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to use a woman as a shield. Seeing Tashigi's complete confusion, Smoker cursed inwardly, then tried to provoke them. The clumsy woman was too close to them, even with his smoke fruit, Smoker wasn't absolutely certain he could save her before they harmed her. Woman. I don't see any woman here. I only see a swordsman, Rowen replied, looking pointedly at Tashigi, a slight smile touching his lips. Tashigi needed respect and acknowledgement. Languishing aimlessly in the East Blue wouldn't help her achieve her dream. Since that was the case, Rowen decided to add some fuel to her fire. That's right. Captain Smoker. I will fight too. Hearing Rowen's words, Tashigi snapped out of her daze. Shink. Shigear flashed out of its sheath. Rowen. Rorinoa Zoro. I'm placing you under arrest. Tashigi yelled, biting her lip. Rowen's words had genuinely made her happy. Only Tashigi knew how deeply she resented being born female, believing it hindered her path as a swordsman. Women can't become strong swordsmen. Women can't possess great strength. Women can't achieve their dreams. She had heard such things countless times growing up. But Rowen acknowledged her dream and treated her as an equal swordsman. That equality was what Tashigi craved most. It made her truly happy. But precisely because of that, she had to arrest Rowen. Save him from the path of evil. Hiya. Tashigi's Shigear sliced through the air in a beautiful arc, aimed at Rowen. Whoosh. Tashigi's vision blurred. Rowen suddenly appeared behind her. Thwack. A swift chop to the back of her neck caused Tashigi's body to go limp, collapsing to the ground. Shave. Smoker's eye twitched upon seeing Rowen's movement. That technique, wasn't that the shave from the Navy's 6 powers? As a former student of Zephyr Blackarm, Smoker was intimately familiar with the 6 powers. Indeed. Shave from the 6 powers, Rowen confirmed with a calm smile. Although the similar Shikushi trait from Kuro had been converted, Rowen had memorized the feeling of that high-speed movement technique. And the principle behind shave, rapidly kicking off the ground dozens of times in an instant to generate explosive propulsion, was something his current physique could easily handle. After reaching apex purple with his superhuman demonic physique, Rowen's body was more than capable. During his recent days of training, Rowen had completely mastered the shave technique. Humph. Smoker's expression turned cold. With a roar of smoke, both his arms transformed into swirling clouds. White out. Smoker bellowed. His smoke arms twisted into spiraling columns, shooting out to capture Rowen and Zoro. So this is the feeling of a Logia devil fruit. Rowen observed with interest as the smoke enveloped him. Quite strange, the body literally becomes the element. It's even trickier than that Buggy guy's chop fruit, Zoro commented grimly, looking at the smoke binding him. Buggy's fruit merely granted immunity to cuts, punches and kicks still worked. But Logia users were completely immune to normal physical attacks. Just as Rowen had said, without hockey, they were helpless against a Logia user. Since you know I'm a Logia, you should also know you're no match for me. Rowen. Rorinoa Zoro. Your criminal careers end here. Smoker declared grimly. And on top of that, you even betrayed a woman's trust. Smoker glared at Tashigi, struggling weakly on the ground but unable to stand, his expression darkening further. Woman. So annoying, Rowen's smile vanished, his eyes turning cold as he looked at Smoker. I told you. I see no woman. Only a swordsman. On these seas, to judge a swordsman who has bravely raised her weapon to chase her dream like that. How rude of you, Smoker. Do you truly understand that swordsman's heart? You are denying her dream, Rowen stated, the crimson-black light in his eyes flashing intensely. Tashigi, who had been trying to push herself up, froze completely upon hearing Rowen's words, tears suddenly welling up in her eyes. Why is the one person who understands her so completely, a pirate? And another thing. You don't really think your Logia makes you invincible, do you? You weakling who relies solely on his devil fruit, Rowen continued coldly. Rowen's words made Smoker's pupils constrict sharply. The next moment. VMM. The crimson-black light in Rowen's eye solidified, exploding outwards from his body. Crackle. 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 Conqueror's haki, seemingly taking physical form, manifested as arcs of crimson-black lightning roaring through the atmosphere. Thump. 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 The remaining armed marines instantly went white-eyed and collapsed unconscious. Conqueror's haki. In the presence of a king, the weak don't even possess the right to remain conscious, let alone look directly. Damn it. Conqueror's haki. Smoker stared at the crackling crimson-black lightning, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The white-out smoke tendrils holding Rowen and Zoro abruptly loosened. Rowen's Conqueror's haki, amplified by Born of the Sea, could now exert tangible physical force on reality. This naturally included affecting Logia devil fruit users. Of course, Rowen hadn't yet evolved his haki to the deep gold tier, basic infusion, so he couldn't inflict fatal damage on Smoker with haki alone. But causing momentary paralysis? That was easily achievable. And that momentary paralysis was all Rowen needed. Whoosh. Shave. Smoker's pupils constricted violently. The next instant, a jet-black fist was right before his eyes. Crack. With a sickening impact that set teeth on edge, Smoker was launched like a cannonball, smashing violently into the ground far away. Crack. Crack. The sheer force of the blow spiderwebbed the ground around him. Haki. Smoker slowly pulled himself from the crater, shaking his dizzy head, looking at Rowen with disbelief and horror. Armament haki. And incredibly strong. A single blow had injured him significantly. Taking a direct haki-infused hit to the head like that, he couldn't move properly for a short while. Been a while since you took a hit, huh, Smoker? Has anyone ever told you not to rely too heavily on your devil fruit? Rowen asked, looking down at Smoker, a confident, powerful curve to his lips. This guy was supposedly Zephyr's student, yet he couldn't use haki. Perhaps he tried to emulate Admiral Kizaru's fighting style. But Kizaru ate the glint fruit, one of the most powerful Logia fruits. Smoker only had the smoke fruit, among the weakest Logias. Trying to copy Kizaru's combat style was pure fantasy. Over-reliance on a devil fruit was fatal to haki development. Haki required absolute self-confidence. The ability to fully command one's own disposition. Only then could haki be wielded effectively. Even someone as strong as Kizaru had relatively weak haki due to his over-reliance on his devil fruit abilities. Smoker, languishing in the East Blue and overly dependent on his smoke fruit, it wasn't surprising he hadn't learned haki yet. Captain Smoker. Tashigi, having recovered slightly from Rowen's nerve strike, managed to sit up, leaning on Shigeru for support. Seeing Smoker beaten so badly by Rowen's single punch left her utterly dumbfounded. This was the first time she had ever seen Captain Smoker get hit. He was a Logia user. How could a human hit smoke? Haki. What is that power? Hearing Rowen's words, Smoker's face turned extremely grim. It felt like being lectured by that old geezer Zephyr all over again. Yes, he did rely heavily on his smoke fruit. But previously, Smoker hadn't seen anything wrong with that. In the East Blue, a Logia was invincible. Even at Marine HQ. Logia fruits were extremely rare. The current 3 Marine admirals were all Logia users, hailed as the strongest trio of admirals in Marine history. What was wrong with dedicating himself fully to mastering his Logia fruit? Smoker grit his teeth, preparing to counterattack. Smoker reached behind him, intending to grab his weapon, the jit tipped with sea stone, but grasped only empty air. Shaking his head vigorously, still disoriented from the haki blow, Smoker saw his jit, now held in Rowen's hand. A sea stone weapon. You knew your devil fruit had significant weaknesses, so you crafted this weapon, yet you still rely so heavily on the fruit itself. You truly are a fool, Rowen commented, tossing the sea stone jit to Zoro. With this, you should be able to hit him, right? Zoro caught the jit, a feral grin spreading across his face. No need. I originally planned to ensure victory, but I didn't expect him to be such a weakling solely dependent on his devil fruit, Rowen replied. He had called Zoro over precisely for this purpose, to seize Smoker's sea stone weapon during the fight and let Zoro use it, ensuring Zoro's attacks could land. Bringing Zoro was an insurance policy for hunting the smoke fruit. But after the first exchange, Rowen realized Smoker, at this stage in Logtown, was completely reliant on his fruit. Against stronger Logia users, even with Haki, the fight could be difficult. Powerful Logia abilities were terrifying in their own right, weak Haki could still be overwhelmed by potent elemental attacks. But the smoke fruit had almost zero offensive capability on its own, it was primarily a support/utility power. As Smoker was now, facing a Haki master, he stood absolutely no chance. Don't get too cocky. Smoker roared furiously, trying to activate his smoke powers again. But first paralyzed by Conqueror's Haki, then struck directly in the head by Armament Haki. Smoker couldn't even control his body properly to fully elementize quickly, there was a noticeable delay. And giving Rowen that kind of opening meant only one outcome. Whoosh, shave. Bang. Another Haki-infused fist connected cleanly, this time a powerful uppercut snapping Smoker's head back. His eyes rolled white, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Plunder. Chapter 63, bonus, obtained. The truth of devil fruits. Plunder. An exceptionally brilliant purple light, visible only to Rowen, separated from Smoker's body and was absorbed by Rowen. Gurgle. Gurgle. Under Tashiji's disbelieving gaze, Smoker's powerful physique began to wither strangely. Moments later, he seemed completely drained of strength. A devil fruit trait was classified as a strength-type trait. It contained not only the devil fruit ability itself, but also all of the user's associated physique, strength, and even the desire developed through training and using the fruit. Everything was plundered by Rowen. Yes, after plundering the smoke fruit, Rowen's mind, through feedback from the strongest trait system, was flooded with deeper knowledge about devil fruits. He now understood why he could plunder devil fruit abilities without suffering their side effects. It was exactly as Vegapunk stated in the original story. Devil fruits were the physical manifestation of humanity's desires from a bygone era. Humans possessed countless desires. Long ago, people wished. If only I could become lightning. If only I could split myself apart and be immune to swords. If only I could become a mythical creature from legends. These diverse desires gave birth to the various devil fruits. Someone wished to become lightning, and the rumble fruit appeared, allowing its eater to become a lightning human. Someone wished to be able to split apart, immune to blades, and the chop fruit appeared. Someone wished to become a creature of myth, and the rarest Zoan type, the mythical Zoan, came into existence. As long as people harboring such desires existed in the world, the corresponding devil fruits would continue to manifest. But obviously, this defied the natural laws of evolution, it was profoundly unnatural. This unnaturalness naturally incurred the wrath of Mother Nature herself, the sea. Thus, anyone who ate a devil fruit and became an ability user was cursed by the sea, becoming unable to swim. Rowen, however, acquired devil fruit abilities by plundering them via the trait system. They existed within him as traits. The system itself shielded him from the sea's perception of this unnaturalness. Meaning, although Rowen could use devil fruit powers, Mother Sea didn't recognize him as an ability user and therefore couldn't curse him. Furthermore, Rowen now fully understood the process of devil fruit awakening. Devil fruits were manifestations of desire. For example, the smoke fruit Rowen just acquired was born from someone's past desire to become smoke. Eating it allowed one to become a smoke human. By continuously using the smoke fruit's power, constantly strengthening that inherent desire to be smoke. When the user's physique reached a certain threshold, and that specific desire peaked, devil fruit awakening could occur. This also explained the high risk associated with Zoan fruit awakenings. To awaken a Zoan fruit, the user had to constantly reinforce the desire to become the animal corresponding to their fruit. When that desire peaked, awakening could happen. But the intense desire to become a beast could easily overwhelm the user's human consciousness during the awakening process. Lost within that desire, they risked becoming a true, mindless beast. Moreover, after obtaining the smoke fruit, feedback from the system revealed another drawback inherent to devil fruits. The desire embedded within the fruit itself. As the user continuously strengthened that desire, pushing towards awakening, it inevitably created a psychological dependence on the devil fruit's power. Desire and dependence went hand in hand. No wonder Zephyr had warned Kizaru not to rely too heavily on his devil fruit ability. Becoming overly fixated on that desire, excessively dependent on the fruit's power, hindered the development of one's Haki. Haki, whether it was observation Haki, manifestation of the senses, armament Haki, allowing harm to ability users, or the Supreme Conqueror's Haki, could all be considered manifestations of spiritual strength. It required absolute self-confidence to wield Haki effectively. Losing that confidence weakened Haki, or in severe cases, rendered it unusable. Moria, after his devastating defeat by Kaido and the loss of his crew, was a prime example. He lost all confidence, relying solely on his shadow fruit to create zombie armies, trying to fill the void of fear and emptiness within him. His haki, naturally, became useless. All devil fruit users, through the process of strengthening the inherent desire within their fruit, developed some level of dependence, varying only in degree. Minor dependence had little impact. Kaido, for instance, could still declare, haki transcends all, and possessed extremely powerful haki. Severe dependence, like Admiral Kizaru's reliance on the glint fruit, made haki their definitive weak point. But even Kaido, who uttered those words, didn't possess the absolute strongest haki on the seas. The strongest haki belonged to the men who hadn't eaten a devil fruit, renowned as the world's most powerful haki user, red-haired Shanks. Of course, this didn't mean eating a devil fruit precluded having the strongest haki. Joy Boy's haki, echoing across time, made even Imu tremble and kneel. But for a devil fruit user, achieving supreme haki was significantly more difficult than for a non-user. Naturally, powerful devil fruits did enhance combat strength. Kaido, while perhaps inferior to Shanks in pure haki, possessed one of the strongest mythical Zoan fruits, the fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon. This earned him the title, World's Strongest Creature, unbeatable in a one-on-one fight. Pros and cons, that was the nature of devil fruits. However, a smile touched Rowen's lips. With his strongest trait system, he could ignore these drawbacks. Because the system shielded him from the sea's rejection of the unnatural devil fruit power. Born of the sea, Apex Gold, could still function perfectly, continuously enhancing Rowen's haki. Rowen could gain devil fruit powers without hindering his haki development in the slightest. Unlike the original owner of Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, Buggy, who lost the trait upon eating a fruit and suffered a backlash, crippling his haki potential, Rowen, with his system, could possess both supreme devil fruit abilities and the world's strongest haki. It was truly a bug-like existence. And Rowen could acquire more, even stronger, devil fruit abilities. The smoke fruit was merely a stepping stone. Furthermore, the system also categorized devil fruit awakening itself as a potential upgrade path. Meaning, Rowen could potentially force an awakening through trait upgrades. Naturally, he wouldn't waste such upgrades on a mediocre fruit like smoke. Use the smoke fruit as a stepping stone - defeat the warlord crocodile - obtain the san fruit, a top-tier logia - plunder crocodile's fortune via faction fortune, Apex Gold, for a massive boost - then, aim for that fruit atop the Sky Islands, hailed as one of the most invincible logia abilities. The ultimate devil fruit, the rumble fruit. After plundering the smoke fruit and receiving detailed information about devil fruits via system feedback, Rowen's understanding deepened further. The absolute top-tier devil fruits in this world, even without haki, could reach the Apex Gold tier upon awakening, based solely on the fruit's power. Meaning, they inherently provided the potential for Admiral-level combat strength. Of course, such fruits were exceedingly rare. Weaker logias like smoke only reached pale gold tier effects upon awakening, below Yonko commander level, based on fruit power alone. But the rumble fruit was one of those top-tier fruits. Upon awakening, just its inherent power could grant Apex Gold tier status, the threshold for Admiral-level combat. The rumble fruit's offensive power, as recorded, was second only to Akainu's magma fruit among logias. Combined with infused Conqueror's haki, its combat ceiling would reach terrifying heights. And the rumble fruit served another purpose for Rowen. Connecting to Emperor Kaido's fruit, one of the strongest mythical Zoans, the fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon. Every mythical Zoan, besides granting superior physique and recovery compared to normal Zoans, provided a unique special ability. That was their true power. Luffy's human fruit, model, Nika, provided the bug-like ability of imagination, allowing fighting with absolute freedom, even partial reality warping. The fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon, granted control over natural elements. Fire. Lightning. Storms. All these natural forces fell under the command of the Azure Dragon user. Kaido's Thunderbagua utilized lightning to supercharge his hybrid form, achieving near-instantaneous speed, so fast that even observation haki capable of seeing the future couldn't reliably dodge it. That's right. The rumble fruit, and other powerful elemental logias, could, through the trait system, perfectly synergize with and enhance the fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon. It could elevate the Azure Dragon's innate elemental control to an entirely new level, making its power even more terrible. Even without the boost from powerful logias like Rumble, the element-controlling Azure Dragon fruit was already incredibly strong, earning Kaido the title, World's Strongest Creature, unbeatable one-on-one. With the addition of top-tier logia abilities like Rumble, how terrifyingly powerful could the Azure Dragon fruit become? Rowen eagerly anticipated finding out. Rowen clenched his fist, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Physique energy contained within smoke fruit, Apex Purple, has been digested. Superhuman demonic physique, Apex Purple, enhanced. The gains continued. Another notification appeared, visible only to Rowen. When Rowen plundered a devil fruit trait, the inherent physical energy contained within it was also absorbed and automatically digested. The physical energy plundered from Smoker boosted Rowen's superhuman demonic physique trait by the equivalent of 1 apex purple tier upgrade material. Eating the smoke fruit turned Smoker into a smoke human. Filling his room with smoke was his way of training the fruit's power, pushing towards awakening. This process, because he was smoke, naturally enhanced Smoker's physique as well, granting him apex purple level physical stats. But now, that physical energy belonged to Rowen. Born of the Sea, apex gold, activated. Armament hockey strengthened. The hockey training cheat code activated again, further increasing Rowen's armament hockey intensity. Ha! Under Tashiji's disbelieving gaze, Rowen's hands dissolved into swirling smoke. Smoke. That's Captain Smoker's ability. WY. Tashiji stammered, her eyes wide with horror. No matter how many times I see it, your ability is terrifying, Rowen. Being able to steal everything from someone else, Zoro commented, watching Rowen's arms turn to smoke. A smirk touched his lips, but a faint bead of cold sweat also appeared on his brow. Good thing Rowen is our comrade. An ability that could strip someone of everything was truly frightening. Just witnessing it sent a chill down his spine. Ah. This ability isn't half bad, Rowen remarked, experiencing elemental transformation for the first time. The sensation was strange but intriguing. His lips curved slightly. Just as expected. Like Sabo being able to wield the flare fruit powerfully immediately after eating it, devil fruit abilities didn't actually require development. Before awakening, their strength depended primarily on the user's physique. Because the moment you ate the smoke fruit, you became a smoke human. Using its powers was as instinctive as a normal person waving their arms, there was no inherent difficulty. The feeling of becoming a natural element, truly strange. Rowen smirked. Ability acquired. Let's go, Rowen said, turning to Zoro. Got it. Zoro dropped the sea stone jit he was holding and followed Rowen. Wait. Tashiji's voice stopped Rowen. WY. Why do these evil things? You should be a good person. I could feel it, you weren't lying, you truly acknowledged my dream, you respected me, treated me as a swordsman, not just as a woman inherently weaker than men. But you killed Captain Nezumi of the 16th branch, and you did this to Captain Smoker, why? Why do these evil things? Tashiji yelled, tears streaming down her face, her voice cracking with anguish and confusion. The first person to acknowledge her dream, the first to truly respect her as a swordsman, the first person Tashiji felt truly understood her. Why was he a pirate? Why did he do such terrible things? Evil deeds. Rowen turned back, looking at the tearful Tashiji. Regarding good and evil. I have no need to explain myself. You only need to know this, you have your dream. And I have my ambition. Rowen declared, spreading his arms wide, a powerful, confident curve to his lips. Rowen wouldn't bother with justifications about Captain Nezumi's corruption, or the hypocrisy of Marine HQ serving the celestial dragons, masking their actions under the guise of justice. Does a king need to explain his actions to others? Ambition. Tashiji stared blankly at Rowen. That's right. From here on out, I will stand above all. Rowen declared, laughing boldly. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sky above suddenly darkened, storm clouds gathering rapidly as fierce winds began to howl. Looks like we need to leave, Rowen commented, sensing the abrupt, unnatural weather shift, a knowing smile touching his lips. This was the power of Luffy's father. Monkey D. Dragon. I can't accept it. You shouldn't do evil things. Tashiji yelled into the whipping wind and rain, staring at Rowen's back. Then, strive to become stronger. You are a swordsman, are you not? Solve this the swordsman's way. Whether I am good or evil, what kind of person I am, follow in my footsteps, watch closely, Tashiji. Rowen called back over his shoulder, not pausing as he walked away with Zoro into the brewing storm. I will definitely capture you. Rowen. Tashiji screamed into the tempest, her voice filled with heartbroken determination. I'll be waiting. Ha 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 ha. Rowen's laughter echoed, then vanished into the wind and rain. Chapter 64, Great Terror Incarnate. Logtown, execution platform. Ha 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 ha. Can't move now, can you? Monkey D. Luffy. Buggy cackled maniacally. Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through to get my body parts back? You damn bastard. Buggy snarled, his expression turning vicious. I can't pull free. Luffy struggled, his head and hands firmly locked in the stocks on the execution platform. Behold. My thousands, no, billions of servants worldwide. The flashy public execution is about to begin. Buggy roared, laughing at the crowd of townspeople held captive by his crew in the plaza below. Monkey D. Luffy. Consider it an honor. To die in the same place as the king of the pirates. Ha 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 ha. Buggy gloated, relishing Luffy's struggles. Luffy wasn't even listening to Buggy, still desperately trying to break free from the stocks. Monkey D. Luffy. For the grave crime of boldly pissing me off, you shall hereby be flashily executed. Let the festivities begin. Men. Buggy laughed grandly. The buggy pirate grunts surrounding the platform erupted in cheers and jeers. Whoa, cool. This is my first time seeing an execution. Luffy suddenly grinned, looking at the celebrating buggy pirates. You're the one being executed. Buggy roared, transforming into his sharp-toothed angry state. Me. Luffy's smile froze, pointing at himself. Are you kidding me? Luffy's eyes bulged out as he yelled back, adopting his own angry, sharp-toothed expression. You're the one kidding me. Buggy roared back furiously. This airhead brat. Still infuriating him just as much. The flashy public execution begins now. Buggy announced loudly to the crowd. No. Stop. Help. Luffy finally realized the gravity of the situation and started wailing desperately. Jai-ha-ha-ha. Buggy cackled, hearing Luffy's cries. That's more like it. Now this feels like a proper public execution. After suffering so much to get here and exact revenge on this rubber bastard, this was the sound he wanted to hear. Suddenly, Buggy wasn't in a rush anymore. He wanted to savor this beautiful sound a little longer. Eventually, Luffy's cries weakened, he was exhausted. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please save me, Luffy pleaded weakly. Like hell I'll save you. You idiot. Buggy flared up again. Even now, he was still spouting such naive, infuriating nonsense. But, any last words? Seeing as you have such a large audience, Buggy taunted, hoping to hear more desperate cries from the rubber brat. Luffy lifted his head, looking out at the crowd below. Whatever. Doesn't matter if you have last words or not. You're dying either way, Buggy said impatiently when Luffy remained silent. Luffy began slowly. Oh. Buggy leaned in, interested. I am the man who will become king of the pirates. Luffy roared, his voice thundering through the plaza. The crowd below stared, utterly stunned. He said pirate king. And in this town, of all places. How bold. Time for you to go, rubber bastard, Buggy sneered, raising a large executioner's blade. NNGH. Luffy strained against the stocks with all his might. Hey. Hold that execution. Two angry shouts echoed from the edge of the plaza. Zoro. Sanji. Rowen, hearing their voices, Luffy's face lit up with immense relief and joy. Hey. What's with that pathetic look? There's a limit to joking around, Luffy, Zoro called out, tying his bandana around his head as he looked up at Luffy on the platform. If this is supposed to be entertainment, mind if I join in? Sanji added, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He had heard about Luffy's execution and rushed over, meeting up with Rowen along the way. Buggy, you really don't learn, do you? Rowen remarked, looking at Buggy with a faint, knowing smirk. Towards Buggy, Rowen only had one thought, your trait is really useful, thanks. Back in Orange Town, Rowen, possessing only his Conqueror's Haki as a reliable offensive tool, couldn't do much against Buggy directly. He had needed Luffy, his employee, to handle the fight so he could acquire the Born of the Sea trait. But now, things were completely different. Rowen focused his gaze on Buggy, a crimson-black light flickering in his eyes. Rowen. Well, long time no see. Buggy laughed loudly. Our Rowen. Is that Sky Sovereign Rowen? The great pirate with a 100 million berry bounty. Why yeah. That's him. Looks exactly like his wanted poster. Hearing Buggy call out the name, the captive townspeople erupted in panicked murmurs. Someone pulled out Rowen's wanted poster, compared it, and broke out in a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Some even collapsed weakly to the ground. The great pirate with a 100 million berry bounty. Damn it. Even Sky Sovereign Rowen showed up. A pirate worth 100 million berry. One of the marine officers, wearing the standard Justice coat of a Logetown branch officer rank, felt sweat pour down his brow. A contingent of Logetown Marines had surrounded the plaza earlier. They had initially planned to let Buggy the Clown and Straw Hat Luffy fight it out, then arrest the weakened victor. But now, with the appearance of Sky Sovereign Rowen, a 100 million berry pirate, the situation had spiraled completely out of their control. Still no contact with Captain Smoker. A 100 million berry pirate isn't someone we can handle, the marine officer yelled frantically at the communications soldier beside him. No sir. Still can't reach him. The communications soldier stammered, equally drenched in sweat, staring with terrified eyes at the men who, despite being on the periphery, seemed to be the absolute center of attention. Sky Sovereign Rowen, so this was the presence of a 100 million berry pirate. So terrifying. Just standing there, he made them feel weak, wanting only to flee. Rowen. Don't think you can save this rubber bastard with your conqueror's hockey. Even for you, it's too late. What a shame. Buggy cackled gleefully. His crew couldn't withstand Rowen's hockey, but he could. Once this rubber idiot was dealt with, the strongest fighter left in Rowen's crew would be Roranoa Zoro. And against a swordsman without hockey, Buggy, the user of the chop-chop fruit, had no fear. Victory, this time, it belonged to him, Buggy. Just gotta take out these pirates, right? Cut down the execution platform. Sanji and Zoro charged towards the platform simultaneously. Buggy's pirate grunts immediately swarmed forward, blocking their path. Ha ha ha. Realized your conqueror's hockey can't stop me, feeling helpless now, are you? Rowen. Seeing Rowen not even bothering to unleash his hockey, Buggy laughed with triumphant malice. Swoosh. The next moment, Buggy swung the executioner's blade down towards Luffy's neck. Rowen. Zoro. Sanji. Nami. Usopp. At that final moment, Luffy beamed, a truly stunning smile spreading across his face. Sorry guys, looks like I'm dead. He smiled. The townspeople watching the execution, who had already started fleeing to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, froze in absolute shock. Whiteout. Whoosh. Rowen's arms dissolved into swirling white smoke, shooting forward with incredible speed, instantly ensnaring Buggy. I didn't give you permission to die, Luffy, Rowen stated, a smirk playing on his lips. Rowen. Why you ate a devil fruit? Luffy stared in amazement at the smoke binding Buggy. White blow. Whoosh. Whoosh. Rowen's eyes narrowed, unleashing more of the smoke fruit's power. From the smoke originating from his arms, countless smoky tendrils erupted, shooting out and capturing all of Buggy's nearby crew members. MMPH. MMPH. The smoke continued to spread, enveloping the faces of Buggy's captured crew. Amidst muffled, pained gasps, Buggy's pirates began to suffocate. The smoke fruit, while not adding much raw offensive power, possessed the terrifying ability to suffocate anyone trapped within its dense clouds. Without hockey, being caught by the smoke meant certain death. Even a lower-tier Logia fruit was effectively invincible in the East Blue. This is. Sanji stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. The Logia-type smoke fruit. The ability Rowen acquired, Zoro explained grimly, watching the spectacle. So strong. He had underestimated the power of this ability when Rowen defeated Smoker so easily earlier. Without hockey, getting caught by this power meant complete helplessness, even suffocation. Logia fruits, truly powerful abilities. And according to Rowen, the smoke fruit was considered relatively weak among Logias. Stronger ones were like forces of nature. Zoro gripped Wado Ikemanji tightly. No more messing around. I have to learn hockey, as soon as possible. That's a Logia ability. No. That ability, doesn't it belong to the captain of this branch, Smoker? How? How do you have that ability? Buggy stared in disbelief at the smoke holding him captive. He was completely powerless against it. Having been an apprentice on Roger's ship, Buggy certainly understood the power of Logia devil fruits. Without hockey, you were nothing but a lamb to the slaughter before a Logia user. But that wasn't the main point. Buggy's eyes widened in absolute horror as he stared at Rowen. This ability, it was famous in the East Blue. It belonged to the captain of the Logetown Marine Branch, the men known as White Chase Smoker. The Logia smoke fruit. How? How did Rowen possess this ability? Heh. How do you think I have this ability? Rowen smiled. That smile, in Buggy's eyes, was utterly terrifying. Cold sweat drenched Buggy's entire body. The horror in his eyes was impossible to conceal. You can steal other people's abilities. Buggy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. That was the only explanation. A power like that, he thought he'd heard whispers of something similar from Captain Roger. Buggy's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at Rowen, as if gazing upon some great terror incarnate. Who knows? Rowen replied, having no intention of satisfying Buggy's curiosity, his lips curling into a smirk. Kingly disposition increased. Conqueror's hockey intensity increased. Just as expected. Demonstrating overwhelming power serves as a deterrent and boosts hockey too. Rowen relished the look of absolute terror in Buggy's eyes, a domineering curve forming on his lips. This feeling is really good. Ha! Then, under Buggy's despairing gaze, the smoke fully enveloped his face. Deprived of oxygen, he lost consciousness. Smoke fruit. That's Captain Smoker's ability. What in the world happened? What's going on? Outside the plaza, the Marine officer was on the verge of a complete breakdown. They couldn't reach Captain Smoker, and now the 100 million berry pirate possessed Captain Smoker's ability. What the hell happened? Sir! What do we do? The surrounding Marines were panicking too. Their greatest source of confidence in Logtown, Captain Smoker's smoke fruit, was now in the hands of Sky Sovereign Rowen. Nightmare. This has to be a nightmare. Shishishi. Thanks, Rowen. Still alive. Score. Freed by Rowen, Luffy grinned broadly. Alright, let's prepare to set sail. A storm's coming, Rowen announced, sensing the unnatural intensity of the wind and rain that had begun to fall. Having acquired Nami's climate sense trait, and now possessing the smoke Logia ability, Rowen could clearly perceive that this storm was unnatural. This was the power of a devil fruit. Unquestionably, it belonged to Luffy's father, the revolutionary leader, Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon hadn't intervened to save Luffy directly as he might have in other circumstances. There was only one possibility. Dragon's observation haki had reached a level where he could briefly glimpse the future. He must have seen that Rowen would save Luffy, hence his non-intervention. Observation haki perfected to see the future, truly a troublesome power. Once I have more trait materials to spare, I need to upgrade my observation haki to that level too. Rowen's own observation haki couldn't detect any trace of Dragon's presence. He wasn't surprised. At his current level, sensing a master who had perfected observation haki was unrealistic. Unless Dragon chose to reveal himself, Rowen couldn't track him. I wonder if his ability is a Logia, or a mythical Zoan that controls storms. Rowen wasn't disappointed, though. They were destined to meet eventually, anyway. Let's go. Back to the Mary. Nami should be there already, Rowen instructed, he had already arranged these details. Damn it. Move, arrest Sky Sovereign Rowen and Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Regardless, we are Marines. Seeing Rowen's group preparing to leave, the Marine officer grit his teeth and roared the command. Wait. A sharp command stopped the officer in his tracks. Captain Smoker. Seeing the extremely weakened Smoker approaching, supported by Tashigi, the officer felt a surge of relief, as if finding his anchor. Captain Smoker. Those are pirates worth 45 million and 100 million berry. We can't let them enter the Grand Line. The officer was terrified but resolute. As Marines, how could they retreat? My ability has been taken by Sky Sovereign Rowen. Fighting further will only lead to pointless sacrifices. Smoker stated, his voice filled with bitterness and frustration. He was so furious, so humiliated, he felt like grinding his teeth to dust. But should he send his subordinates to die for the sake of his own wounded pride? Sky Sovereign Rowen. He actually stole his smoke fruit ability. And along with it, his physical strength too. What a terrifying man. Smoker still felt a lingering sense of horror. What kind of ability was that? Watching Rowen's group depart, Smoker clenched his fists. Arrest Buggy's entire crew. Smoker roared, channeling his frustration into the command. Watching Rowen leave unchallenged, this feeling of powerlessness drove Smoker nearly mad. Sir. The Logtown Marines, despite arresting the now defenseless Buggy pirates, shouted their response with tragic solemnity. Humiliation. But, before that man, he's powerless. Let's go, Tashigi. Back to headquarters, with me, Smoker said, looking at the silent Tashigi beside him, then tilting his head back, letting the rain fall freely on his face. Yes, sir, Tashigi replied quietly, her head bowed. You feel frustrated too, right? Remember this frustration. Then, get stronger. I apologize for not respecting your identity as a swordsman before, Tashigi, Smoker said gruffly. The one who truly understood Tashigi turned out to be Rowen. The irony was bitter. Smoker closed his eyes. Tashigi bit her lip hard, tears mixing with the rain streaming down her face. That man, Rowen. The first person to truly acknowledge her dream, treat her as an equal, respect her as a swordsman. He made her realize that wasting time here wouldn't help her achieve her dream. She had to get stronger. Then, she would capture him. And finally, tell Rowen, thank you. Chapter 65, Bonus, the most dangerous ability. The Grand Line. Starts now. Logtown Harbor. Click. Click. Moji the Beast Tamer, alongside his pet lion Richie, crouched beside the Going Merry. Moji frantically struck matches, trying to light the fuse of explosives intended to destroy the Mary. Damn it. Why did it have to rain now? Moji yelled in frustration. Tap. 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 Just then, footsteps approached. Moji looked up. It's you. The thief girl. Moji snarled, recognizing Nami rushing towards the ship laden with bags. If it weren't for Nami tying up Captain Buggy's body parts, they wouldn't have suffered so much hardship. Richie almost got eaten by natives on some small island. Get her. Richie. Take them out. Moji commanded, pointing at Nami. Usopp. Quick. Deal with that lion. Nami ordered. Me. Usopp's face turned grim as he looked at the enormous lion. But, this was the first step towards becoming a brave warrior of the sea. He, Usopp, was a brave man acknowledged even by Rowen. Usopp let out a battle cry and raised his slingshot. Special attack. Egg star, Usopp loaded a raw egg and fired it towards Richie's eye. In this downpour, his powerful gunpowder-based pellets were useless. Hitting the lion's eye with an egg was the best tactic Usopp could think of on the spot. Splat. The egg hit the ground harmlessly. Crap. My hand slipped because of the rain. Usopp yelled, clutching his head. Nami's eye twitched. Could this guy ever pull through? And Rowen actually thinks highly of him. Mroar. But the next moment, Richie, who had been charging forward, saw the broken egg on the ground and happily started licking it up. Hey! Richie! What are you doing? Moji yelled. Phew! Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Now's our chance. To the ship! Nami shouted. Damn it! If that's how it is, then I will handle this myself. Seeing Richie was useless, Moji roared. Anyway, the troublesome ones weren't here, especially that Sky Sovereign Rowen with his 100 million berry bounty. That terrifying monster who could knock them out with just a glance. Good thing Captain Buggy said he could handle that guy. Besides, only the thief girl and that obviously weak long-nosed guy were here now. Moji let out a roar and prepared to charge. Whiteout. Fwoosh. Whoosh. Two swirling columns of smoke shot out, instantly ensnaring the panicked Moji and Richie. Richie's massive body offered no resistance. What is this? I can't move. Moji yelled in panic. A row. A row. Richie whimpered fearfully. Nami's eyes, however, lit up with pleasant surprise. That sound. Nami knew it well. Rowen. Nami turned, seeing Rowen approaching in the distance, and called out happily. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Seeing the newcomer, Moji's face turned green with terror. Why? Didn't Captain Buggy say he would deal with this guy? Richie let out terrified whimpers. Rowen. Why your arms? Usopp stammered, staring in shock as Rowen's arms transformed into smoke, extending to capture Richie and Moji. Rowen. You did it. Nami exclaimed joyfully. Nami and Rowen, naturally, shared everything. Rowen's plan here involved obtaining this devil fruit power from the local marine captain. Nami knew this, of course. But Nami also knew that if she went along, she would only slow him down. Besides, Rowen never acted without confidence. She trusted him completely. Of course, seeing him succeed now filled Nami with genuine happiness for him. That's right. This is the Logia-type smoke fruit, Rowen replied, smiling at Nami. Logia-type. Suji. Usopp gasped in awe. Thanks to Rowen, Usopp and the others' knowledge of the world had expanded significantly. Usopp now had a basic understanding of devil fruit classifications, Zoan, Paramecia, and the rarest, Logia. Logia types, especially, allowed users to transform into natural elements. Without Haki, physical attacks were useless against them, leaving opponents like lambs to the slaughter. Witnessing such a miraculous ability firsthand, Usopp was filled with wonder. Shishishi. Rowen's so fast. Behind Rowen, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were sprinting towards the harbor. Luffy looked amazed. Yeah. Logia devil fruits, truly powerful abilities, Zoro nodded in agreement. They had been heading this way together, but Rowen had gone ahead. They saw Rowen's lower body instantly dissolve into smoke, propelling him forward like a rocket engine, reaching the harbor at incredible speed. Rowen said this smoke fruit is just a lower-tier Logia. I can't even imagine how terrifying the truly powerful Logia abilities must be. They must be like actual natural disasters, Sanji commented, his expression filled with awe. Then just have Rowen find you a powerful devil fruit ability, shitty cook, Zoro deliberately provoked Sanji. You damn mosshead. You know my dream is the all blue. You're doing that on purpose. Sanji's forehead veins bulged as he started brawling with Zoro, who wore an expression clearly saying, "Yes, I did it on purpose." To find the all-blue, the legendary sea where the four blues converge, swimming ability was crucial. Becoming unable to swim was unacceptable. This was why Rowen never suggested finding powerful devil fruits for his comrades. While devil fruits offered immense power boosts, only Rowen, with his system, could bypass the side effects. Anyone else who ate a devil fruit would become unable to swim. For Sanji and others, this was unacceptable. Their dreams required them to be able to swim. The same applied to Nami. Nami's traits were well suited for a powerful Logia fruit, but her dream was to draw a map of the entire world. Charting certain sea regions required Nami to enter the water herself, exploring personally to ensure accuracy. Therefore, Nami wouldn't eat a devil fruit, and Rowen wouldn't suggest it. On these seas, for those with dreams, pursuing those dreams was the main theme. Devil fruits and power were merely tools in service of that goal. The best way for Nami to gain significant combat power would be to acquire Zeus, the homie created by Big Mom using the Soul fruit. Of course, under Rowen's guidance, Usopp had already begun developing the climate act. Shishishi. Rowen and the others are about to board. We gotta hurry up too. Luffy yelled, seeing Rowen's group preparing to board the Mary and noticing their own distance from the ship. A mischievous, "I have an idea," expression crossed his face. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy grabbed onto a nearby building, stretching his rubber arm dramatically. Smack. Luffy swung his arm around, grabbing Zoro and Sanji, who had stopped fighting upon hearing Luffy, along with the building. Hey! Luffy. You're not thinking of. Zoro, having been tricked many times before, felt his face twitch uncontrollably. Let's go. Rocket, Luffy roared with laughter. Luffy. You bastard. Amidst Zoro and Sanji's enraged curses, the three of them shot towards the going Mary like a projectile. Thump. Under Rowen's amused gaze, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji slammed into the Mary's mainsail, slowly sliding down onto the deck. Shishishi. Safe landing. Luffy, immune to the impact thanks to his rubber body, immediately bounced up from the deck, yelling energetically. I'll cut you down someday. You bastard. Zoro groaned, dizzy from the crash, his eye twitching. Damn it. Once I learn hockey, I'm gonna kick your rubber ass. Sanji yelled, also feeling dizzy from the impact. Sanji, want me to bring this lion aboard? You could cook it, Rowen suggested, pointing at the terrified Richie. Lion. Sanji shook his slightly woozy head, looking at the massive lion still held captive and immobile by Rowen's smoke power. Aro. Richie whimpered pitifully, eyes wide with fear. Not again. He had barely escaped being eaten by natives on that island. Now that he was finally reunited with his tamer and Captain Buggy, why did people still want to eat him? Lion meat, huh? Didn't buy the right spices to handle gamey meat like that, it might be too strong. And the ship's cold storage isn't big enough for something this large anyway, Sanji analyzed seriously, rubbing his chin. When it came to cooking, Sanji was meticulous. He had already calculated and purchased just enough ingredients to perfectly fill the ship's current storage capacity. Is that so? Then let's just leave it here, Rowen replied. He didn't like gamey meat anyway. He then activated his smoke power, suffocating both Richie and Moji. Regarding cooking, though, I did manage to buy an amazing elephant tuna. Sanji announced with a grin. He opened a large bundle, revealing the fish inside. It had a long trunk like an elephant's and beautiful patterns, measuring several meters long. I've prepared all the seasonings for it. Let's make this our celebratory first meal as we enter the Grand Line. Sanji's face glowed with anticipation. This was his first time cooking elephant tuna. As a chef, he was incredibly excited to discover its taste. Oh. Sounds exciting, Rowen commented, looking at the elephant tuna with interest. He had been curious about this fish's taste since his previous life. Now, he finally had the chance to try it. Especially that long nose, gotta see what that tastes like. Rowen smiled. YOSH. Brothers. Setting course for the Grand Line. Luffy yelled excitedly, standing on the deck and looking towards the distant horizon. Oh. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp grinned, raising their hands in response to Luffy. Their dreams could only be achieved on the Grand Line. Hard to port. Nami shouted excitedly, grabbing Rowen's arm. The strength of her grip conveyed her immense excitement. The Grand Line. Rowen gently patted Nami's hand on his arm, looking towards the horizon with a confident, powerful smile. Finally, setting foot on this legendary sea route. The next step, conquer it. And then, stand above all. Become a true king. These incredible potential traits acquired in the East Blue, only on the Grand Line could they truly begin to shine. A determined light flickered in Rowen's eyes. This was ambition. Have they departed? On a high rooftop in Logetown, a figure clad in a green cloak watched the merry sail away, a confident smile on his face. Crackle. A flash of lightning briefly illuminated the man's face, revealing intricate tribal tattoos covering one side, an imposing and powerful visage. Luffy's father. The revolutionary leader. Monkey D. Dragon. You've found yourself some good comrades, Luffy, Dragon murmured, a confident curve to his lips. And Sky Sovereign Rowen, was it? An unbelievable man. Dragon's eyes gleamed with intensity. To be able to directly strip others of their devil fruit abilities. And not just that. Although his attention had primarily been on Luffy earlier, he had used his observation haki to observe Smoker after Rowen took his smoke fruit. Smoker's presence, his strength, had diminished drastically. It was as if he had regressed into an ordinary person. If Rowen could merely steal abilities, that would be one thing. But if he could steal everything about a person, including their inherent strength, then the ability this man possessed was infinitely more dangerous, more terrifying, than even the legendary, most evil ability, the Dark Fruit. And for Rowen to possess such haki strength even before entering the Grand Line, his future impact was utterly unpredictable. At least, he couldn't foresee this man's future. But one thing Dragon was certain of, from the moment this man entered the Grand Line, the fate of the entire sea would irrevocably shift towards an unknown future. Fortunately, Rowen is a comrade chosen by Luffy. A slight smile touched Dragon's lips. He spread his arms wide. This sea. This era. How will you change it all? Will you run wild? Or will you lead it, towards the future I hope for? I eagerly await the answer. Sky Sovereign Rowen. And you too. Luffy. Dragon laughed heartily, his voice filled with power. Then, a gust of wind swept past, and Dragon's figure vanished from Logetown. Steady the ship. Nami yelled commands, expertly navigating the Merry through the raging storm. Hey! Look at that light. Is that a lighthouse on an island? Usopp, acting as lookout, pointed towards a beam of light piercing the tempest ahead. That's a guiding light on the sea. The entrance to the Grand Line is just beyond that light. Nami consulted the chart she'd taken from Buggy, her face alight with excitement. You're not gonna make us sail straight into that storm, are you? Usopp yelled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Thump. Just then, Rowen placed a large barrel in the center of the deck. Let's perform the ritual before entering the Grand Line. The pirate way. Rowen declared, laughing loudly. His powerful laughter wasn't drowned out even by the fierce storm. Before entering the Grand Line, state your reasons, your dreams. This was the ritual of the pirates of this era who still chase their dreams. I will stand above all. Rowen roared, slamming his right foot onto the barrel, laughing with absolute power. Crackle. Boom. The storm clouds overhead roiled violently in response. Conqueror's haki, especially haki strong enough to affect the physical world, could even influence the weather dramatically. I'm going to draw a map of the entire world. Nami declared, placing her foot next to Rowen's, her smile radiant with excitement. I'm going to find the all blue. Sanji added his foot, grinning eagerly. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Luffy yelled at the top of his lungs. I'm going to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro stated firmly, resting his hand on Wado Ikemanji, a fierce grin on his face. I am going to become a brave warrior of the sea. Though nervous, Usopp's voice held unwavering determination as he placed his foot on the barrel. Let's go. To the Grand Line. Luffy roared, grinning wildly. Crack. Rowen and the others laughed, then simultaneously lifted their feet from the barrel and slammed them back down. The barrel instantly exploded, sending sake spraying wildly through the storm. It drenched everyone. Even Rowen didn't use haki to deflect the flying liquor. Instead, alongside his comrades, he laughed heartily, letting the sake soak him completely. This was the pirates' ritual. Symbolizing that their dreams would eventually be realized. Chapter 66, The Calm Belt's Great Use. The Red Line. The Going Merry sailed towards the distant guiding light. Oh no. It's terrible. The light went out. Usopp yelled in panic, watching the faraway beacon suddenly extinguish. Lighthouses use lights, it's not surprising they go out sometimes. That's precisely why we need a navigator, isn't it? Rowen glanced at Nami with a smile. That's right. Don't worry, I remember the direction. Nami replied, puffing her chest out slightly, pleased by Rowen's praise. As expected of you, Nami. Luffy and the others gave her a thumbs up. Rowen looked fondly at Nami's slightly proud expression. This is tricky, though. If this continues, it'll be just like the legends say, Nami murmured, studying the Grand Line chart she'd taken from Buggy. What? Luffy asked curiously. Let's head inside the cabin first, Nami instructed. Slap. Inside the cabin, Nami slapped the chart down onto the table. The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain, Nami declared, pointing at the chart. What? Everyone except Rowen stared with shocked expressions. Yes. I hardly believe it myself, but look at the chart. The guiding light is clearly positioned on the red line, atop Reverse Mountain, Nami explained. What? Are we supposed to crash into a mountain? Usopp shrieked. Wait, isn't there a canal here? Zoro pointed to a waterway on the chart that seemed to flow up the red line. A canal? Don't be ridiculous. Even if there is a canal, a ship can't possibly sail up a mountain. Right, Rowen. Usopp asked, sweating nervously, looking towards Rowen, the most knowledgeable among them. No, Nami is correct, Rowen replied with a smile. Usopp looked utterly terrified. I've got the "I'll die if I climb a mountain" disease, he wailed dramatically. Relax. It's also called Reverse Mountain. We just need to ride the current into the entrance channel, and it will carry us up to the summit. Then, we ride the current down the other side, right into the Grand Line, Rowen explained, pointing at the chart with a smile. I see. It uses the ocean currents. Nami, with her exceptional navigational talent, understood immediately, her face lighting up with excitement. Zoro and the others also smiled in relief. However, the currents there are extremely strong. If we fail to enter the channel correctly, we'll genuinely crash into the red line. I hear that more than half the pirates aiming for the Grand Line perish before even entering it, Rowen added, looking at the crew with a mischievous glint in his eye, adopting his intimidating villain expression. Usopp started trembling uncontrollably. Sanji and Zoro's eyes twitched. Nami grabbed onto Rowen's arm, her face pale. Faced with the terrifying power of nature described, even Sanji and Zoro felt their hearts pound with apprehension. But don't worry. My ability can prevent that from happening, Rowen chuckled, seeing the crew's terrified reactions. His smoke fruit ability allowed him to freely solidify his smoke for attacks or use its elemental form for capturing and manipulation. Even within strong currents, subtly altering their course should be possible. At the very least, entering the Grand Line channel wouldn't be a problem, they wouldn't need the near-death experience from the original story. You should have said so sooner. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp yelled simultaneously, exasperated. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Your expressions were just too funny. Rowen laughed heartily. Seriously. Don't scare me like that, Rowen. Nami leaned against Rowen's shoulder, wrinkling her nose cutely. I was about to say, if we can't use the entrance, maybe we should just detour south and enter from there, Zoro said, relieved, managing a smile. The chart did show an alternate southern route into the Grand Line. That wouldn't work, Nami immediately refuted. Right. Nami's right. Luffy instantly agreed. Nami felt a flicker of gratification. Maybe Luffy isn't a complete idiot after all. We have to go through the entrance. That's the exciting way. Luffy declared loudly, pointing at Zoro. You moron. That's not the reason. Nami transformed into her sharp-toothed angry state again. So much for Luffy making progress. Ha ha ha, Rowen chuckled, watching Luffy's antics. Huh? What's going on? The storm suddenly stopped, Usopp remarked, looking out the window curiously. It's really quiet. Just moments ago, it was pouring rain and howling wind, Sanji added. Yeah. Great weather. Luffy threw open the cabin door, grinning. You can still see the storm over there, but there's absolutely no wind here, Zoro observed, gazing at the distant storm clouds. And no. This can't be. We should be able to ride the current into the entrance. Seeing the clear weather, Nami, the navigator, turned deathly pale. What's wrong? Seeing Nami's unusual panic, everyone except Rowen looked concerned. We're in the calm belt, aren't we? Rowen stated, stepping out of the cabin. He felt the utter stillness of the air, not a breath of wind. All the merry sails hung completely limp. A slight smile touched his lips. Calm belt. Luffy and the others looked confused. Yes. The calm belt. Quick, furl the sails. We need to row back into the storm. Nami urged frantically. Why are you panicking? This is a sailboat. Why do we have to row? Luffy asked curiously. Yeah, why go back into the storm? Usopp added. Stop asking questions. Just do as I say, you idiots. Nami yelled desperately. But the weather's so nice now, Zoro commented, stretching lazily. Rowen. Please tell them. You know about the calm belt, you must know what's here. Nami pleaded, looking at Rowen, her face utterly pale. I know. Just like you mentioned detouring south earlier, our ship is currently drifting south, Rowen replied, seeing Nami's terror, then glanced at Zoro with a smile. Huh? Does that mean we're already in the Grand Line? Zoro asked cluelessly. Idiot. If it were that easy, everyone could get into the Grand Line. Nami snapped, transforming into her sharp-toothed state again. Besides Rowen, is there anyone reliable on this ship? Listen up. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two long strips of ocean. These are the calm belts. Just like the name says, there's absolutely no wind here. Nami explained urgently. So what? Zoro and the others still didn't understand the problem. Because, besides having no wind, this place also has some very interesting inhabitants, Rowen added, his lips curling as he gazed down at the sea surface. His observation hockey detected presences in the water below. Krashum. The next moment, the sea surface erupted violently. A colossal creature emerged from the depths, lifting the Going Merry entirely out of the water on its head. What's happening? An earthquake. Usopp screamed in panic. Moron. How can there be an earthquake at sea? Sanji yelled back. Then, everyone except Rowen froze, utterly stunned. Several terrifyingly massive creatures had surfaced around them. And the Going Merry was perched precariously atop the head of one of these behemoths. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This is a Sea King nest. And they're huge. Nami shrieked, clinging onto Rowen for dear life, tears streaming down her face from sheer terror. Giant Sea Kings, huh? Must be very nutritious. Sanji, interested in catching one for dinner. Rowen asked casually, looking at Sanji. The Sea Kings in the calm belt were entirely different from those found elsewhere. Their size started at several hundred meters, with 1,000-meter ones being common. Deep below, creatures exceeding 5,000 meters lurked. These Sea Kings were the true apex predators of the ocean. Rowen still remembered the taste of Momo, the sea cow Arlong kept. These supergiant Sea Kings should taste even better. Don't say things like that. These monsters are probably thousands of meters long. Sanji stammered, his face turning grim. How could you possibly cook a monster that size? Rowen. Please. Don't fight them. Nami pleaded, clinging to Rowen like an adorable koala, looking up with pitiful, tear-filled eyes. All right, Rowen relented, gently patting Nami's head comfortingly as he looked at her pale, terrified face. The Merry certainly didn't have the space to store one of these behemoths anyway. But someday. I definitely have to taste a giant calm belt Sea King. Rowen smirked inwardly. And this sea held another purpose for Rowen. Swimming across this sea, the disposition gained via Born of the Sea would be many times greater than in other waters. For Sea Kings, especially giant ones, to choose this area as their nesting ground indicated the sea's energy here was far more potent than elsewhere. One of the three ancient weapons, Poseidon, could command these very giant Sea Kings. One could only imagine the sheer power contained within the nesting grounds of such creatures. Rowen, through his Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, trait, could clearly sense the immense sea energy permeating this region. And crossing the calm belt? It was simple enough. Rayleigh had once swum across the calm belt himself, astonishing the world. I'll have to ask Rayleigh later what kind of physical standard is needed to swim across the calm belt. Rowen smiled faintly. Phew. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy collectively sighed in relief when they saw Rowen relent at Nami's pleading. They looked at Nami with immense gratitude. Thank goodness Rowen listens to Nami. Otherwise, fighting monsters like these. Rowen, being a Logia user with strong haki, wouldn't be afraid. But they wouldn't survive. Listen up. The moment this monster submerges, we row like hell. Zoro, who had been reluctant to row earlier, now gripped a giant oar tightly, sweating profusely as he instructed Sanji and Luffy. Right. Luffy and Sanji nodded grimly, also grabbing the Merry's large oars. Faced with monsters thousands of meters long, even Luffy knew this wasn't the time for recklessness. Ah. Chew. Just then, the giant Sea King supporting the Merry let out a tremendous sneeze. The Going Merry happened to be right near its nostrils. Oh. Luffy and the others screamed as they were launched into the air. White blow. Rowen's eyes narrowed, activating his smoke fruit. His arms dissolved into several streams of smoke, catching Luffy and the others safely. Nami was gently enveloped in smoke and placed beside Rowen. White out. Rowen commanded. Smoke surged beneath the Merry's hull, cushioning its landing gently back onto the sea surface. Not being cursed by the sea, Rowen could freely use his abilities even over the water. Whoa. Rowen. That frog is leaping at us. Before they could catch their breath, Nami screamed, pointing at a frog-like sea king jumping towards the Mary. Get lost. VMM. Holding Nami, the terrifying crimson-black light flared intensely in Rowen's eyes. Croak. Cold sweat instantly covered the frog sea king's body. It whimpered fearfully and dove back beneath the waves. Rowen. Suji. Luffy roared, his mouth wide open in awe. This scene felt familiar. Just like when Shanks saved him back then. So Shanks was using Conqueror's Haki too. Is this really the time for that? Row. Zoro and Sanji grabbed their oars and began rowing with frantic intensity. Luffy snapped back to reality and started rowing furiously as well. Under their combined desperate efforts, the Going Merry finally re-entered the stormy waters bordering the calm belt. Although back in the storm, Zoro and the others felt immense relief, collapsing onto the deck, gasping for breath. Now you see why we have to use the entrance channel, right? Nami yelled at Zoro and the others, still trembling slightly and clinging to Rowen, remembering their earlier dismissal of her warnings. Her legs still felt like jelly. That was interesting. We should go swimming in the calm belt next time, Rowen chuckled, holding the still shaken Nami, who felt almost boneless in his arms, and looking at the exhausted crew sprawled on the deck. Don't joke about that. Zoro and Sanji yelled back, transforming into their sharp-toothed angry states. Swim in a place like that? Are you crazy? Rowen, didn't you eat a devil fruit? How can you still swim? Luffy suddenly asked, tilting his head curiously. I'm special. Even with devil fruit powers, I can still swim, Rowen replied with a smirk. Suji. Luffy's eyes widened in amazement. He had thought he wouldn't be the only one on the ship unable to swim anymore. Luffy looked at Rowen with immense envy. Being unable to swim as a pirate had been Luffy's biggest regret since eating his devil fruit. I wasn't entirely joking. Swimming across the calm belt would actually be great training for your Haki, both now and for future development, Rowen added, smiling at Zoro and Sanji. Although they lacked the Born of the Sea trait, conquering the calm belt with its countless giant sea kings would significantly strengthen their willpower and spirit. Even if it didn't directly boost their Haki like Rowen's trait did for him, the experience would greatly benefit their future Haki training and growth. And the reason conquering the entire Grand Line made someone the Pirate King likely stemmed from this principle too. Conquering nature itself also strengthens the spirit, which in turn strengthens Haki. This was also one reason why Devil Fruit users often had a harder time developing Haki compared to non-users. Being unable to swim prevented them from directly confronting and conquering the sea in the same way. Furthermore, during perilous voyages on the Grand Line, their inability to swim often led to greater fear and panic in dangerous situations, hindering the development of their willpower and thus making Haki growth more difficult. But conquering the most terrifying sea, the entire Grand Line, as the captain of the crew that achieved it, would forge unparalleled Haki. However, for others, this process of strengthening Haki through conquering nature still required subsequent training and combat experience to fully manifest. Whereas Rowen, with his Haki training cheat code, Born of the Sea, could directly enhance his Haki. Zoro and Sanji looked conflicted upon hearing Rowen's words. They desperately wanted to learn Haki. But swimming across a sea teeming with those monsters. Zoro and Sanji shivered involuntarily. Maybe after they got a bit stronger. How about it, Usopp? If you swim across, you'll truly become a brave warrior of the sea. Rowen clapped the green-faced Usopp on the back, laughing. I think I need more training first, Usopp stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, Rowen laughed at Usopp's reaction. He was mostly teasing, anyway. None of them had even awakened Haki yet. Even Rowen himself needed more training. Rowen then pointed ahead. Soon, we should be able to see it. Reverse Mountain, Rowen stated, his lips curling into a smile. Soon, following Nami's directions through the storm, a colossal mountain, so vast its peak was hidden by clouds, loomed before them. Look. I see it. Luffy yelled. It's huge. Usopp gasped, his mouth agape. That current. It really is flowing up the mountain. Nami exclaimed, clutching Rowen's arm tightly in amazement. Chapter 67, Bonus, One Piece. Princess Vivi. Rumble. Rumble. Veiled by clouds, the Red Line, a continent so immense it seemed borderless, loomed majestically over the sea. Before Rowen and the crew lay the specific section containing the entrance to the Grand Line. Most astonishingly, cutting through this seemingly endless landmass was a narrow, uphill channel. Currents from all four blues converged here, funneling into this channel and surging upwards towards the mountain summit, hence the name, Reverse Mountain. Ships from the four blues wishing to enter the Grand Line simply needed to ride these currents up the channel. Suji. The current is really climbing the mountain. Usopp yelled, utterly amazed. Truly magnificent, Rowen laughed, listening to the roar of the current and watching the colossal stream surge uphill. Such a majestic spectacle could only exist in the unique seas of the One Piece world. Before the awesome power of nature, human strength seemed insignificant. Of course, in the One Piece world, the truly strong could conquer the sea, conquer nature itself. Rowen gazed at the massive, reverse-flowing current, the crimson-black light in his eyes intensifying. But, if you miss the entrance, can't you just turn the ship around, recalibrate, and try again? Why did you say more than half the ships are destroyed before even entering the Grand Line, Rowen? Zoro asked, voicing a logical question. Because Reverse Mountain is a winter island, Rowen replied, smiling towards Nami. Ah. I see. Nami instantly understood upon hearing Rowen's explanation, gasping slightly. What does that mean? Zoro and the others asked curiously. Because Reverse Mountain is a winter island within the Grand Line, the currents that crash against it plunge from the surface down into the depths. If you don't enter the canal precisely, the currents will smash your ship against the red line, shipwrecked and doomed, Nami explained, applying her navigational knowledge. Basically, it's an incredible mountain. Luffy concluded with a smile, rubbing his chin, showcasing his usual terrible naming sense. Forget it. I don't expect you to understand, Nami sighed helplessly, then turned to Rowen with a smile. But Rowen, you're amazing. You know so much about navigation too. Nami's eyes sparkled. Her dream was to draw a map of the entire world, navigation was her passion. Being able to discuss these topics with Rowen filled her with happiness. Well, since your dream is to map the world, and you're so skilled at navigation, Nami, it's only natural I'd learn a little too, Rowen replied, seeing the sparkle in Nami's eyes, his lips curling slightly. He silently initiated the equipping process for Nami's navigation trait in his mind. Didn't expect this trait would have such conversational benefits. Must talk more with Nami about navigation later. Rowen saw the affection in Nami's eyes and gently patted her head. Given their current bond, the trait equipping process completed almost instantly. Nami felt incredibly touched, her eyes shining brightly. So, there's no turning back? Zoro asked, looking towards Reverse Mountain, a feral grin spreading across his face. Of course. To conquer the Grand Line, there's never any turning back. Only, forging straight ahead. Rowen declared, standing tall on the deck, gazing at the rapidly approaching entrance to the Grand Line, laughing powerfully. Take the helm. The current's pulling us in. Nami yelled, immediately taking command as they neared the upward surging canal. The powerful currents converging from the four seas made steering too difficult for Usopp alone. Sanji rushed over to help him manage the helm. Ha! Rowen planted himself firmly at the bow, his arms erupting into dense smoke. White out. Rowen unleashed the full power of his smoke fruit. Vast plumes of smoke wrapped around the Going Merry, then, pulled forcefully. Having now equipped Nami's navigation trait, Rowen could clearly sense the ship's trajectory through the smoke. Combined with his Logia powers, he guided the Going Merry smoothly into the skyward-bound channel. Whoosh! The Going Merry caught the powerful updraft, surging towards the mountain's summit. Yahoo! We're in! Luffy yelled, standing on deck with arms outstretched. Grand Line! Yahoo! Sanji and Usopp threw their arms around each other's shoulders, laughing excitedly. Amazing ability, Rowen. We thought the rudder was going to break. Your smoke really helped. Sanji and Usopp exclaimed, doing a nonsensical celebratory dance while looking gratefully at Rowen. Kingly disposition increased. Born of the Sea activated. Conqueror's Haki intensity increased. Seeing the notification and hearing Usopp and Sanji's praise, Rowen smiled. Just as expected. Conquering majestic nature also increases disposition, mental strength, which in turn strengthens Haki. And the magnitude of the increase seemed related to one's role as a leader or driving force during the act of conquering. Take the Roger pirates, who conquered the entire Grand Line. Roger, Rayleigh, and Gabon were undoubtedly the crew's main combatants. They likely gained the most mental strength during their journey, with Roger gaining the most of all, making him the man with the strongest Haki of his era. Meanwhile, apprentices like Buggy and Shanks probably gained negligible amounts from the journey itself. Haki is essentially the physical manifestation of willpower. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the Haki. Ha ha ha. Rowen spread his arms wide, reveling in the sea energy surging from the upward current, laughing freely and joyously. With the Born of the Sea trait, all the sea energy nourished his spirit, making his Haki even stronger. Keep going straight up. Nami excitedly jumped onto Rowen's back, pointing towards the summit of Reverse Mountain, her smile radiant. Amazing. We're above the clouds. Luffy laughed heartily. Rowen, look. We're reaching the summit. Nami cheered, hugging Rowen tightly. Yeah. Rowen replied, holding Nami securely, a grin on his face. Whoosh. the Going Merry shot out from the top of the upward current, soaring briefly through the air. Yahoo! Luffy yelled, clutching his straw hat. Splash! The next moment, gravity took hold, and the Merry plunged back down, landing in the descending current, the convergence point where the waters from the Four Blues flowed into their final destination, the Grand Line. Just gotta ride this down, and we're in the Grand Line. Rowen laughed, looking at the sea faintly visible below the clouds. My hawk is out there. Zoro declared, gripping Wado Ikemanji, his eyes gleaming with determination. The All Blue is out there. Sanji added, a hopeful smile on his face. Proof of a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp rubbed his nose confidently. Gotta draw the perfect map. Nami murmured, leaning against Rowan's back, feeling the rush of air, her eyes sparkling. This is it. The world's greatest sea, the Grand Line. One Piece is out there somewhere on that sea. Luffy beamed, flashing his widest grin, clutching his hat. One Piece, huh? A smile touched Rowan's lips as well. On his path to becoming a king, Rowen intended to see for himself what this legendary treasure truly was. Let's go! Luffy yelled excitedly. Whoosh! The next moment, the Going Merry plunged into the clouds below. Nami squealed happily, enjoying the feeling of rushing through the clouds, hugging Rowen tightly. Moo. Just then, a low, mournful cry echoed faintly through the clouds. Did you guys hear something just now? Zoro asked, frowning slightly. Sound. Probably just the wind. This terrain is pretty weird, after all. Nami replied cheerfully, still caught up in the excitement. No, that wasn't the wind, Rowen stated calmly, his lips curling slightly. Nami, trusting Rowen implicitly, instantly tensed up. Rowen. Don't scare me, she pleaded, clinging tighter to his neck, her face paling slightly. Hey. Look. There's a mountain. Sanji, perched on the main mast keeping watch, yelled down, sweat beading on his forehead. Mountain. How can there be a mountain? From here, past Twin Capes, it should be open ocean as far as the eye can see. Nami exclaimed in disbelief. That's no mountain. It's a whale, Rowen corrected. His observation hockey, spreading out, had already detected the presence of the massive island whale ahead, Laboon. Truly enormous, literally the size of an island. Easily as big as some giant sea kings. Rowen felt a sense of awe. Moo. The next moment, the Merry broke through the clouds, and Laboon's colossal form appeared directly before them. What do we do? It's a whale as big as an island. Usopp screamed, tears welling up in his eyes. This wasn't one of his tall tales, this was real. Well. Wanna fight it? Rowen asked, rolling up his sleeves. No. Rowen. Don't fight it. Nami cried, almost sobbing. Rowen looked at Nami's terrified expression, felt her clinging even tighter, and smirked inwardly. Teasing Nami is quite fun. But it's blocking our path. If we keep going like this, we'll crash. Zoro stated, gripping Wado Ikemanji, guess we have no choice. Wait. It's like hitting a wall. We need to find its eyes first. Sanji yelled, putting his strategic mind to use. Right. It's so huge, and we're so small. Maybe it hasn't even noticed us. Usopp added hopefully. Looks like we can squeeze past on the left. Zoro pointed. Towards Laboon's left side. Hard to port. It's no good. The current's too strong. Rowen, can you help out with your smoke power again? Usopp and Sanji yelled, struggling with the helm. No need for that trouble. I've got a great idea. Seeing his comrades struggling, a metaphorical light bulb lit up above Luffy's head. He dashed into the cabin. Great idea. Everyone except Rowen looked puzzled. Luffy. Having a good idea. Rowen simply smiled knowingly. He had initially planned to use his smoke power to guide them, but with Nami clinging to him so tightly, well, compared to enjoying Nami's soft, trembling form pressed against him, letting Luffy handle this seemed like a fine alternative. Boom. The next moment, the sound of a cannon blast echoed. A cannonball exploded directly against Laboon's massive hide. The force of the explosion acted as a retro-rocket, slowly bringing the Going Merry to a halt. A cannon. Seeing Luffy's great idea, Usopp burst into tears of terror, while Zoro and Sanji facepalmed simultaneously. Nami buried her face in Rowen's back, pretending to be unconscious, seeking security there. Thwack. See. We stopped. Luffy emerged triumphantly from the cabin, only to see the Merry sheep figurehead broken off from the impact. My special seat. Luffy's eyes instantly turned bloodshot with rage. It didn't react to the cannon. Is it just really slow to react? Who cares? Let's get out of here while we can. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji, seeing the whale remained motionless, felt a surge of relief and prepared to row away quickly. You bastard. What did you do to my special seat? Wham! Just as they thought they were safe, Luffy's rubber fist stretched out and slammed directly into the whale's massive eye. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji felt tears stream down their faces in sheer despair. Wah! Nami simply gave up and buried her face deeper into Rowen's back. Moo! Startled by the attack, Laboon's enormous eye focused directly on the Going Merry. Bring it on. Luffy, still furious, roared defiantly, rolling up his sleeves. Thump. Will you shut up already? Zoro and Usopp simultaneously kicked Luffy, sending him flying. Ha ha ha. It's okay, it's okay. Leave it to me, Rowen laughed heartily, comforting Nami while finding Luffy's antics endlessly amusing. Luffy truly is one of a kind. Moo. Whoosh. Laboon opened its colossal mouth and inhaled sharply. Rumble. A terrifying suction force pulled the Going Merry, along with vast amounts of seawater, towards the whale's cavernous maw. Ah. Luffy, knocked off balance by Zoro and Usopp's kick, went tumbling towards the giant mouth. I can't die here. Goma Goma no. Luffy stretched his rubber arm, grabbing onto one of Laboon's massive teeth, then scrambled up the whale's enormous body. Kaya. Nami screamed, but was instantly enveloped and secured by a tendril of smoke. White launcher. Rowen's lower body dissolved into smoke, using the propulsion to carry Nami out of Laboon's closing mouth and up onto the whale's head. I thought I was going to die. Nami collapsed weakly into Rowen's arms. Chomp. Laboon's massive jaws snapped shut. Rowen. Nami. You're okay. Luffy exclaimed with relief upon seeing them, but then immediately clutched his head in panic again. Zoro. Usopp. Sanji. Bastard, spit out my comrades. Luffy roared furiously at Laboon, eyes bloodshot. Calm down, Luffy. There's more to this whale's interior than meets the eye, Rowen said, holding the still trembling Nami, his gaze fixed on a strange etch set into Laboon's head. Let's go. They're all right. Rowen opened the hatch, revealing a man-made passageway inside. Eh? There's a passageway, inside the whale. Nami stared, dumbfounded. Suji. Did you sense it with observation haki, Rowen? Realizing his friends were safe, Luffy instantly relaxed and excitedly jumped into the passageway. Let's go. They'll be at the end of this passage, Rowen stated, a smirk playing on his lips. His observation haki had already detected presences down there, including the person Rowen was looking for. All right. Infiltration successful. Listen up, Miss Wednesday. The stomach is just beyond that door. That annoying old man is probably in there. We have to take him out. Everything, for the whale, a man dressed strangely like royalty declared. Understood, Mr. 9. After all, this whale is a very important food source for our town, replied a beautiful woman with striking light blue hair and a curvaceous figure, wielding a bazooka-like weapon. Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Rumble. Rumble. Just then, the passageway began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Whoa. Can't stop. Rowen. Help me. Luffy, thrown off balance by Laboon colliding with the red line, couldn't stop running uncontrollably down the passage. Luffy. Ram that door. Zoro and the others are right behind it. Rowen, flying smoothly with Nami using his smoke powers, pointed towards the door at the end of the passage, and the two figures standing before it, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Found her. Vivi. Zoro and the others. Watch this. Hearing his comrades were nearby, Luffy abandoned all caution and charged headfirst towards the door. Yeah. What the? Vivi and Mr. 9 yelled in alarm. White out. Whoosh. A tendril of smoke shot out, instantly capturing Vivi. Luffy and Mr. 9 crashed violently through the door leading into Laboon's stomach. Chapter 68, Great Pirate Aura. Vivi is utterly stunned. Thud. The door leading into Laboon's stomach burst open violently, and two figures tumbled out. Luffy. Seeing one of them was Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji, who were waiting on the Merry, called out joyfully. Whoosh. Following closely behind was Rowen, the lower half of his body transformed into swirling smoke, his smoke arm securely holding both Nami and Vivi. Rowen. Nami. Zoro and the others grinned. The comrades were all reunited. Kaya. What is this? Vivi cried out, startled, as the smoke held her fast. Is this a devil fruit power? And this ability? Vivi's eyes widened in shock. Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. It's great you guys are okay. Luffy beamed from midair. But, could someone maybe save me first? Luffy looked down nervously at the ocean-like stomach acid below. There's seawater in there. Whoosh. A tendril of smoke shot out and grabbed Luffy. Saved. Thanks, Rowen. Luffy grinned gratefully at Rowen. Splash. Mr. Nine wasn't so lucky, plunging directly into the sea-like stomach fluids. Whoosh. Activating his smoke power, Rowen tossed Luffy onto the Mary's deck, then propelled himself, Nami, and Vivi down beside them using smoke jets. You guys look energetic, Rowen commented with a smile, looking at Zoro and the others. Doing okay. There was a weird old guy here, dunno where he went, Usopp replied, pointing vaguely. By the way, who's this? Zoro asked, gesturing towards Vivi, whom Rowen had rescued. You damn idiot mosshead. Don't be so rude to a lady. Sanji immediately yelled upon hearing Zoro. What did you say? Shitty curly brows. Before Sanji could even approach Vivi properly, Zoro, forehead veins bulging, lunged at him with swords drawn. The two instantly started brawling. Ever since Rowen started training him in hockey and gave him that same, you idiot, look he sometimes gave Luffy, Zoro had become incredibly sensitive to being called an idiot. And Sanji, knowing this, frequently used the word just to provoke him. As a result, their fights occurred even more often than in the original story. This is. Watching the smoke that had saved her coalesce back into the body of the men before her, Vivi felt cold sweat form on her brow. She knew this kind of ability all too well. It resembled the power possessed by the very reason she had infiltrated Baroque Works as an agent, the organization's boss, the men responsible for throwing her country, Alabasta, into chaos. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. That man possessed a similar ability to transform into an element, the Logia-type sand fruit. With that power, Crocodile was practically invincible in this part of the sea. Could this man also be a Logia devil fruit user? Vivi swallowed hard, looking at Rowen. Logia users were like gods in this sea. Help. Save me. Just then, Mr. Nine surfaced from the stomach acid, screaming desperately. Mr. Nine. Vivi cried out. Shut up, you annoying bastard, Zoro muttered, irritated by Mr. Nine's yelling. He broke off his fight with Sanji and casually tossed one of the Mary's oars towards Mr. Nine. Saved. Mr. Nine gasped, scrambling up the oar onto the deck, panting heavily. All right then, who are you two? Mr. Nine. Is that your name? Sounds familiar. Zoro asked, turning towards them with a predatory grin. Vivi and Mr. Nine froze in alarm. If the company found out they'd been exposed, they were dead. That code name sounds like how a certain organization names its agents, Rowen added, enjoying their panic with a mischievous smile. I remember now. Baroque Works, Zoro stated, his expression turning grim. Vivi and Mr. Nine began trembling uncontrollably. How do you know that name? Mr. Nine stammered, shaking. Baroque Works. Usopp asked curiously. Yeah. A gathering place for bounty hunters. Members don't know each other's real identities, only their code names. Of course, the boss's location, even their true identity, is a mystery to the agents. Just a criminal organization that faithfully carries out orders. Zoro explained, his grim expression deepening. They tried to recruit me back when I was bounty hunting. I refused, of course. Baroque Works, it's a secret organization, isn't it? Zoro finished with a sinister smile. Since you know, we'll have to eliminate you, Mr. Nine declared desperately, raising his bazooka. If Baroque Works found out they leaked information, they'd definitely be killed. Let's go, Miss Wednesday. Huh. Just as he was about to fire, Mr. Nine noticed something was wrong and looked questioningly at Vivi. Vivi was trembling violently from head to toe. Eliminate us. How amusing. Whoosh. Mr. Nine stared in terror as swirling smoke lifted him effortlessly into the air, rendering him completely immobile. What is this? He yelled frantically. Don't struggle, Mr. Nine. He's a Logia devil fruit user. Vivi cried out, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Rowen. With that ability, killing them would be as easy as crushing bugs. Devil fruit user. Mr. Nine didn't fully grasp the term Logia, but he clearly understood he was powerless within the smoke. He stared fearfully at Rowen. Smart girl. But I know some other interesting things about Baroque Works, about the boss behind it all, Rowen smirked, seeing Vivi wasn't resisting. Hearing Rowen's words, Vivi's pupils constricted sharply. The boss. Who? Baroque Works keeps the boss's identity top secret. Rowen, you even know that? Zoro stared, wide-eyed. Ah, I do. Same as Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile, Rowen stated calmly. Vivi trembled violently. A warlord, like Mihawk. No wonder he could build such a powerful organization, Zoro muttered, instinctively tightening his grip on his swords at the mention of Mihawk's name. A warlord. Suji. Is he as strong as Mihawk? Luffy exclaimed, remembering his encounter with the swordsman. No, they're not on the same level. Even among the warlords, there's a considerable difference in strength, Rowen explained. Still, he's a warlord. But someone like that probably wouldn't bother coming after us just because we beat up a couple of his agents, right? Usopp asked nervously, having learned a lot about the world's power structures from Rowen. Warlords, Marine HQ, 4 emperors, the 3 great powers maintaining the world's balance. Usopp wiped sweat from his brow. No. With that guy, anyone who learns his identity automatically lands on his kill list, Rowen stated, looking pointedly at the trembling Vivi. That's terrible. What do we do? Usopp yelled, clutching his head. Idiot. He doesn't know that we know his identity yet. Nami argued, though she was also scared by the mention of a warlord, instinctively grabbing Rowen's arm for security. But they know. They'll report back to their boss. Usopp pointed frantically at Vivi and Mr. 9. What do we do, Rowen? Nami pleaded, her face crumpling. Silencing them permanently wasn't something the kind-hearted Nami could do. Don't worry about them reporting anything. They have their own survival to worry about now. Isn't that right, Miss Wednesday? Or should I say, Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta? Rowen looked directly at Vivi, his lips curling into a knowing smile. Princess. Everyone else gasped, staring at Vivi in shock. Crocodile. Princess. Mr. 9, still suspended in smoke, was completely bewildered. Why doesn't he know any of this? How do you know all this? Who in the world are you? Vivi bit her lip hard, staring intently at Rowen. Her greatest secret, how could this man possibly know? Is my reputation really that unknown in bounty hunting circles nowadays? Are you two even professionals? Rowen sighed dramatically, looking at Vivi and Mr. 9. It's been a while since I had to properly introduce myself. Wait. That man's face, it does look kinda familiar. Mr. 9 stammered, cold sweat starting to pour down his face. Could you maybe let me down for a sec? He asked hesitantly. Oh. Rowen looked intrigued, then released Mr. 9 from the smoke. Let me just check something. Mr. 9 fumbled through his coat, pulling out a stack of wanted posters. While gathering bounty information was usually Mr. 8's job, his and Miss Wednesday's main task was procuring food for the town. Mr. 9 still carried posters for particularly famous individuals. Found it. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Bounty. Mr. 9 quickly found Rowen's poster. The moment he saw the bounty amount, his eyes bulged wide, sweat streamed down his face, and pure terror filled his gaze. Confirming he hadn't misread the amount, Mr. 9 snapped his head up, staring at Rowen in horrified disbelief and screaming. A bounty of 100 million berry. Vivi covered her mouth, staring incredulously at Rowen. 100 million berry. Oh my god. Crocodile's frozen bounty was only 81 million berry. Though that was because bounties are frozen upon becoming a warlord, and the value of berry had inflated over the years. But still. A 100 million berry bounty. That was undeniably a great pirate. Hey. What about me? Where's my wanted poster? Seeing the dramatic reactions Vivi and Mr. 9 had to Rowen's bounty, Luffy felt incredibly envious and yelled out. Getting that kind of shocked reaction just from hearing your bounty, that's exactly what Luffy wanted. That's the true aura of a great pirate. Let me see. Found it. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty, 45 million berry, Mr. 9 replied, his tone rather flat. After the shock of Rowen's 100 million, 45 million, while still high for this sea, seemed significantly less impressive. What's with that tone? 45 million berry is really high too, okay. Mr. 9's lackluster reaction immediately set Luffy off. The difference in treatment compared to Rowen was too much. Damn it. How can I increase my bounty? Luffy clenched his fists. Luffy desperately wanted that great pirate aura Rowen possessed, the kind that shocked people just by mentioning the bounty. That's it. Defeating strong pirates increases your bounty. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. This expression immediately made Zoro wary. Back when it was just him and Rowen, Luffy had the exact same look when he realized defeating Buggy would earn him a bounty. Rowen. If we beat Crocodile, how much will my bounty increase? Luffy asked Rowen, breathing heavily with excitement. Breaking 100 million is guaranteed, Rowen replied with a smile. Break 100 million. 100 million. 100 million. Luffy's mind fixated on that number. YOSH. Let's go beat up Crocodile. Luffy roared, rolling up his sleeves, his eyes practically glowing green with ambition. He desperately wanted a bounty over 100 million, just like Rowen, to become a true great pirate. Idiot. Usopp and Sanji yelled simultaneously. Going after a warlord just for a bounty increase. Are you insane? Zoro covered his face, sighing helplessly. Rowen. Talk some sense into Luffy. This guy's about to do something stupid again. Nami pleaded, looking at Rowen, but quickly noticed something different in his expression. No. I also need to take down Crocodile, Rowen stated, a startling intensity flashing in his eyes. Nami and the others stared, shocked. But not for the bounty. Crocodile possesses something I need. Will you lend me your strength, everyone? Rowen looked seriously at his crewmates. Rowen wouldn't use Luffy as a shield or excuse. Towards Nami, towards all his comrades, Rowen was sincere. Of course. Just a warlord, Zoro grinned fiercely. Rowen had helped him so much, now, finally, was a chance to repay him. Besides, if he feared facing a warlord, how could he ever hope to challenge Mihawk again? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile playing on his lips. Rowen was a kindred spirit when it came to appreciating good food. And it was thanks to Rowen and the others that he was now free to pursue his dream. If Rowen needed help, Sanji wouldn't hesitate. Finally. It's time for me, the brave warrior of the sea, known as the brave Captain Usopp, to step up. Usopp's legs trembled slightly, but his voice was firm with determination. Rowen was the first person to acknowledge him as a brave warrior. He couldn't let himself down now. I'll do my best too. Nami declared, looking at Rowen resolutely. Don't worry. I'm confident we can handle Crocodile, Rowen reassured Nami with a smile. Based on Crocodile's portrayal in the original story, combined with feedback from his system, Rowen had reached a conclusion. After his past defeat at Whitebeard's hands, similar in impact to Moria's defeat by Kaido, although Crocodile hadn't completely given up like Moria, he had shifted his hopes entirely onto external factors, the ancient weapon, Pluton. This likely caused his spirit/willpower to stagnate or even weaken, rendering his haki unusable or underdeveloped. If that was the case, then as fellow Logia users, Rowen essentially held an advantage against Crocodile, especially since Rowen could use haki. He was practically unbeatable in that matchup. This was precisely why Rowen had prioritized obtaining the smoke fruit. Logia versus Logia, without a direct elemental counter and without haki being a deciding factor, on Crocodile's side, the fight would likely be a stalemate at worst. Add in Rowen's own haki, and Crocodile was no longer a terrifying threat. Talk about different treatment. You guys immediately agreed when Rowen said it. Luffy whined loudly. Rowen has a legitimate reason. Unlike you. Zoro retorted irritably. Fighting a warlord just for bounty. Stupid. But as long as we get to beat up a warlord and increase my bounty, that's fine. Plus, we get to help Rowen. Shishishi. Luffy's mood shifted instantly back to excitement. What is wrong with these people? Vivi, completely ignored during this exchange, was now utterly bewildered and stunned speechless. Chapter 69, Bonus, an unexpected development. A true man. Vivi was utterly stunned. What were these people talking about? Going to take down one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. And so casually. Even for a great pirate with a bounty over 100 million berry, weren't they underestimating the warlords far too much? Seeing the relaxed smile on Rowen's face, Vivi bit her lip hard. Are you people insane? That's one of the 7 warlords. One of the 7 great pirates granted legal plundering rights by the world government. Even the Marines aren't authorized to interfere with them. Do you truly understand what being a warlord means? Vivi screamed, her emotions finally cracking under the immense pressure. 2 years ago, as Princess Vivi of Alabasta, she noticed the shadow of Baroque works behind the various incidents plunging her country into chaos. She and Igaram, the captain of the Royal Guard, infiltrated the organization together. Vivi took the codename Miss Wednesday, while Igaram became Mr. 8. During their infiltration, Vivi finally discovered the identity of Baroque Works' mysterious boss. One of the 7 warlords. User of a Logia-type sand fruit, Crocodile. When Vivi learned the truth she had desperately sought, instead of relief, she felt only profound despair. Crocodile, wielding his nearly invincible Logia powers in this region, frequently used his warlord status to hunt down pirates causing trouble in Alabasta, earning him the reputation of a hero in the newspapers. Meanwhile, her father, King Nefertari Cobra, faced growing distrust from the populace due to years of civil unrest and a devastating 3-year drought, all secretly orchestrated by Crocodile. Crocodile's influence in Alabasta had reached the point where it overshadowed even her father's authority. Crocodile's power, fame, and warlord status weighed down on Vivi, making it impossible to breathe. Facing him, even as a princess, she felt utterly powerless. Now, hearing Rowen speak so casually about taking down Crocodile, it shattered the dam holding back years of suppressed pain and helplessness within Vivi. Miss Wednesday. Sorry to interrupt while you're emotional, but maybe look at this report. Mr. Nine awkwardly held out a newspaper he had acquired when looking for Rowen's wanted poster. This newspaper specifically detailed the clash between Sky Sovereign Rowen and the warlord, Hawkeye's Myhawk. Mr. Nine hadn't fully grasped the significance of the warlords back then. After all, this was just the first stop at the entrance of the Grand Line. Most operating here were small-time players. A pirate of Crocodile's caliber appearing in this region, due to intel about Pluton, was an extreme exception. Of course, Mr. Nine hadn't thrown the paper away, funds were tight, and reading old news helped pass the time during their tedious food scouting missions. Vivi blinked, subconsciously taking the newspaper from Mr. Nine. With her country in crisis and the horrifying discovery about Crocodile, she hadn't had the mind to read newspapers lately. Seeing the front page headline, detailing the clash between Sky Sovereign Rowen and Hawkeye's Myhawk, one of the 7 warlords and the world's greatest swordsman, Vivi's beautiful eyes widened dramatically. Why you? After reading the report, Vivi stammered, looking incredulously at Rowen. This man had already clashed with one of the warlords, Myhawk, whose fame arguably surpassed even Crocodile's. And the report mentioned Conqueror's Hockey. What kind of power was that? The article described the clash between Rowen and Myhawk as a clash of kings. Such exaggerated language left Vivi, who had lived her whole life in Alabasta and knew little of such things, completely stunned. See how amazing Rowen is. He's called the future king of the seas. And I, Usopp, am acknowledged by Rowen himself as a brave warrior of the sea. That's why people across the seas call me Sky Sovereign Rowen's reliable partner, Usopp the Brave. Seeing Vivi's reaction, Usopp's old boasting habit flared up again. He pointed proudly at his long nose. Then you can handle Crocodile, Usopp the Brave, Zoro commented dryly, clapping Usopp on the shoulder with his villain expression. Gak. Usopp's expression instantly froze. Him? Take down Crocodile. That was suicide. Cold sweat beaded on Usopp's forehead, his legs starting to tremble again as he shot a pleading look towards Rowen. Ha ha ha. Seeing Usopp's predicament, the others burst into laughter. Crocodile is mine. But there will definitely be battles for you, Rowen chuckled, then added reassuringly. Crocodile's subordinates would have to be dealt with by Zoro and the others. Firstly, it provided valuable combat experience for his comrades, helping them grow stronger. More importantly, although Rowen was confident against Crocodile, facing a warlord still required his full attention. He wouldn't have the spare energy to deal with other Baroque Works agents. Whether using devil fruit powers or hockey, intense battles demanded immense stamina. Focusing entirely on the main opponent was crucial. Kaido's defeat in the original story, worn down by multiple opponents, was the perfect example of what not to do. Leave it to me. Usopp immediately declared loudly. As long as he didn't have to fight Crocodile himself, he was fine. Besides, Usopp trusted Rowen wouldn't put him in harm's way. He'd surely be assigned a suitable opponent. But it's strange, if you're the princess of Alabasta like Rowen said, why infiltrate Baroque Works? Nami suddenly asked, her eyes lighting up. She smelled the scent of berry. Well. Vivi's gaze flickered nervously. Don't try to lie to us. Rowen possesses a power called observation hockey. He knows what you're thinking. How else would he know you're the princess of Alabasta? Nami leaned closer to Vivi, gently lifting her chin, adopting her intimidating villain expression as she looked into Vivi's beautiful face. Rowen suppressed a chuckle hearing Nami's words. While special forms of observation hockey capable of reading minds and memories, like red counts, did exist on the seas, they were innate talents, impossible to train. Rowen had mentioned such possibilities while educating the crew about the world, never expecting Nami to use it to bluff Vivi. As for how Rowen knew Vivi's identity, he didn't need to explain, and Nami, Luffy, and the others wouldn't ask. Just as Rowen respected their pasts and secrets, they trusted him implicitly. That was the unspoken understanding among them. Sure enough, Vivi, largely ignorant of the wider world's intricacies, turned pale with fright. Reading memories. Such power exists. But this man had a 100 million berry bounty, clashed with the warlord Myhawk, an event hailed as a clash of kings. Perhaps possessing such power wasn't so strange after all. Not talking. Rowen, hurry up and read her memories. Nami pressed, intensifying the bluff. I'll talk. Please don't read my memories. Vivi cried, almost bursting into tears. A girl has many secrets. If he read everything, how could she face anyone ever again? Vivi bit her lip and recounted everything. Discovering Baroque Works agent stirring up trouble in Alabasta, infiltrating the organization with Igaram to find the mastermind and save her country, and finally, the despair upon learning it was Crocodile. After listening, Nami and the others fell silent. Smack. A hand lightly smacked the top of Vivi's head. Rowen. Nami and the others stared, shocked, as Rowen gently chastised Vivi. Ah, eh. Vivi looked up, equally stunned. The tap wasn't hard, but why did he hit her? Don't wear that expression, silly, Rowen said, looking down at Vivi, his usual smile replaced by a frown. It reminds me of how Nami used to look. Rowen looked seriously at Vivi. He had promised Genzo, sworn before Belmir's grave, that Nami would henceforth live happily and freely upon the sea. Seeing that expression of deep-seated pain and helplessness, what if it reminded Nami of her own past unhappiness? Nami covered her mouth, gazing at Rowen's back, a sight that always brought her immense comfort, her eyes misting over. Nami remembered Rowen telling her before that her smile hadn't always seemed truly happy. But since meeting Rowen, since being saved by him, she could finally smile freely on the sea. Nami felt her heart overflow. Eh. Vivi looked at Nami's reaction, blinked, and seemed to understand. This girl had a similar past experience. Well then, let's save this girl's country too, while we're at it. After all, she reminds me a lot of you, Nami, Rowen suggested, pointing at Vivi, then turning back to the teary-eyed Nami with a smile. Ah, really? If you say it like that, how can I ask her for payment? Nami sniffled, wiping her eyes, touched by Rowen's kindness. Are you a demon? Zoro and Usopp deadpanned, looking at Nami. They knew Nami often talked tough about money but was actually incredibly kind-hearted. Of course, if a chance for a huge profit presented itself, Nami wouldn't pass it up either. The only thing that could make Nami forego a chance to make money was something related to Rowen. Shishishi. Saving a country. Sounds great. Luffy beamed. Yeah, sounds good, Zoro agreed with a grin. He'd never had an experience like that before. What should I add to my title after this? How about Usopp the Brave Hero? What do you guys think? Usopp pondered seriously, rubbing his chin. Why you guys? Vivi stared, utterly flabbergasted. Are these people really pirates? Why do they seem more decent than the Marines? But you still have to pay me something for my services, understand? Nami leaned down close to Vivi with a mischievous grin. I have about 500,000 berry in personal savings, I don't know if that's enough. If not, I'll figure something out, Vivi stammered, hastily pulling out a wad of cash. This will be enough, Nami said, plucking a single 1,000 berry note, the smallest denomination, from Vivi's hand. That. Vivi stared blankly at Nami. 1,000 berry wouldn't even buy much food, let alone compare to the cost of taking down a warlord and saving an entire kingdom. Alright. Stop dawdling. We're pirates. We took the money, so we'll do the job. Rowen already said he'd help you. Nami grinned at Vivi, whose eyes were still brimming with tears. Nami truly saw her past self in Vivi. Although Vivi was a princess, protected by her father the king, that made her actions even more admirable. She could have avoided such terrifying risks, yet she abandoned her princess life to infiltrate the dangerous Baroque works. They were both the type who would do anything for their homes. Nami wanted to help Vivi like this. Of course. Rowen was the source of her confidence to do so. Rowen decided to help you, so we'll all give it our best. But what do we do with this guy? Zoro asked, pointing towards Mr. Nine nearby. Vivi hesitated, looking at Mr. Nine with complex emotions. What to do about him? Vivi wanted to say Mr. Nine could be trusted, after partnering for so long, she had some understanding of his character. Mr. Nine probably wouldn't betray her. But with the fate of the Alabasta Kingdom at stake, Vivi felt uncertain. I won't betray Miss Wednesday. We've been partners for so long. I swear. Mr. Nine, feeling Zoro's predatory gaze on him, broke out in a cold sweat and yelled desperately. Why should we trust you? Zoro retorted, adopting his villain expression. No. We can trust him, Rowen stated calmly, surprising the still conflicted Vivi. On this sea, what reason is there not to trust a man's oath? Rowen looked at Mr. Nine, a slight curve to his lips. In Rowen's view, Mr. Nine truly was a man. He eventually married Miss Monday, the muscular, dark-skinned woman with immense strength, and had children. That kind of courage to face challenges head-on definitely qualified him as a man. Of course, compared to that true man, Gold Roger's left hand, Scopper Gabon, who married a giant woman, Mr. Nine still had a way to go. Rowen's smile turned slightly strange. Since Rowen says so, then we'll trust you, Zoro smirked. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji also smiled. As expected of Rowen. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll definitely keep my oath. Mr. Nine looked at Rowen, incredibly moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Earning the trust of a 100 million berry pirate, being called a man of the sea by him. Mr. Nine felt an indescribable emotion. Vivi watched Mr. Nine thanking Rowen profusely, then looked back at Rowen's smiling face, biting her lip. In such a critical matter, even she, his partner, had hesitated to trust Mr. Nine completely. Yet this man chose to trust him with such confidence. Is this the presence of a 100 million berry pirate? Vivi looked at Rowen, feeling once again like the man before her was radiating light. Shishishi. Then it's decided. We're going to Alabasta. Luffy declared, pumping his fist with a wide grin. Do you even know where Alabasta is, you idiot? Sanji asked Luffy helplessly. Nope. But Rowen and Nami will take us there. Luffy grinned back confidently. Regardless of where we're going, first we need to get out of this whale's stomach, Zoro pointed out, looking around. Getting out? Just ask him, Rowen suggested, looking up towards the passage above where an old man was descending, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Right, former doctor of the Pirate King's crew, Crocus. Rowen finished, his smile widening. Eh. Luffy and the others stared, completely stunned, looking blankly at the old man. Vivi and Mr. Nine were equally shocked. The strange old man who had been the biggest obstacle in their mission to hunt this whale, was the Pirate King's former doctor. Chapter 70, the iconic scene arrives early. The starting point for taking down Crocodile. The Pirate King's doctor. This strange old man. Everyone present, except Rowen, stared in disbelief. I never expected to encounter a young man like you on these seas, Crocus said, looking at Rowen with a complex expression. He had witnessed everything that just transpired. This level of disposition, he had seen it once before, in another man. The same freedom, the same disregard for convention, the same overwhelming presence. Looking at Rowen, who seemed to radiate light just by standing there, and at Nami and the others who trusted him unconditionally, Crocus felt a wave of emotion. Roger, how many years has it been? Seeing such a powerfully charismatic young man, such a tight-knit group of comrades, it still brings you to mind. A hint of tears welled in Crocus's eyes as he reminisced about his days with Roger and the crew. Old man. Were you really the Pirate King's doctor? Luffy exclaimed. I served as doctor for that fellow Roger for a few years. That man insisted on conquering the Grand Line despite having an incurable disease, just like you lot, always doing things recklessly, Crocus chuckled, reminiscing, speaking more freely than usual. Eh? The Pirate King conquered the Grand Line while having an incurable disease. Suji. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old man. Tell me more stories about the Pirate King. Luffy pleaded with a wide grin. Oh. You're that interested in the Pirate King? Crocus smiled, looking at Luffy. Because I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. Luffy declared passionately. Gonna be Pirate King, eh? Ha ha ha. Crocus looked at Luffy and burst into hearty laughter. If seeing Rowen reminded him of Roger through his charisma and presence. Then seeing Luffy reminded him of Roger through his actions and personality. This kid, his personality really was just like Roger's. And Crocus glanced at Luffy's straw hat, his eyes flickering thoughtfully. That hat belonged to Roger. Roger later gave it to Shanks, who was just an apprentice on their ship back then, now an emperor himself. And Shanks passed this hat on to this boy. Also, this young man's title was Sky Sovereign, wasn't it? Crocus recalled the epithet of their own vice-captain, Rayleigh. Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Though Crocus joined later, he had sailed with Roger and the others all the way to the final island, Laugh Tale. He knew about the 3 ancient weapons. This young man's title was clearly chosen to parallel Rayleigh's. Plus, Crocus, living here at Twin Capes, spent most of his days reading newspapers. He had followed the news about Rowen and Monkey D. Luffy closely. Possessing impressive conqueror's haki before even entering the Grand Line, clashing his haki against Hawkeye's, this young man seemed to possess an even greater disposition for becoming a king. Crocus looked at Rowen, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Not to say this young man's haki surpassed Rayleigh's, back in the day, the only one who could definitively overpower Rayleigh's haki was Roger himself. It was more, a feeling. The feeling of someone destined to be king. Or perhaps, ambition. Having sailed with the Roger pirates to Laugh Tale, even in old age, Crocus's judgment remained sharp. This young man, powerful yet not ostentatious, ambitious yet not revealing. Old man. I have one question. Just one. Usopp suddenly spoke up. Since you were on the Pirate King's crew, you must have seen it. That great treasure at the end. Is One Piece really? Usopp. Before Usopp could finish, Luffy roared furiously, cutting him off. Usopp fell flat on his backside, cold sweat breaking out as he stared fearfully at Luffy. He had never seen Luffy this angry before. I don't want to know where the treasure is. I don't even want to know if there is treasure. We don't know anything, but that's why everyone risks their lives to set sail. If we learn anything from this old man here, then I'll quit being a pirate. I refuse to go on a boring adventure. Luffy yelled, his expression filled with righteous anger. Humph. Rowen smiled, seeing this iconic scene play out earlier than expected. Usopp, on the path to becoming a brave warrior of the sea, you still have much to learn, Rowen commented, clapping Usopp on the shoulder. I get it. I won't ask again. Usopp replied seriously, reflecting on his actions. Please, definitely don't tell me. I've got the "I'll die if I learn about One Piece" disease. Usopp clutched his chest dramatically, trying to diffuse the tension with humor. Ha ha ha. Seeing Usopp bravely admit his mistake and try to lighten the mood, Rowen and the others laughed. Pirate King, eh? Maybe you really can do it, Crocus chuckled, looking fondly at Luffy. Seeing Luffy, it was like seeing his old friend again. It had been a long time since he felt this happy. But, you being the Princess of Alabasta, that is quite surprising, Crocus added after laughing, turning his gaze towards Vivi. I apologize for the trouble I've caused, Vivi replied, no longer needing to pretend to be a Baroque works agent, bowing deeply to Crocus. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about it. Carrying such a heavy burden, it hasn't been easy for you, Crocus waved dismissively, looking kindly at Vivi's youthful face. Say, old man. Since you were the Pirate King's doctor, wanna join my crew? Luffy asked Crocus hopefully, grinning. Ha ha ha. Me, your ship's doctor? Forget it. These old bones can't keep up with you young UNS anymore. Crocus laughed heartily. Just like Roger, always inviting anyone he found interesting onto his crew. Oh well. Okay then, Luffy accepted easily, grinning back. Such a straightforward and cheerful personality, also like Roger. Crocus found himself liking Luffy more and more. However, if you need a doctor, you might try Drum Island. It's famous as a medical kingdom, Crocus suggested. Where's Drum Island? Luffy looked towards Rowen and Nami. Drum Island is before Alabasta. It doesn't conflict with our route, Rowen replied with a smile. In the original story, the Straw Hats only went to Drum Island because Nami fell critically ill after being bitten by ancient insects on Little Garden. Rowen, naturally, wouldn't allow that to happen this time. With his system and awakened observation haki, preventing such an incident would be easy. Rowen had originally planned to suggest finding a doctor after Little Garden, but since Crocus brought it up now, it saved him the trouble. Thinking of the adorable reindeer, Rowen couldn't help but smile. Especially considering the devil fruit Chopper ate, the human fruit. Other known human fruits were mythical zoans. Only Chopper's was the base model, jokingly called the commoner form. Shishishi. Then before we finally land in Alabasta, let's go find a doctor there first. Luffy decided, remembering the doctor in Kokoyasi village mentioning the importance of a ship's doctor for the crew's health during long voyages. Well then, let's get out of here first. Old man, you have a way to get us out, right? Having settled their immediate course, Rowen looked towards Crocus with a smile. Rowen had already checked Crocus's traits. Just as Crocus implied, he possessed little combat strength now, being old and retired for many years. Crocus was never primarily a fighter anyway, he only joined the Roger Pirates late in their journey to help manage Roger's illness for 3 years. While he was robust in his youth and participated in some battles, years of retirement had weakened his physique considerably. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Vivi and Mr. Nine continuously harass Laboon. The One Piece world's power system was unforgiving, advance or decline. To become the ultimate king, like conquering the Grand Line, one could only forge relentlessly forward. Follow me, Crocus instructed, leading the way. Soon, under Crocus's guidance, the Going Merry sailed out of Laboon's stomach and back into the open sea. Moo! Laboon suddenly let out a tremendous roar. Laboon. Calm down. If you keep ramming the red line, you'll kill yourself. Crocus yelled urgently upon hearing Laboon's cry. Laboon. Is that the whale's name? Why is he ramming the red line? Nami asked curiously. Yes. Laboon is an island whale, native only to the West Blue. As for why he rams the red line, it's because Laboon has human emotions, Crocus sighed. Seeing the crew's curious gazes, Crocus recounted Laboon's story. How Laboon met the Rumber Pirates as a calf and became their companion, how the Rumber Pirates entered the Grand Line, promising Laboon they would meet again here after circumnavigating the world, how they never returned. Crocus himself had joined the Roger Pirates partly to inquire about the Rumber Pirates' fate, only to learn they had supposedly fled the Grand Line. When Crocus delivered this news, Laboon began ramming the red line in despair, trying to break through to find his friends, continuing until he was covered in scars. So, he's an abandoned whale. Waiting has become meaningless. Nami asked softly, looking sadly at Laboon's scarred body. No. Waiting hasn't lost its meaning, Rowen stated firmly, looking directly into Laboon's enormous eye. Eh? What do you mean, Rowen? Usopp asked quickly, having felt sorry for Laboon. I don't know about the others, but one member of the Rumber Pirates was a user of the Revive fruit, wasn't he? Rowen asked, looking knowingly at Crocus. Why yes. His name was Brook. How did you know? Crocus stared, shocked. Let's just say I have a special sense when it comes to devil fruits, Rowen offered vaguely. Oh, I see. So that's how you can steal other people's devil fruit powers. Zoro exclaimed, having his own aha moment. The others nodded, accepting the explanation readily. Such supportive comrades. Rowen smiled inwardly. Steal devil fruit powers. Crocus's pupils constricted sharply again, staring at Rowen in shock. This ability, he seemed to recall hearing something similar, from Roger and the others. Anyway, at the very least, that Revive fruit user, is still somewhere in the Grand Line, Rowen stated confidently, gesturing towards the vast ocean, not elaborating further. For Laboon, knowing Brook was still alive was far more meaningful than Luffy making a new promise. Overriding a 50-year wait with a new promise might offer temporary hope, but couldn't compare to the truth. Still in the Grand Line. Impossible. I received definite intel that the Rumber Pirates fled the Grand Line. Unless, something happened, causing only part of the crew to leave. Crocus murmured disbelievingly. But he didn't doubt Rowen's words. Why would a man of Rowen's caliber lie to an old man like him? Plus, Rowen instantly knowing about the Revive fruit user, combined with the reactions of Rowen's crew, it couldn't be faked. Indeed, as Crocus suspected, the Rumber Pirates encountered a plague, the captain led the infected away via the calm belt, leaving Brook as acting captain. Brook's remaining crew was later wiped out by enemies using poisoned weapons in the Florian Triangle, with only Brook reviving thanks to his fruit. I see. So that's how it was, Laboon. They didn't abandon you. Crocus exclaimed emotionally, tears welling up as he looked at Laboon. Moo. Laboon cried out towards the sky, giant tears streaming from his enormous eyes. By the way. The Rumber Pirates, you could call them a crew of musicians, Rowen added, smiling towards Luffy. Musician. Luffy's eyes instantly lit up like stars. A musician had been his obsession from the start. That Revive fruit user, he's a musician too. Luffy asked excitedly. Yes. Brook is an excellent musician, Crocus confirmed with a nod. The power of the Revive fruit allows the user to return to life once after death. 50 years have passed, that user might now be a living skeleton, Rowen added with a chuckle. A living skeleton musician. That's him. The musician I want. Luffy, always fascinated by the strange and unusual, beamed, his eyes shining brightly. So, stop ramming the red line. We'll be responsible for bringing that man back. How about it? When we circle the world, we'll bring him back to see you, Laboon. Rowen called out to the giant whale. Mo. Laboon cried out tearfully, seemingly understanding and agreeing. Just that isn't enough, Luffy suddenly declared, then dashed into the cabin, returning moments later with a bucket of paint. Under Luffy's enthusiastic brushstrokes, a crooked version of the Straw Hat Jolly Roger was painted onto the front of Laboon's head, the part he used to ram the red line. This mark is proof of our promise. Don't you dare damage this mark before we come back here. Luffy declared with a wide grin. Moo. Laboon replied affirmatively. Laboon. I'm so glad for you, Crocus smiled, relieved. Now Laboon wouldn't keep injuring himself against the red line. Rowen and the others smiled too. Luffy might be unreliable most of the time, but at crucial moments, he could be surprisingly thoughtful. YOSH. Next stop, Alabasta. No wait. First, Drum Island to find a ship's doctor. Luffy yelled, pumping his fist. Excuse me. Whether going to Alabasta or Drum Island, you first have to pass through our town, Whiskey Peak, Vivi interjected timidly, holding out a log pose. I remember. Rowen, you said the magnetic fields in the Grand Line are messed up, so normal compasses don't work. You need a special pointer. A log pose. Is this it? Nami asked, staring intently at the device Vivi held. Exactly. To navigate to the next island in the Grand Line, you have to wait for the log pose to record the magnetic field of your current island. Only then will it point towards the next island, Rowen confirmed with a smile. You don't have a log pose. I have one here too, you can have it, Crocus offered generously. Set sail. Nami exclaimed, fastening the log pose to her wrist, already feeling like a true Grand Line navigator. Let's go. To Whiskey Peak, Rowen declared, looking out at the vast ocean ahead, a powerful smile gracing his features. The campaign against Crocodile begins now. Chapter 71, Bonus, Dimensional Beatdown. Hunting Devil Fruits. Somewhere on the Grand Line, the Going Merry sailed onward. Unlike their smooth sailing through East Blue thanks to Nami's exceptional skills, the Merry was currently experiencing utter chaos in Grand Line. One moment, the sky above the sea would be clear and sunny, the next, thick fog would roll in, followed instantly by blizzards, thunderstorms, hurricanes, a relentless, unpredictable cycle of extreme weather with no respite. What is wrong with this sea? Even Nami, despite her talent, couldn't help but clutch her head, overwhelmed by the bizarre climate. Stay calm, Nami. This is the Grand Line. There's nothing wrong with your navigation skills. You just need to practice and verify things as we sail, Rowen reassured her gently, placing a hand on her shoulder with a warm smile. Theory was just theory. Without actually sailing the Grand Line, one couldn't truly grasp the terrifying nature of the sea. But adapting to this harsh environment, constantly pushing forward, that's how one grew stronger. This applied to both navigation skills and hockey. We'll navigate together. Just remember one principle, sailing the Grand Line, you can't trust the wind, the clouds, or the currents. The only thing you can rely on is this unwavering needle, Rowen stated seriously, pointing to the log pose on Nami's wrist. Having already equipped Nami's navigation and climate sense traits, Rowen's own navigational understanding was now on par with hers. However, actually sailing the Grand Line still required practical experience. I understand, Rowen. Reassured by Rowen, Nami quickly regained her composure. Under Nami and Rowen's joint command, though still hectic, the Going Merry successfully navigated through the volatile stretch of sea. The weather finally stabilized. Luffy and the others collapsed onto the deck, exhausted. Sailing through such conditions required constant course adjustments, leaving absolutely no time for rest. Phew. Vivi leaned against the cabin wall, letting out a breath. She watched Rowen discussing navigation with Nami, noticing the genuine smile on Nami's face, and pressed her lips together thoughtfully. A pang of envy stirred within her. During the recent chaotic navigation, Rowen and Nami had commanded the ship together. Vivi had also learned that Rowen had specifically learned navigation for Nami. This resonated deeply with Vivi, who, for the sake of her country, had infiltrated Baroque works with Igaram at the young age of 16. Though Vivi was incredibly strong-willed, otherwise she wouldn't have abandoned her princess life to undertake such a dangerous mission, she was still, at heart, an 18-year-old young woman with inherent vulnerabilities. Especially after discovering Crocodile was behind Baroque works, the overwhelming despair had magnified that vulnerability immensely. And then, she met Rowen and his crew. Vivi sat on the deck, her gaze drifting towards Rowen. Even now, it felt surreal, like a dream. Just when she felt most hopeless, a great pirate with a bounty over 100 million appeared, a powerful Logia devil fruit user, no less. Someone who had even clashed with Hawkeye's Mihawk, another warlord. That clash was even hailed by the newspapers as a clash of kings. She knew Crocodile had never received such an evaluation in the papers. Sky Sovereign Rowen, a future king of the seas. Vivi pressed her lips together again. And now, Rowen and his crew were heading to confront Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords. Rowen had even decided to save her country because her despair reminded him of Nami's past expression. Nami, had she also experienced such despair? Recalling Rowen's words, Vivi looked towards Nami thoughtfully. But Nami now, truly smiled so happily. And that smile was protected by a powerful man. And that powerful man had even learned navigation for Nami's dream. Vivi felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Nami at that moment. Landho. Our first destination. Nami exclaimed, checking the log pose on her wrist, then looking towards the island gradually appearing in the distance, her face breaking into a bright smile. Successfully guiding the crew to their first destination in the Grand Line filled Nami with a sense of accomplishment, especially since she shared this achievement with Rowen. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Rowen. Rowen, feeling his own spirit strengthen slightly from successfully conquering the harsh sea conditions, which in turn enhanced his conqueror's hockey via Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, returned Nami's smile. Successfully commanding the ship through the perilous Grand Line to reach the destination also strengthens one's spirit, enhancing hockey. Looks like I can share command duties with Nami from now on. Rowen hadn't expected navigation skills to have such a side benefit. No wonder navigation, unlike Sanji's cooking skills, had a quantifiable trait tier. And because his bond with Nami was already maxed out, whenever Nami's navigation skill leveled up, Rowen's would instantly synchronize. Another unexpected bonus. That must be Whiskey Peak, right, Vivi? Nami asked, turning to Vivi who had walked up beside her. Yes. That's Whiskey Peak. Just like I told you, there are about 100 Baroque Works bounty hunters stationed there. Mr. 8, Igaram, who is stationed there, is actually the captain of our kingdom's royal guard. Vivi confirmed, her expression turning slightly dazed as she looked at the island. Just one mission away hunting, and everything felt worlds apart now. To gain the help of someone as powerful as Rowen. Vivi still found it somewhat unreal. Mr. Rowen. I have a small request, Mr. 9 spoke up hesitantly after much internal debate. Though he realized during the voyage that Rowen and his crew were different from typical pirates, especially Rowen, who was incredibly powerful yet carefree, even willing to trust Mr. 9 based solely on his oath, perfectly fitting Mr. 9's image of a great pirate, he still spoke cautiously when addressing such a powerhouse. What is it? Rowen asked, smiling, though his expression seemed slightly odd. His observation hockey detected Mr. 9's emotional fluctuations. Rowen already had a good idea what was coming. When you're clearing out the bounty hunters on the island, could you spare one person? Her code name is Miss Monday, Mr. 9 finally managed, gritting his teeth. Vivi's expression turned slightly strange beside him. Miss. I remember code names like that are for female agents, right? Sanji immediately perked up at the mention of a lady. Is she your sweetheart? Usopp asked mischievously. And not exactly. She's just special, Mr. 9 stammered awkwardly. Show us a picture. Otherwise, how will we know who she is? Usopp and Sanji grinned knowingly, sharing a man-to-man understanding look. Oh okay, Mr. 9 hesitated, then pulled out a photo of Miss Monday. The photo showed a dark-skinned woman with a physique arguably more muscular and imposing than Zoro's. Usopp and Sanji fell silent instantly. Yeah, definitely, special. Well, everyone has their own tastes. I'll remember her, Rowen replied, his smile slightly strained but agreeing nonetheless. Mr. 9 breathed a sigh of relief. Rowen. The townspeople will welcome any arriving pirates with a feast, then drug their drinks and attack them in the dead of night. When we arrive, just act normally and accept their hospitality. I'll go find Igaram and explain the situation, Vivi explained nervously. Though Rowen had told her to just call him by name, Vivi still felt hesitant. What? That's so dirty. Luffy immediately expressed his disdain for such tactics. Vivi flushed with embarrassment. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Rowen reassured her with a smile, not pressing Vivi to relax just yet. Seeing Rowen agree, Vivi also breathed a sigh of relief, a smile gracing her lips. Pirates. Welcome. Warriors of the sea. Welcome. Upon entering the harbor, they were immediately greeted by lines of cheering townspeople. However, the crew already knew these were disguised bounty hunters. Knowing it was fake, Luffy, Usopp, and the others showed little interest. Rowen simply watched the bounty hunter's performance with an amused smile. Welcome, pirates. La 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 cough cough. I am the mayor of this town. We warmly welcome pirates here. This is a town that welcomes pirates. A burly man with curly hair, who seemed unable to finish a sentence without bursting into song, greeted them with an overly enthusiastic smile. Mr. 8, aka Igaram, captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard. Rowen looked at Igaram, smiling faintly. His observation hockey clearly sensed Igaram's extreme nervousness beneath the facade. Igaram was incredibly nervous, almost terrified. Because the moment Rowen stepped onto Whiskey Peak, Igaram recognized him. The pirate with the 100 million berry bounty, Sky Sovereign Rowen. And the one with the 45 million bounty, Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. Especially, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Igaram, responsible for gathering intelligence, knew this man had clashed with the warlord Hawkeye's Mihawk. For such a great pirate to arrive at Whiskey Peak, how could he not be nervous? Worse still, Igaram had no idea why Princess Vivi was accompanying this man. Did the princess not know his identity? Igaram cursed himself, he should have informed the princess about Rowen sooner. News of Rowen entering the Grand Line had already caused major waves. He never imagined Rowen's first stop would be here, and with the princess in tow. Too dangerous. Igaram's only thought now was to quickly get Rowen's group drunk and ensure the princess's safety. But just as Igaram was about to mention the welcome feast, Rowen spoke, his words instantly freezing Igaram in place. Mr. 8. Igaram, is it? Rowen asked, looking directly at Igaram with a smile. Igaram's smile froze on his face. Vivi's expression also became incredibly strained. This wasn't part of the plan. Bounty hunters disguised as townspeople. Your acting skills need work, Baroque Works, Rowen commented, glancing around at the welcoming committee, his smile turning predatory. Even without prior knowledge, these bounty hunters couldn't hide their true nature from Rowen's observation hockey. The stench of bloodlust was palpable beneath their forced smiles. As for Vivi's suggestion to play along and accept the feast. Against mere lackeys like these, why bother pretending? Clang. Clang. The moment Rowen's words fell, the townspeople who had been cheering moments before instantly dropped their facade, drawing weapons and glaring fiercely at Rowen's group. Nami. Be careful. Vivi immediately drew her peacock slashers, weapons resembling peacock tail feathers, and stepped protectively in front of Nami. Rowen was strong, a Logia user. Vivi knew these bounty hunters couldn't harm him. But Nami, despite her agility, was still fundamentally a normal young woman. Although Vivi didn't understand Rowen's intentions, Nami was here because of her. Vivi felt responsible for protecting her. Vivi, Nami murmured, touched by Vivi's action, then gently pulled Vivi behind her. It's okay. Seeing the relaxed smile on Nami's face, Vivi hesitated. She then noticed that despite being surrounded by armed bounty hunters, the rest of the crew looked completely relaxed, showing no intention of fighting. What's going on? Even if they're strong, shouldn't they prepare for battle against so many armed opponents? Vivi felt completely bewildered. Miss Wednesday. What are you doing? A muscular, dark-skinned woman, seemingly stronger even than Zoro, stepped forward, yelling at Vivi. It was Miss Monday, the agent Mr. 9 cared about. Have you betrayed the company? The other bounty hunters also glared hostilely at Vivi. So noisy, Rowen sighed. The terrifying crimson-black light flared violently in his eyes. The next moment, it solidified, erupting outwards like a physical force. Boom. Crackle. 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 Crimson-black lightning surged outwards from Rowen, filling the air. Under the utterly disbelieving gazes of Igaram, Vivi, and Mr. 9. The bounty hunters who had been aggressively brandishing weapons and shouting threats just moments before, caught in the crackling crimson-black storm, all went white-eyed and collapsed unconscious. Thump. 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 Instantly, bodies littered the ground. Conqueror's Haki. Ha! A gentle breeze swept through the now silent plaza. Normally refreshing, it felt chilling against Igaram's skin, drenched in cold sweat. All of them, taken down. With just a single word from this man, the only ones left standing were himself and Miss Monday. What kind of power is this? Is this the power of the 100 million berry pirate, the man hailed as a future king of the seas? Igaram swallowed hard, staring at Rowen, his eyes filled with absolute terror. This. Vivi's lips parted slightly as she stared blankly at the scene. Am I dreaming? Rowen spoke one word, gave one look, and all the bounty hunters were wiped out. That's Rowen's Conqueror's Haki. Before that Haki, even pirates with bounties in the tens of millions can only fall unconscious, Nami explained proudly, seeing Vivi's stunned expression. Conqueror's Haki. Vivi murmured, staring dazedly at Rowen's back. Even pirates worth tens of millions couldn't even remain conscious before Rowen. What astonishing power. It felt even more shocking than a Logia devil fruit. No wonder the clash between Rowen and Hawkeye's Mihawk was called a Clash of Kings. Power like this truly seemed like that of a king looking down from above. There are still 2 little bugs left, Rowen commented with a faint smile, turning his gaze towards a shadowy alley nearby. White blow. Whoosh. 2 streams of swirling smoke instantly shot into the shadows, grabbing a man and a woman hiding there and pulling them out. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Vivi stared wide-eyed at the men and woman captured by Rowen's smoke, their faces contorted with fear. 2 devil fruits, a decent haul, Rowen remarked, looking at the pair with a predatory smile. The bomb fruit and the kilo fruit. Chapter 72, Devil Fruit Fusion Techniques. Gold tier trait. Rowen looked at the men and woman struggling futilely within his smoke constructs and issued a mental command. Check traits. Mr. 5 traits, bomb fruit, deep purple bomb human. Can turn any part of the body into a bomb. Miss Valentine traits, kilo fruit, deep purple kilo human. User can freely manipulate their own weight between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. Can float like a feather or crush enemies with astonishing weight. 2 relatively weak paramecia devil fruits. Especially the kilo fruit. Its power was vastly inferior to Shiki's float fruit, it could only alter the user's own weight, with a fixed upper limit and no potential for further growth. And because attacks required physical contact and needed an umbrella for directional control, like Miss Valentine used, they were easily dodged. On its own, this fruit's power was mediocre at best. But in Rowen's hands now, it was a completely different story. Rowen currently possessed the smoke fruit. The biggest drawback of the smoke fruit was its lack of offensive power. Against weak opponents without Haki, its ability to bind and suffocate was potent. But against Haki masters, it served primarily as a support tool. However, combining the kilo fruit's ability with the smoke fruit changed everything. Infusing the kilo power into his smoke could allow Rowen's smoke form to reach a weight of 10 tons. Combined with Haki, this could completely compensate for the smoke fruit's current offensive shortcomings. The bomb fruit could also synergize with the smoke fruit. The smoke fruit could fill the battlefield with smoke, disrupting enemy observation haki. Devil fruit powers and haki didn't necessarily counter each other. Powerful abilities could shatter haki attacks, and naturally, they could also interfere with haki. Perception. Consider Sanji's dream devil fruit, the clear fruit. Its strength lay in rendering the user completely invisible, including their presence, emotions, and anything else detectable by observation haki. Unless an opponent's observation haki far surpassed the combined strength of the clear user's fruit and their own haki, perceiving their movements and presence would be impossible. Otherwise, why would someone of Shiryu of the Rain's caliber choose that ability? How else could Shiryu successfully land a sneak attack on someone with Garp's level of observation haki? While filling the battlefield with smoke didn't interfere with observation haki as effectively as the clear fruit, it still had an effect, albeit mostly supportive. But adding the bomb fruit changed the equation entirely. The bomb ability could be infused into the smoke, turning it into explosive smoke. Enemies caught within the smoke field would suffer unavoidable, omnidirectional explosive attacks. Acquiring these two paramecia fruits at this stage was a decent haul. What is this? A devil fruit power. Damn it. Let us go. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine screamed in terror. They had tried everything. Mr. Five, especially, had continuously activated his bomb powers, but the explosions had zero effect on the binding smoke. Since eating the bomb fruit, Mr. Five had dominated this region of the sea, never encountering such utter helplessness before. Stop struggling. Your devil fruit powers are useless against my Logia ability, Rowen stated, looking down at them with a villainous smirk. Logia. Hearing this, and seeing Mr. Five and Miss Valentine completely powerless against Rowen, Igaram broke out in even more cold sweat. The power of Logia fruits was well known among Alabastus High Command. Crocodile, the man hailed as Alabastus hero yet secretly manipulating the country as the boss of Baroque works, the very warlord Igaram was investigating, was a Logia user himself, San fruit. He hadn't expected Sky Sovereign Rowen to also be a Logia devil fruit user. Combined with that unbelievable power that wiped out over 100 bounty hunters with just a glance, Igaram looked at Rowen with profound fear. This is the man with the 100 million berry bounty. Mr. Five. Miss Valentine. Why are you here? Seeing these two high-ranking Baroque Works agents, Vivi seemed to realize something, cold sweat forming on her brow. Naturally, to eliminate you too. I was able to discover your identity. Did you really think you could keep it hidden forever? Rowen glanced at Vivi. That glance made Vivi blush furiously. It felt distinctly like the look one gives an idiot. During their voyage, Vivi had learned from Nami that Rowen's observation haki could sense emotions and presence but couldn't actually read memories. Nami had just been bluffing to scare her. Although Vivi didn't know how Rowen knew her identity, based on that, it was entirely plausible Crocodile had discovered her infiltration as well. As for why Vivi recognized Rowen's looking at an idiot expression. Because she'd seen Rowen look at Luffy and Zoro the same way. Nearby, Zoro, seeing Vivi's reaction, looked resignedly sympathetic. Being looked at like an idiot by Rowen really doesn't feel good. Alright, enough chit-chat. Goodbye, Rowen stated, his expression turning cold. He activated his smoke fruit, intending to suffocate the two agents. Plunder. Rowen commanded inwardly, extending his hand. Whoosh. Two streams of purple light were extracted from Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's bodies, flowing into Rowen. Gurgle. Gurgle. Under the horrified gazes of Igaram and Vivi, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's bodies seemed to wither, as if all their physical strength vanished instantly. Target physique energy automatically absorbed. Superhuman demonic physique, Apex Purple, enhanced. Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, activated. Armament haki strengthened. Two notification screens appeared. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine were extremely weak, their devil fruit usage rudimentary. Mr. Five yielded energy equivalent to 2 base deep purple upgrade materials. Miss Valentine yielded 1. Rowen's physique and haki strengthened slightly again. But most importantly, these two fruits significantly boosted the offensive potential of his smoke fruit. Explosion. Whoosh. A cloud of smoke enveloped a nearby building. The next moment. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, instantly reducing the building to rubble. New ultimate technique trait, explosive smoke, Apex Purple, a fusion of smoke and bomb fruit abilities. Anyone caught within the explosive smoke suffers 360-degree, unavoidable explosive attacks. The first, ultimate technique, trait manifested. The drawback of the bomb fruit was its paramecia nature. Aside from extremely special top-tier paramecias like the tremor fruit, most required direct physical contact. For ranged attacks, Mr. Five had to resort to using explosive boogers, which was utterly disgusting and undignified. But with the smoke fruit as a medium, it was entirely different. Rowen could fill a large area with smoke, and anyone within that range would be subject to explosions. Unavoidable, omnidirectional explosions. Furthermore, Rowen could infuse armament hockey into the explosive smoke, allowing it to damage Logia users. To defend against it, one would need omnidirectional armament hockey coverage, and that hockey would need to be significantly stronger than Rowen's, considering the attack combined smoke, bomb, and armament hockey. The bomb fruit's power. Igaram and Vivi stared, their eyes nearly popping out. Suji. Rowen. Luffy yelled at the top of his lungs. Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji watched with awe. Rowen hadn't hidden the fact that he could use multiple devil fruit powers from them. But seeing it in action was still unbelievable. The smoke fruit alone was practically invincible against non-hockey users. Now, adding explosive power. It's not over yet, Rowen grinned, feeling fantastic. Kilo, Rowen activated the Kilo fruit ability, reducing his body weight to 1 kilogram. Whoosh! A small puff of smoke appeared beneath his feet, propelling him effortlessly into the air. Very low energy consumption. Rowen noted, sensing the minimal stamina drain while flying. The smoke fruit could allow brief flight or gliding through massive smoke expulsion, but it was inefficient and draining. Combined with the Kilo fruit, however, the cost became negligible. Since altering weight was the fruit's inherent power, the smoke fruit only needed to provide minimal propulsion for free directional control, no need for an umbrella like Miss Valentine. And now. Rowen looked down at the cluster of buildings that made up Whiskey Peak. VMM. Both of Rowen's fists turned jet black. Armament hockey, infusion. 10,000 kilogram, white blow bullets. Rowen rained down punches, his arms extending as smoke, only his fists remaining solid, coated in armament hockey. And thanks to the Kilo fruit, each punch weighed 10 tons. Boom. 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 A storm of fists, each propelled by smoke, slammed down onto the Whiskey Peak buildings. The terrifying force instantly reduced the structures to rubble. The continuous, devastating impacts made the entire island segment tremble, dark cracks spiderwebbing across the ground where Rowen attacked. New ultimate technique trait, 10,000 kilo white blow bullets, apex purple effusion technique combining smoke, Kilo, and armament hockey. Each punch carries the weight of 10 tons. Another ultimate technique trait. One more. Rowen laughed aloud. Exploding 10,000 kilogram, white blow bullets. Boom. 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 The power of the bomb fruit was infused into each punch. Rumble. The entire area began to shake violently, making even Luffy and the others stumble. Each punch possessed the reach of smoke, weighed 10 tons, and carried the explosive force of the bomb fruit. Combined with armament hockey, the power was exponentially greater than before. New ultimate technique trait, exploding 10,000 kilo white blow bullets, pale gold. The final ultimate technique trait. And Rowen's strongest attack currently. Combining the smoke, Kilo, and bomb fruits with armament hockey pushed this ultimate technique beyond the apex purple tier, reaching pale gold. This was the power of devil fruit synergy. Although the three individual fruits were relatively mediocre, combined, their power now rivaled a T2, Tier 2, devil fruit ability, the same level as Crocodile's sand fruit. In terms of devil fruit power, Rowen was now no longer inferior to Crocodile. And Rowen also possessed hockey. Defeating Crocodile was now clearly within sight. Rowen looked down at the devastation wrought by his new technique, smiled with satisfaction, and ceased the attack. But sustaining 3 devil fruit powers simultaneously, plus armament hockey, the stamina drain really is significant. Rowen adjusted his weight back to normal and slowly descended. Whether devil fruits or hockey, using them consumed the user's stamina. And Rowen's strongest technique, drawing on 3 fruits at once, was extremely draining. No wonder it manifested as an ultimate technique trait. Such attacks were best used as finishers, not sustainable combat styles. Of course, the power was undeniably spectacular. Using this technique elevated Rowen's combat strength into the pale gold tier. Suji. That was amazing. Rowen. Luffy cheered excitedly, rushing over as Rowen landed, providing ample emotional support. Amazing. Our Rowen, too strong. Staring at the completely ruined cluster of buildings, the cracked island surface revealing glimpses of the sea below, Usopp's eyes nearly popped out as he stammered in shock. An attack like that hitting a person, the result would be horrifying. So strong, Sanji and Zoro murmured, equally stunned. Rowen had gotten even stronger. Against an attack like that, they probably wouldn't last a second. Rowen. Amazing. You're really amazing. Nami bounced over excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Rowen. Seeing Nami's adoring gaze, Rowen's already good mood from his power increase became even better. You unbelievable. This man. Igaram, who had been knocked flat by the tremors from Rowen's attack, slowly pushed himself up, swallowing hard, his eyes filled with terror. That attack contained not only Mr. Five's bomb power but also Miss Valentine's kilo ability. As captain of Alabastus Royal Guard, Igaram knew something about devil fruits. Their kingdom's 2 guardian gods were Zoan users. A person could only eat 1 devil fruit. Eating more would cause their body to explode. Yet this man had somehow stolen the devil fruit powers from Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. And could use 3 devil fruit powers at once. A monster. This man has to be a monster. Igaram suddenly remembered something and looked nervously towards Vivi beside him. Princess Vivi. Why are you traveling with Mr. Rowen? Igaram asked nervously. Addressing Rowen respectfully felt mandatory now, on these seas, showing respect to such overwhelming power was a fundamental rule of survival. Rowen and his crew are helping us. He's going to defeat Crocodile. Vivi declared, her eyes shining brightly now. Rowen is really strong. Able to steal others' devil fruit powers, use 3 abilities simultaneously, Vivi looked at Rowen, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Helping us. Although Igaram had suspected something, hearing it confirmed by the princess still felt unbelievable. Then, overwhelming joy washed over him, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty. Alabasta is saved. Igaram sobbed, overcome with emotion. Vivi's eyes also reddened, tears welling up. Rowen's strength finally gave them real hope of defeating the warlord Crocodile. Chapter 73, bonus, captive Nico Robin. Robin grinds her teeth. Whiskey Peak. With observation hockey active, Rowen confirmed that the buildings he had just destroyed didn't contain any food stores. All the food and fine wine stocked here were quickly brought out by Igaram. Under Sanji's culinary magic, it was transformed into a delightful feast. Sanji also meticulously prepared the giant elephant tuna purchased back in Logue Town. Rowen, famished after experimenting with his new abilities and further empowered by his recent enhancements, found this meal exceptionally delicious. Especially the giant elephant tuna, its nose, which he had been eager to try, was particularly unique and tasty. It possessed the tenderness and freshness of fish, yet with an incredibly satisfyingly crisp texture. Sanji's cooking skills amplified these qualities to perfection. Meanwhile, Miss Monday, after Mr. Nine explained the situation, learned the true identities of Vivi and Igaram. Having already considered them good friends, Miss Monday, though unable to offer much help, certainly wouldn't stand in their way. Full. So full. That was delicious. Luffy patted his stomach contentedly, letting out a happy sigh. Watching Luffy's ridiculously bloated belly, like an overinflated balloon, visibly shrink back to normal at an astonishing rate, Igaram and Vivi stared dumbfounded. Is he even human? But, even that couldn't compare to that man. Igaram wiped cold sweat from his brow as he looked at Rowen, who had consumed even more food than Luffy yet was still eating, his own stomach barely distended. Are all the powerful people on these seas such fearsome eaters? Ah, satisfied, Rowen finally declared, taking a sip of a special drink Sanji had prepared, a contented smile on his face. Sanji's skills are consistently excellent, Rowen commented, offering a comprehensive critique covering flavor, texture, and presentation. Each point precisely hit upon aspects Sanji took particular pride in. This made Sanji, already happy seeing his food thoroughly enjoyed, beam even more broadly. See, Rowen gets it. Unlike those idiots Luffy and Zoro who just stuff their faces. Cooking for Rowen is a pleasure. Modified exoskeleton equipping progress increased. Rowen's smile widened as well. Princess Vivi, with Mr. Rowen and his crew accompanying you, I can finally rest assured, Igaram said, having briefly stepped away from the feast and now returning. Igaram. What are you wearing? Vivi stared wide-eyed at Igaram's current attire. Ptahaha. Curly-haired uncle. What kind of outfit is that? Luffy burst out laughing upon seeing Igaram's disguise. The others also struggled to stifle their laughter. That's quite a unique look, Rowen chuckled. Igaram had attempted to disguise himself as Vivi, but his burly frame and distinct features made the attempt utterly comical. He was also carrying several dummies. My apologies for the spectacle. The company will surely send more assassins. I intend to act as a decoy for Princess Vivi and all of you, returning to Alabasta this way, Igaram explained seriously. Baroque Works has over 2,000 agents that we know of, including high-ranking officers stronger than Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. And Crocodile himself is treacherous. Mr. Rowen, your group is powerful, but please remain vigilant. Despite witnessing Rowen's strength, Igaram knew little about the higher-ranking agents. And they were ultimately facing Crocodile himself, a man infamous for his cunning and deceit, whose schemes had thrown Alabasta into unprecedented chaos. There was no telling what insidious tricks he might employ. Igaram felt useless, unable even to handle Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. This decoy plan was the best contribution he could make. If Princess Vivi can return safely to Alabasta and inform His Majesty of Crocodile's plot, combined with Mr. Rowen's strength, Alabasta can surely be saved. Igaram believed this fervently. 2,000. Usopp's eyes nearly popped out hearing the number. But then he looked towards Rowen. Ma. That many people are still no match for me, Sky Sovereign's partner, Usopp the Brave. Usopp puffed out his chest proudly. Only after his initial panic did Usopp remember that mere numbers meant nothing against Rowen's conqueror's haki. You really have a way of phrasing, relying on Rowen's haki, don't you? Zoro deadpanned, seeing right through Usopp's bravado. Next time, I could refrain from using haki, let you get some more training, Rowen added, smiling mischievously at Usopp. Eek. Usopp's expression instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down his face. And no. Please don't, Rowen. Usopp cried, tears welling up. Over 2,000 people. Without Rowen's haki, they'd tear me apart. Ha ha ha. Seeing Usopp's comical terror, the others burst into laughter, even Vivi and Igaram couldn't help but smile. The tense atmosphere immediately eased. Usopp, seeing this, allowed himself a barely perceptible smile. Which, naturally, didn't escape Rowen's observation haki, making Rowen smile too. Usopp's keen ability to read the mood and emotions of others was likely one reason why his own observation haki, once awakened, was so potent. Princess Vivi, the eternal pose for Alabasta, Igaram said, holding out the device to Vivi. Vivi bit her lip, knowing the danger Igaram faced undertaking this decoy mission alone. But seeing the resolve in his eyes, Vivi knew denying him would cause him more pain than death itself. They were both people willing to sacrifice everything for Alabasta. Be careful, Igaram, Vivi whispered, her voice trembling slightly as she handed the eternal pose to the men who had been like an uncle to her since childhood, the men who had unhesitatingly accompanied her on this perilous infiltration mission into Baroque works. So that's an eternal pose, Nami commented, looking at the compass with its fixed needle. Thanks to Rowen, Nami already knew about these devices. Unlike log poses, which recorded the magnetic fields of islands sequentially to navigate the grand line towards the final island, eternal poses were locked onto the magnetic signature of a single, specific island, never changing. Well then, Mr. Rowen, I entrust Princess Vivi to your care. Igaram declared, bowing deeply to Rowen. Leave her to me. At the very least, I won't let her wear that expression again, Rowen replied with a powerful, confident smile. Vivi bit her lip again, remembering Rowen's words back at Twin Capes. Nami's eyes also shone with emotion. She knew Rowen's words were meant for her too. I can never repay you. When you reach Alabasta, please allow my wife to cook for you, Igaram said, his own eyes reddening as he looked at Vivi one last time. I look forward to it, Rowen smiled. Igaram boarded a small ship laden with dummies and slowly sailed away. Vivi watched him go, her heart filled with worry. Nami, seeing Vivi's expression, saw a reflection of her former self. She placed a comforting hand on Vivi's shoulder silently. Don't worry too much. Even if they send assassins, they won't arrive that quickly, Usopp commented, trying to lighten the mood. The next second. Boom. An explosion erupted, engulfing Igaram's ship in flames instantly. Usopp stared, mouth agape, cold sweat drenching his forehead. My jinxing mouth. It couldn't be that effective, could it? Usopp desperately wanted to slap himself. Igaram. Vivi screamed, her eyes instantly turning red. Don't worry. He's all right, Rowen stated calmly, placing a reassuring hand on Vivi's shoulder. Vivi turned, seeing the steady confidence in Rowen's expression, and inexplicably felt her panic subside significantly. Wait here, Rowen instructed. He activated his Kilo fruit, then launched himself towards the sea with a burst of smoke propulsion. The sea was vast, Rowen's current observation haki couldn't cover the entire area. But the moment Igaram set sail, Rowen had kept his haki focused on Igaram's ship. The instant the explosion occurred, Rowen locked onto the perpetrator's presence. Whoosh! With a roar of smoke, Rowen vanished. A short while later, Rowen reappeared. Held captive in his smoke constructs was a tall, beautiful woman with a shocked expression on her face. Miss All Sunday. Seeing the captured woman, Vivi's eyes turned red with fury and recognition. Miss All Sunday. Whose partner is she? Nami asked curiously, looking at the beautiful woman. Through Vivi's explanations, Nami and the others now understood Baroque work structure, Mr. prefixed codenames for high-ranking male agents, Miss prefixed for their female partners. She's Crocodile's partner. We only found out Crocodile's identity by tracking her. Vivi spat, grinding her teeth. So, she was the one who attacked Igaram. Crocodile's partner. Hearing this, Usopp stared intently at the woman. I deliberately let you track me. Otherwise, how would you have discovered that secret? The woman replied, her initial shock fading, replaced by a calm, mature smile, seemingly unfazed despite being captured by Rowen's smoke. I didn't expect the legendary Sky Sovereign Rowen to also be a Logia Devil Fruit user. Such power truly lives up to the reputation, the woman commented, looking calmly at Rowen. Still composed even while captured, you live up to your reputation too, Devil Child. Nico. Robin, bounty 79 million berry, Rowen replied evenly, looking back at Robin. 79 million. Hearing the bounty, the others gasped in shock. This beautiful, mature woman possessed such an astonishingly high bounty. But seeing someone with that level of bounty still utterly helpless before Rowen reassured Nami and the others somewhat. I didn't expect the legendary Sky Sovereign to have heard of my name as well, Robin replied, her expression flickering almost imperceptibly at the mention of her epithet. You're quite famous. The sole survivor of the O'Hara incident, Rowen stated, looking directly into Robin's eyes. This time, Robin's composure finally cracked. Her expression changed dramatically. O'Hara incident. Nami and the others looked curious. An island of historians, annihilated by a marine buster call because they researched the forbidden, void century. She is the only known survivor of that event, Rowen explained. His words made Robin's expression shift again and again. Hearing Buster call, her entire body began to tremble. The events of that day remained a deep childhood trauma. Even now, mature and composed as Robin was, mentioning it brought back the terrified 8-year-old girl within her. You joined Crocodile's side for the poneglyphs, didn't you? Alabasta possesses one, a poneglyph detailing the location of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. That's why Crocodile came to Alabasta in the first place, Rowen continued, looking intently at Robin. I didn't expect you know all our secrets, Robin stammered, biting her lip as she stared at Rowen. Since I've fallen into your hands, just kill me. Hearing Buster call and O'Hara incident again, Robin seemed to regress into a self-destructive state, glaring defiantly at Rowen. Kill you? Then how would we find the One Piece? Rowen asked calmly. His words made Robin freeze, bewildered. What? This woman can lead us to the One Piece. Luffy immediately brightened, instantly trusting Rowen's words completely. The poneglyphs are divided into historical texts and the most special kind, the 4 red road poneglyphs. Only by gathering all 4 road poneglyphs can one determine the location of the final island, laughed Tail. Therefore, to find the One Piece, one absolutely needs a historian capable of reading the ancient script, Rowen explained, looking pointedly at Robin. But, she killed that curly-haired uncle. Luffy protested, though wanting to find the One Piece, his loyalty to friends always came first. Relax. She didn't kill Igaram. On the contrary, she saved him. That explosion completely obscured Igaram's escape route, allowing him to return safely to Alabasta, Rowen explained with a faint smile. Oh. So you're a good person. Then join us. Luffy instantly beamed, completely changing his tune. Vivi also breathed a sigh of relief. Why should I join you? Robin retorted, still caught in the shadow of the Buster call, glaring defiantly at Rowen. Only by gathering the 4 road poneglyphs can one reach the final island. Along the way, one will surely find other historical poneglyphs, the treasure the Pirate King left there. He claimed he left everything in that place. Rowen replied, smiling knowingly at the rebellious Robin before him. This defiant look suits her even better than the mature composure. One Piece. Robin instantly understood the implication, her eyes widening sharply. That's right. Everything is on the final island. So. Will you come with us, Nico? Robin? Staying with a failure like Crocodile, who pins his hopes on an ancient weapon like Pluton, you'll never find the true history you seek. Only by following us can you achieve your dream. Your dream can only be realized by reaching the final island. The sea is vast, after all. Rowen declared, spreading his arms wide, laughing powerfully, radiating charisma. Nami and Vivi watched, their eyes shining brightly. The sea is vast. Robin murmured, looking at Rowen, her expression turning distant. She recalled Saul's words from long ago. Robin looked at Rowen, her lips parting slightly, about to say something. But before Robin could speak, Rowen's next words made her instantly furious. Besides, it's not like you have much choice. Right now, you're my captive, Rowen finished, looking at Robin with his intimidating villain expression. Robin, whose emotions had just started to soften, instantly grit her teeth, glaring murderously at Rowen. Chapter 74, Little Garden. Giant traits. After composing herself, Robin reverted to her usual mature and composed demeanor. She sipped her coffee elegantly, hardly resembling a captive woman. She watched Rowen thoughtfully. This man had already dispersed the smoke constructs, placing absolutely no restrictions on her freedom. It was as if his earlier words about her being a captive with no choice were merely a jest. Robin had a feeling that if she truly insisted on leaving right now, this man wouldn't stop her at all. He acted as if he were absolutely certain she would eventually join his crew. Interesting. A subtle, intriguing curve touched Robin's lips. Truthfully, she had no intention of leaving anyway. The information this man possessed about the poneglyphs held immense interest for her. Besides, her woman's intuition told her Rowen was telling the truth. A man like him had no reason to deceive a woman he could kill at any moment. For Robin, who had lost all her family and friends in the O'Hara incident, finding the true history was her life's sole pursuit. Even after being branded a criminal with a 79 million berry bounty at the age of 8, enduring countless pursuits, Robin had never abandoned this dream. Despite this, years of searching had yielded no clues about the true history. Even Robin had begun to feel disheartened. But now, this man told her the true history was on the final island, placed there by the Pirate King himself. For someone chasing a dream, the most terrifying thing wasn't the difficulty of achieving it, but the absence of hope. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope, Robin naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Plus, this man was incredibly mysterious. Robin rested her chin elegantly on her hand, stirring her coffee thoughtfully. On these seas, the most talked about super rookie right now was undoubtedly the man before her. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Clashing with Hawkeye's Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords and the world's greatest swordsman, before even entering the Grand Line. A bounty of 100 million berry. This bounty wasn't like hers, issued because her ability to read the poneglyphs posed a threat to the world government. It was genuine recognition of this man's strength. Their clash was even hailed by the papers as a clash of kings. And this man somehow knew her secrets, Crocodile's secrets, and information about the poneglyphs. He knew so many hidden truths despite supposedly never having entered the Grand Line. Powerful, mysterious, these words seemed synonymous with this man. What was most important for an excellent historian? Naturally, an insatiable curiosity to uncover the true history. Only with such curiosity could one truly pursue a past that seemed almost non-existent. This man's strength and mystery thoroughly piqued her curiosity. Robin's lips curved into an elegant smile. Shishishi. I can't wait to see what the next island is like. Luffy grinned excitedly from his special seat on the Mary's figurehead, looking out at the sea ahead. Rowen and the crew were now en route to their next destination. I can provide that information. The next island is called Little Garden, Robin offered, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Little Garden. Then leave it to Usopp the Brave to explore this island. Usopp declared boldly. The name sounded harmless enough. That island name sounds kind of familiar, Nami murmured thoughtfully. Mr. Sky Sovereign, you should know about this island, shouldn't you? Robin asked Rowen, looking at him with interest. Surely a man who knew so many secrets wouldn't be ignorant of this place. The prehistoric island, Little Garden, Rowen confirmed with a calm smile. Prehistoric island. Hearing this name, Vivi's expression instantly changed. Because of the Grand Line's chaotic magnetic fields, islands rarely interact. Combined with the sea's unique climate, many islands remain isolated, frozen in different eras. A prehistoric island is one still stuck in a prehistoric state. Little Garden is still in the age of dinosaurs, Rowen explained, his smile widening with genuine interest. Dinosaurs. Anyone from Earth would surely be fascinated by them. Now having the chance to see them in reality, Rowen definitely wouldn't miss it. Dinosaurs. Usopp immediately burst into tears of terror. Nami also looked frightened, instinctively grabbing Rowen's arm, then feeling a wave of reassurance from his presence. Suji. I smell adventure. Luffy's eyes shone with intense excitement. As expected of the Grand Line. It even has creatures like dinosaurs. Zoro grinned fiercely. Dinosaurs, huh? Wonder how they taste cooked. Moss head. Remember to catch some edible ones. Replenish our supplies, Sanji instructed Zoro. I'll hunt prey you couldn't even dream of catching, Zoro retorted deliberately. Huh. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Just watch, the prey I bring back will put yours to shame, you idiot. Sanji flared up, veins popping on his forehead. Who are you calling an idiot? Zoro snapped back instantly, triggered by the word. The two immediately started fighting again. Shishishi. Go Zoro. Go Sanji. Luffy cheered them on from the sidelines. Don't you just stand there. Slacking off like this, when will you ever learn hockey? Rowan's intimidating gaze, radiating faint crimson-black light, fixed on Luffy from behind, making Luffy break out in a cold sweat. Wham! Rowen kicked Luffy straight into the middle of Zoro and Sanji's brawl. Whoosh! A cloud of smoke enveloped the three. Explosion. Boom. Accompanied by the screams of Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji, fiery light erupted from within the smoke. Some of that smoke is infused with the bomb fruit's power. Either figure out which parts are explosive and dodge, which will help awaken your observation hockey, or awaken your armament hockey to resist the blasts naturally. Train hard, Rowen called out, laughing heartily at their cries of pain. Now possessing the bomb fruit, Rowen no longer needed to physically beat hockey into them. He could mix explosive smoke into the regular smoke, training their senses and helping them awaken observation hockey. Besides, watching the three get blown up was decent post-meal entertainment. Don't worry, Nami said gently, walking over to Vivi and taking her hand with a smile. Seeing Vivi reminded Nami of her own past self as a thief in the East Blue. Thank you, Nami, Vivi replied, squeezing Nami's hand, a small smile gracing her lips. With Rowen here, everything will be all right, Nami added confidently, her eyes sparkling as she looked towards Rowen. Vivi nodded, watching Rowen laugh while tormenting the other three with explosive smoke. Her eyes also held a subtle shimmer. Causing such a ruckus, was it to distract her from her worries? She did feel less anxious now. Vivi offered a small, genuine smile. Robin watched the chaos aboard the Mary and smiled faintly too. This pirate crew really is different from the others. Rowen, while continuing to blast Luffy and the others amidst their screams, kept his observation hockey focused on Robin. She didn't offer an eternal pose to bypass Little Garden like in the original story, looks like she wants to observe me more on this island. Rowen smirked inwardly, unconcerned. Looking out towards the vast sea, Rowen's eyes shone with startling intensity. Through feedback from the system, Rowen had reached a conclusion. He should be able to perfectly acquire the traits from those two giants. Little Garden. Being a prehistoric island frozen in the age of dinosaurs, the flora and fauna here were also enormous. Even approaching the island, the surrounding sea teemed with unusually large fish and dolphins. Upon entering Little Garden itself, monstrous roars echoed intermittently from the dense jungle. Giant, grotesque birds soared through the sky, reinforcing the prehistoric atmosphere. Adventure. Adventure. Sanji, my pirate lunchbox. Luffy yelled excitedly, captivated by the ancient jungle teeming with primeval energy. Wait right there, Sanji replied, rolling his eyes. Soon, the lunchboxes were ready, and Luffy charged eagerly into the jungle. Stupid cook. Watch me bring back a giant prey you couldn't even touch. Watch me bring back prey that'll make you ashamed, Mosshead. Zoro and Sanji shot each other glares, then headed off in separate directions into the jungle. Rowen, aren't you going exploring? You seemed so excited before we arrived, Vivi asked curiously, noticing Rowen hadn't joined the others heading into the jungle. Well, I'd need to be able to move first, wouldn't I? Rowen replied helplessly, gesturing towards Nami, who was clinging tightly to his arm. Nearby, Usopp considered hugging Rowen's leg for safety but quickly decided against it. What if Rowen decided to train him with explosive smoke too? Throughout the journey here, Luffy and the others had screamed constantly from the explosions. Luckily, their inhuman physiques allowed them to recover quickly. Usopp knew his own body couldn't take that kind of abuse. Wah. Can't we just wait on the ship until the log pose sets? Nami pleaded cutely, looking up at Rowen. But I want to see dinosaurs, Rowen replied, looking fondly at Nami. Fine. I'll go with you then, Nami stammered, biting her lip, her expression one of tragic, self-sacrificing determination. Forget it. Let's just wait here for a bit, Rowen chuckled, gently flicking Nami's nose. He sat down on the deck. Why yeah. Staying on the ship is much better. Usopp exclaimed, feeling immensely relieved that Rowen was staying. I'll stay too then, Vivi said, sitting down beside Nami with Karu. Compared to exploring, Vivi felt calmer just being near Rowen. I suspect Mr. Sky Sovereign isn't staying behind solely because of the navigator, am I wrong? Robin asked Rowen with keen interest. Being too clever isn't always good, Miss Historian, Rowen replied, mimicking Robin's earlier tone with a smile. Compared to seeing dinosaurs, Rowen prioritized enhancing his own strength. The giant, Broggy, should be arriving soon, drawn by the scent of alcohol, likely from their earlier ritual. Besides, time was plentiful, he'd surely see dinosaurs eventually. What do you mean? What are you two talking about? Nami asked, confused. Because this isn't just a normal prehistoric island, Miss Navigator. Don't you find it strange that an island teeming with dinosaurs and prehistoric beasts is called Little Garden? Robin asked Nami, smiling knowingly. Wait a second. Nami suddenly remembered something and dashed into the cabin. A moment later, she rushed back out, clutching a logbook from her collection, her face pale. She immediately latched onto Rowen, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Vivi asked anxiously, sensing Nami's sudden fear, subconsciously moving closer to Rowen and grabbing his arm as well. Don't scare me, Nami. Usopp yelled, cold sweat pouring down his face. The reason it's called Little Garden is because this island, filled with dinosaurs and giant beasts, is nothing more than a backyard garden to the beings who live here. Rowen explained calmly, turning his gaze towards a massive shadow approaching through the trees. Right. Mr. Giant. Rowen finished, laughing heartily as the colossal figure emerged. Check traits. Rowen commanded inwardly. Broggy traits: giant physique, pale gold, overdrawn, innate warrior, special. Giant physique, pale gold, overdrawn, the powerful physique possessed by the giant race. However, due to a century of continuous battle, the body is completely overdrawn, weakening the physique's energy. Innate warrior, special, a pure-blooded giant of Elbaf. Upon reaching adulthood, automatically possesses immense strength inherent to their bloodline. Even if power is lost, as long as they haven't reached old age, can rapidly recover to peak strength. Rowen looked at Broggy's traits, understanding flashing in his eyes. No wonder Broggy and Dory performed so poorly on Little Garden in the original story, getting tricked by Mr. 3. A century of non-stop dueling, over 70,000 battles between them. Even for giants, such relentless combat had completely overdrafted their physiques. Exhausted to that extent, hockey naturally became unusable. Their physical energy was infinitely weakened, currently only registering at the pale gold level. And the reason Broggy and Dory could go from being vulnerable to Mr. 3's wax fruit on Little Garden, to fighting against the 5 elders during the Egghead incident, recovering their strength so quickly, was because of this innate warrior, special, trait. Giants were born warriors. Upon reaching adulthood, they automatically gained immense power from their bloodline. And even if their bodies were completely overdrawn, weakening their physical energy infinitely, as long as they were still in their prime, not elderly, they could rapidly recover to peak condition after a period of rest. But the drawback was also obvious: bloodline determinism. Pure-blooded giants, their potential strength was largely predetermined at birth. Like Prince Loki, destined from birth to be the strongest giant of his generation. Such bloodline-based power systems were common tropes. But this works perfectly for him. Rowen's eyes gleamed with startling intensity. No wonder the system indicated he could perfectly acquire the physique trait energy from Dory and Broggy. Because even if he took their physical energy, Dory and Broggy could quickly recover their strength just by resting back on Elbaf. Rowen's mind already formulated the perfect plan to obtain the physique trait energy from both Dory and Broggy simultaneously. Gabba-babba. Greetings, little humans who've reached this place. Broggy let out his signature booming laugh. Gee, giant. Nami screamed, tears streaming down her face as she clung desperately onto Rowen. Usopp simply rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the deck, playing dead. Vivi's face turned deathly pale as well, grabbing Rowen's other arm tightly. Just then, a dinosaur lunged out, biting onto Broggy's back. Didn't you see I have guests? Bastard. Broggy roared, swinging his giant axe casually. The dinosaur's head flew off cleanly. Nami and Vivi screamed again, burying their faces into Rowen's chest from opposite sides. I am Broggy, the strongest warrior of Elbaf. Broggy declared proudly after dispatching the dinosaur, laughing towards Rowen. Rowen, future king of the seas. Rowen laughed back boldly. Gabba-babba. A spirited human. Interesting. Care to visit my home? By the way, do you have any booze? Broggy laughed uproariously. Of course, we do. The question is, can you handle it? Ha ha ha. Rowen laughed back confidently, holding Nami and Vivi close, meeting Broggy's gaze without flinching. Can't handle it. Gabba-babba. Too interesting, Rowen. Broggy laughed until tears streamed down his face. Giants. Robin murmured, watching the colossal figure, then looking at Rowen, who stood fearlessly before the giant, laughing just as powerfully, appearing even more commanding in comparison. A nostalgic, familiar warmth filled her eyes. Chapter 75, Bonus, Annihilation. The Giant's Oath. Whoosh. Flames roared to life, roasting chunks of dinosaur meat, filling the air with a primal, savory aroma. Gabba-babba. Don't be shy. Eat up. Dinosaur meat is delicious. Consider it repayment for the booze you brought, Broggy boomed with his signature laugh. Rowen didn't hesitate, grabbing the largest piece and taking a hefty bite. Not bad, he commented, smiling. It was his first time eating dinosaur meat. Though simply seasoned, the flavor was good, a primal, meaty taste, somewhat akin to chicken, which made sense, given the evolutionary link, but richer, juicier, and firmer in texture. Rowen used his superhuman demonic physique to digest the meat, noting that while not as nutrient-dense as sea king meat, it was still significantly better than ordinary animal meat. You guys try some too. You won't find dinosaur meat anywhere else, Rowen encouraged Nami and the others. He's right. Gabba-babba. Broggy laughed heartily. With Rowen present, Nami felt confident enough to overcome her fear of the giant, unlike her potential reaction in the original story where she might have feared being eaten. She cautiously carved off a small piece with her knife and tasted it. The flavor is very unique, Nami remarked, her eyes widening slightly. The novelty combined with the primal taste made it quite an experience. Vivi and Robin also tentatively sampled the prehistoric flavor. Mr. Broggy, how long will it take for the log pose to set on this island? Nami asked, looking up. Despite Rowen's presence, this was still a prehistoric island teeming with dangerous creatures. Nami was eager to leave as soon as possible. Plus, Vivi's country was in turmoil, returning sooner was crucial. Vivi immediately looked up as well, anxious to get back home. 1 year, Broggy replied cheerfully between bites of meat and gulps of booze. 1 year. Vivi and Nami exclaimed simultaneously. Isn't there any way to make it record faster? A year is too long. Vivi cried, standing up in panic, her fear of the giant momentarily forgotten. If they were stuck here for a year, who knew what would happen to Alabasta? Calm down, Vivi, Rowen said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Rowen. Vivi turned, and seeing his calm expression, feeling the warmth from his hand, her anxiety inexplicably subsided. Rowen must have a plan. Have you forgotten why Crocodile targeted Alabasta in the first place? It's because of the poneglyph there detailing the location of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. The only person currently capable of reading that poneglyph is right here with us. The initiative is ours, Crocodile is the one who should be panicking. If I'm not mistaken, pursuers should already be on their way to this island, shouldn't they? Right, Miss Historian. Rowen asked, looking towards Robin with a smile. A brilliant analysis, Robin replied, her lips curving elegantly. Power and intellect, both crucial for survival on these seas. This man possessed not only immense strength but also remarkable intelligence. He really fits the description of a future king of the seas. Robin's interest deepened. So, we just need to wait here for them to deliver themselves to us. And to get here, to retrieve Miss Historian, what do they need? Rowen prompted Vivi with a smile. An eternal pose for Alabasta. Vivi blurted out excitedly. Exactly. So sit down and enjoy the food, Rowen chuckled. Thank you, Rowen, Vivi murmured gratefully, amazed at how Rowen had resolved her worries with just a few words. It seemed no problem was too difficult for him. Vivi looked at Rowen, her eyes shining brightly. You humans talk too complicated. Warriors of Elbaf only need to think about one thing, fighting. Gababababa. Broggy declared, finding their conversation confusing and returning his focus to eating and drinking. Rumble. Just then, the volcano on Little Garden erupted briefly. Time's up, Broggy's expression instantly shifted, becoming that of a focused warrior. Are they here? Rowen's eyes lit up. What's going on? Usopp asked nervously. That's the signal. The signal for my duel with the other guy, a duel that's lasted 100 years. Broggy laughed. Duel. 100 years? With who? Why? Usopp fired off questions. The reason? I forgot long ago. Now, it's just for the honor of an Elbaf warrior. Gabababa. Broggy stood up, throwing his head back with a booming laugh. Dory. Broggy roared, looking towards the distance. There, another equally massive figure stood, gazing back at Broggy with fierce fighting spirit. Gegia. Broggy. Dory replied with his own signature laugh. Whoosh. The next moment, the 2 giants charged, colliding with tremendous force. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves radiating outwards. SOGE. They're aiming for each other's vital points. And they've been fighting like this for 100 years. Usopp stared blankly, utterly dumbfounded. Fighting to the death for 100 years without remembering the reason. Nami watched the giants clash, finding it hard to believe. This is what it means to be a warrior of the sea. Fighting for honor. Rowen laughed heartily. For the warriors of Elbaf, honor was everything. Though perhaps single-minded, did a true man's battle really need complex reasons? That's right. I want to become a man with that kind of noble sense of honor. Usopp declared, his eyes shining with newfound determination. Vivi watched Rowen laugh, pressing her lips together. As an 18-year-old princess, she couldn't fully comprehend the philosophy Rowen spoke of. But watching him, listening to him, her heart pounded inexplicably fast. Clang. After over a century of continuous battle, Dory and Broggy's physical energy was long since depleted. Their current fights couldn't last long, the stamina recovered during brief rests was quickly exhausted. Soon, both Dory and Broggy were panting heavily. It's been over 100 years. I'm starting to miss home, Broggy, Dory gasped, laughing. Then I'll just have to defeat you and return to Elbaf. Broggy retorted, laughing breathlessly. The next moment, their smiles vanished, replaced by deadly seriousness as they prepared for one final, all-out blow. Roar. Both giants bellowed, swinging their weapons towards each other's vital points. Squelch. Just then, thick white wax suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Dory's feet. What? Already committed to his attack, his body's momentum thrown forward, Dory stepped onto the unexpected wax and instantly lost his balance. Roar. Broggy's axe descended towards the vulnerable Dory. Clang. Rowen. Nami and the others cried out in alarm. Rowen had suddenly appeared directly in front of Broggy's descending axe, his fist, coated in armament hockey, blocking the massive blow. The strength of a giant, truly immense. Rowen thought, feeling the force transmitted through his fist, his eyes narrowing. Even completely exhausted, their strength was incredible. As expected of innate warriors. Rowen. What are you doing? Broggy roared, his eyes turning red. Calm down, Broggy, look at Dory's feet. Rowen replied coldly. The bomb fruit was taken. Did Mr. 3 attack earlier than expected? His feet. Broggy looked down and saw the thick layer of hardened wax trapping Dory. What is this? Did this thing make you lose your balance, Dory? Broggy bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Winning an unfair duel was a warrior's shame. Interfering with a sacred duel between warriors. Cowardly scum, show yourself. Boom. A tyrannical crimson-black light flared violently in Rowen's eyes. The next moment, it erupted outwards like a physical storm, accompanied by Rowen's enraged roar. Crimson-black lightning crackled wildly through the air. The massive jungle vegetation warped and bent under the force of the tangible conqueror's hockey storm. Countless prehistoric creatures within the jungle instantly went white-eyed and collapsed unconscious. See conqueror's hockey. Dory and Broggy stared, their giant eyes wide with disbelief. This man possessed the disposition of a king. Seeing the hockey already causing tangible physical effects, Dory and Broggy were stunned. They could tell this man was incredibly young, yet he possessed hockey of this level. Deep within the jungle, several Baroque Works agents were gathered. Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek, Mr. 1 and Miss Daublefinger. Just as Rowen suspected, after losing contact with Robin, Crocodile grew impatient and dispatched his trump card early, the Mr. 1 pair, to Little Garden to intercept Vivi and retrieve Robin. Boom. Mr. 3. Miss Goldenweek. Miss Daublefinger stared incredulously as Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek suddenly went white-eyed and collapsed unconscious. Mr. 3's combat strength was only average, even weaker than Mr. 4, his rank owing more to his cunning. But he was still the user of the wax fruit. Yet he fainted just from that man's roar. Thud. Mr. 1 dropped to one knee, his face contorted in pain. Mr. 1. Seeing even Mr. 1, the most terrifyingly strong among them, affected, Miss Doublefinger's eyes filled with horror. What is this power? Thump. Thump. Two more heavy thuds sounded as an otter and a vulture fell unconscious from the sky nearby. The unluckies. What in the world happened? Miss Daublefinger looked around frantically. Among the high-ranking agents present, only she remained unaffected and able to move freely. Found you. Just then, a cold voice sounded nearby, making Miss Doublefinger's pupils constrict, cold sweat drenching her body. White blow. Whoosh. Several streams of spiraling smoke descended from above, instantly capturing the remaining agents. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Seeing the men floating effortlessly in the air, his arms transformed into smoke, Miss Daublefinger stared in horror. Her own devil fruit ability was completely useless against this power. Thump. Thump. With several heavy thuds, the captured agents were dropped unceremoniously before Vivi, Nami, and the others. Mr. 1. Mr. 3. Miss Goldenweek. The unluckies. And this person is the owner of Spider's Cafe. Vivi gasped, covering her mouth as she recognized the captives. Miss Doublefinger's identity was top secret, second only to Crocodile himself. She usually operated under the guise of the Spider's Cafe owner, a Baroque Works contact point. Her true identity is Mr. 1's partner, Miss Daublefinger, Robin commented calmly, unsurprised by their presence. Mr. 1 was Crocodile's strongest subordinate, sending him to check on her status was expected. Miss All Sunday. Have you betrayed the company? Miss Daublefinger hissed, glaring at Robin, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Crocodile's identity was absolutely top secret, known only to Robin. Thus, Robin effectively served as Baroque Works' second-in-command, relaying Crocodile's orders. For such a figure to defect. I was captured, Miss Daublefinger, Robin replied with a faint smile. But Miss Daublefinger didn't buy it. Robin didn't look like a captive at all. However, Miss Daublefinger had no time to dwell on Robin's situation. Because that terrifying man, Rowen, was approaching, accompanied by the two giants. The wax fruit user. He was the one who used cheap tricks just now, Rowen stated coldly, looking down at the unconscious Mr. 3. Bastard. Broggy roared, his eyes bloodshot. With one swing of his massive axe, he ended Mr. 3's life. Plunder. Before Mr. 3's body was completely pulverized, Rowen extracted the wax fruit trait and associated physical energy. After absorption, it yielded 2 deep purple upgrade materials. Mr. 3's strength really wasn't much. Only relied on the wax fruit's properties for combat effectiveness. Vivi, that bundle has what you need, Rowen indicated the dropped package carried by the unluckies. Vivi blinked, then realization dawned. She rushed towards the unlucky's bundle and found it, the eternal pose for Alabasta. Vivi's eyes shone with relief and joy. Whoosh. Rowen landed gently back on the ground. Rowen. I found it, the eternal pose for Alabasta. Vivi rushed over to Rowen excitedly, throwing her arms around him and jumping up and down. That is. I got too excited. Vivi quickly realized her actions, blushed furiously, and let go of Rowen, glancing cautiously towards Nami. Nami simply smiled back at Vivi. She understood the feeling. Thud. Thud. Just then, to the astonishment of Nami and the others, Dori and Broggy knelt before Rowen, performing the solemn salute of Elbaf warriors. Apologies. We doubted your intentions earlier, suspected you would interfere with our duel, Broggy stated gravely. You protected the honor of our duel. Rowen, we are eternally indebted. Dori added, having learned Rowen's name from Broggy's earlier shout, his expression equally solemn. Rowen. From this day forward, you are our eternal friend. Upon these seas, should you ever have need of us, no matter where you are, we shall come. We swear this in the name of Elbaf's god. Dori and Broggy declared in unison, looking at each other, then back at Rowen. For the warriors of Elbaf, honor was more important than life itself. A duel concerning honor was the pursuit of their lifetime. Rowen saving the honor of their duel meant more to them than saving their lives. Giants, towards friends they truly acknowledged, would brave fire and water anywhere on the seas if needed. This was the giants' oath. Their promise. Chapter 76, Hockey and Physique Advance. Fusion Technique, Hakoka Sovereignty. Deep Gold Trait. Suji. This is a warrior's oath. Usopp stared wide-eyed, watching Dori and Broggy solemnly pledge their loyalty. Nami and Vivi's eyes sparkled. The Oath of Giants. Robin murmured, her eyes reflecting a deep emotion. Her dearest childhood friend, Saul, had been a giant. The god of Elbaf, their faith was more important than life itself to every giant there. Swearing an oath in their god's name meant these two powerful giants would truly come to Rowen's aid whenever he needed them, no matter where on the seas he might be. To earn such a commitment from giants, this man was truly remarkable. Hey. Rowen, you guys are here too. Luffy, who had been visiting Dori's camp, ran over upon seeing the commotion. Gegiagia, so you're all together, then you must be pirates too. Dori laughed heartily upon seeing they knew each other. That's right, Rowen confirmed with a smile. Gabba, we used to be pirates too, time flies, it's already been 100 years. Dori, why did we start dueling here again anyway? Hearing the word pirates stirred memories in Broggy, and he looked towards Dori thoughtfully. Yeah, why was it again? Dori rubbed his chin. Rowen, look. See whose prey is bigger. Just then, Zoro and Sanji burst out from the jungle, each dragging a massive dinosaur carcass. Giants. Zoro and Sanji stopped dead in their tracks upon seeing Dori and Broggy. Probably the same reason as these two, arguing over whose catch is bigger, Rowen laughed, gesturing towards Zoro and Sanji. Surely two giant uncles wouldn't be as childish as them, Vivi commented with a smile. That's it. I remember now. It was because of these skeletons, these were our prey. Dori and Broggy suddenly exclaimed, giant eyes widening as they slapped their heads. Hey. Dori, look at this skeleton, even without the meat, my prey's skeleton is still bigger than yours. What nonsense are you talking, Broggy? Mine is clearly bigger. Dori and Broggy started arguing loudly again. The seemingly innocuous question from a little girl centuries ago, wondering whose hunt was bigger, had sparked their 100-year duel. The two colossal skeletons that almost spanned the island were the remnants of their catches from that day. They really. Vivi exclaimed, clutching her head with a cute, sharp-toothed expression. Ha ha ha, as men of the sea, how could they admit their catch was smaller than someone else's? Rowen roared with laughter. As an avid fisherman back on Earth, Rowen deeply understood this competitive spirit. Dori and Broggy's 100-year argument hadn't yielded a result then, and their current debate quickly fizzled out too. After agreeing to continue their competition later, they turned back to Rowen. We truly don't know how to thank you. You even helped us remember why we started fighting. Broggy and Dori laughed heartily. Although for Elbaf warriors, the battle itself ultimately became about honor, eclipsing the original reason, remembering why they had dueled for a century still brought them immense joy. Actually, there is one thing, Rowen stated, looking seriously at Dori and Bragi. Really? What is it? We'll definitely do our best. Dori and Bragi instantly brightened, eager to help. For warriors of Elbaf, repaying debts of gratitude was ingrained in their very being. Having received so much help from Rowen, yet only being able to offer a future promise, felt insufficient. Now that Rowen needed something, Dori and Bragi were practically itching for action. I need your strength, Rowen stated directly, without any pretense. Towards warriors who valued honor above all, making excuses felt wrong. Protecting the sanctity of their duel earlier was genuine, wanting their physique traits now was also genuine. Rowen needed this power. He looked openly at Bragi and Dori. Our strength? Of course, no problem. If you need it, we'd brave fire and water for you. Dori and Bragi declared simultaneously, pounding their chests. It's easier to explain using my ability, Rowen said, raising his hand towards the two giants. Gurgle. Gurgle. A wall of white wax instantly materialized before them. Mr. 3's wax fruit ability. Mr. 1 and Miss Daublefinger, still restrained by smoke, stared incredulously. That was undeniably the power of the now deceased Mr. 3. I can take the power of others, devil fruit abilities, physique, everything. And I can wield multiple devil fruit powers simultaneously, Rowen stated frankly, looking at Dori and Bragi. You unbelievable. Such an ability exists. Dori and Bragi exchanged shocked glances, horror dawning in their eyes. Even having lived for centuries, they had never heard of such a power. Devil fruits were treasures of the sea. Even among giants, powerful fruits were highly coveted. But everyone knew you could only eat one fruit. Eating more meant certain death, yet this man could wield multiple abilities. And worse, he could steal everything from others. What a dangerous ability. What terrifying power, even with their warrior hearts, Dori and Bragi felt a chill of fear. This ability. Robin stared wide-eyed at Rowen, equally stunned. She already knew Rowen could use multiple devil fruit powers, having seen him use Mr. 5's and Miss Valentine's abilities during their voyage. That itself was incredible enough, leading her to guess he could steal fruit powers. She also knew he defied the devil fruit curse, able to swim freely. She thought that was the limit of his mysterious abilities. But now, his true power was to steal everything from others. This power was too frightening, too dangerous. Yet, accompanying danger and terror was mystery. Looking at Rowen, Robin's eyes shone brightly. This incredibly mysterious man, his claims about the true history seemed even more credible now. Perhaps following Rowen, she truly could achieve her lifelong dream. And Robin now found herself increasingly interested in unraveling Rowen's secrets. So, I need your physical energy. I need to help that girl save her country. I know you are innate warriors, even losing this physical energy, as long as you are in your prime, you can quickly recover your strength, Rowen stated honestly, looking at Dori and Bragi. While his calculations suggested he could likely defeat Crocodile as he was now, acquiring the physical traits of two giants would provide an extra layer of security. The fortune of an entire warlord was at stake, Rowen refused to allow any chance of failure. You know quite a lot about us Elbaf warriors, Gabababa. Bragi laughed upon hearing Rowen's words. Gegiagia. That's right, we are born warriors. Though our bodies are overdrawn after a century of fighting, possessing only a fraction of our peak strength, with enough rest and sustenance, we can quickly return to our prime. Dori laughed as well. Now they understood why Rowen wanted their physical energy, because even if he took it, they could recover relatively quickly. Rowen, Vivi murmured, deeply moved hearing Rowen's words. She was really fortunate to have met Rowen in her darkest hour. All right. Our strength is yours to take, our friend. Dori and Bragi declared solemnly after laughing, looking seriously at Rowen. They greatly appreciated Rowen's honesty. Warriors of Elbaf preferred straightforwardness. Towards Rowen, who had shown them such great kindness, they would offer even their lives, let alone their physical strength. Wait. If you lose all your physical energy, doesn't that mean your future battles will be purely contests of will and honor? Since you'll both be much weaker than now, overcoming weakness, isn't that what makes a true warrior? Usopp suddenly exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. Dori and Bragi both turned towards Usopp. Gababababa. Gegiagiagia. The next moment, both giants burst into thunderous laughter. He's right. We've competed over who's stronger, whose prey is bigger, but we've never competed over whose will is stronger after losing our strength. Dori and Bragi looked at each other, fighting spirit gleaming in their eyes. Dare to compete. They roared simultaneously at each other. Bring it on. They bellowed back, pressing their foreheads together. Come on, Rowen. Help us get rid of this cumbersome strength, we want to compete. See whose will is stronger. Dory and Broggy looked eagerly towards Rowen. Rowen hadn't expected this turn of events. Can only say that Usopp, being naturally weak himself, had a unique perspective on such matters. All right. But to take your power, I need, Rowen started to explain the need for them to lose consciousness, but then noticed the plunderable status displayed on both Dory's and Broggy's traits. His eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Can't you take our strength? Dory and Broggy asked anxiously. No. I can do it right now, Rowen replied, looking at Dory and Broggy with a surprised smile. This was the first time he'd encountered this situation. Plunder. Rowen's eyes focused intensely. Two streams of golden light, visible only to Rowen, flew from Broggy and Dory's bodies, merging into Rowen. Gurgle. Gurgle. Dory and Broggy's bodies visibly shrank, their prominent muscles rapidly disappearing, leaving them somewhat weakened, sitting on the ground. Gabababa. Gegiagia. But Dory and Broggy suddenly burst into laughter again. Incredible, I feel like I've returned to the embrace of the god of Elbaf. When we were first born, didn't we also have no strength? They laughed and laughed. I see. Worthy of being warriors of Elbaf. Rowen looked at the two giants, admiration shining in his eyes. Rowen understood now why they didn't need to be unconscious for him to plunder their traits. Normally, the plundering process induced extreme fear and horror as the target felt their power being stripped away. This intense emotion interfered with the plundering. Even if someone willingly agreed, overcoming that primal terror wasn't easy. But Dory and Broggy could overcome it. They even viewed it as returning their strength to their god. Truly, warriors of Elbaf. Fusing physique energy. Superhuman demonic physique, apex purple, advancing. Trait tier up. Promoted to superhuman demonic physique, pale gold. Born of the sea, apex gold, trait activated. Armament hockey, apex purple, advancing. Trait tier up. Promoted to armament hockey, pale gold. Physique undergoes qualitative change. Manifested senses enhanced. Born of the sea, apex gold, trait activated observation hockey, deep purple, enhanced. Trait tier up. Promoted to observation hockey, apex purple. A cascade of notifications appeared. Observation hockey was the manifestation and extension of the user's 5 senses. When one's physique underwent a qualitative change, the senses naturally sharpened. Under the effect of the Born of the Sea hockey training cheat code, observation hockey upgraded naturally alongside it. Physique advanced. Hockey advanced. Rowen now possessed 2 pale gold tier combat traits. Ryup. Rowen tore off his upper shirt. Rowen. Vivi and Nami blushed, staring at Rowen's exposed upper body. The powerful, defined muscle lines captivated their attention. Armament. Rowen's eyes narrowed. VMM. Clang. That's, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy stared wide-eyed. Usopp gaped blankly at Rowen. Vivi, Nami, and even Robin watched, somewhat stunned. Rowen, his entire body, was now coated in armament hockey, turning completely jet black, as if clad in a suit of super armament hockey armor. Full body armament. Astonishing armament hockey, Rowen. Dory and Broggy, with their experienced eyes, exclaimed in awe. On these seas, only peak users of hockey could achieve such a feat. Rowen felt the current strength of his armament hockey, a powerful curve touching his lips. This feeling was very good. Hockey of this level, even in the New World, was comparable to high-ranking officers in an emperor's crew. Within the Marines, only the true elite vice admirals possessed such mastery. But the gains didn't stop there. Fusing physique energy from 2 different giants. Fusion technique trait acquired. Hakoku Sovereignty, Deep Gold. Hakoku Sovereignty, Deep Gold, Spear of Elbaf. A combination attack requiring the concerted effort of 2 giants, a fusion technique trait formed by merging the physique energy of 2 different giants, capable of unleashing an astonishing shockwave. A Deep Gold tier, skill trait. This technique's combat power reached the Yonko commander threshold. Spear of Elbaf, Hakoku Sovereignty. An incredible crimson-black light flashed in Rowen's eyes. Boom. Conqueror's hockey erupted outwards, luring the giant goldfish lurking off Little Garden's coast to the surface. Clang. Rowen slammed his fists together. Under the disbelieving gazes of Dory and Broggy, he thrust his combined fists forward. Hakoku Sovereignty. A terrifying shockwave exploded outwards. The ground before Rowen instantly shattered. A deep trench tore across the land as the shockwave advanced, obliterating everything in its path. Then, it slammed into the giant goldfish slowly surfacing from the sea. Boom. The shockwave instantly blasted clean through the massive goldfish, continuing onwards, carving a huge trench through the ocean itself. Looking down from above, a terrifying scar now stretched from Rowen's position far out into the sea, as if a prehistoric giant had stabbed the very earth and ocean with a colossal spear. Spear of Elbaf, Hakoka Sovereignty. Chapter 77, 77, Bonus, Nami's Excitement. Crocodile, baffled. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. Before them stretched a chasm, a scar torn through the island, as if a prehistoric giant had thrust a spear through the very earth and sea. The shockwave Rowen unleashed had blasted straight through the jungle, pierced the island-sized goldfish in the ocean, and continued far out into the distant waters. Such a display of power, for Luffy and the others, who had only just entered the Grand Line, was like having a door kicked open to an entirely new world of possibilities. Especially for Zoro. Though he had clashed with Mihawk back in the East Blue, that encounter was a crushing defeat, his opponent hadn't revealed any of his true strength. Later, witnessing the clash of conquerors hockey between Rowen and Mihawk had already broadened Zoro's horizons immensely. But only now did Zoro truly begin to grasp the absurd levels of power possessed by the true titans of this sea. However, this realization didn't dampen Zoro's spirit, instead, it ignited a fierce fire within him. This kind of challenge, this was what made it interesting. This was precisely why he had set out to sea. As for surpassing Mihawk and becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro held absolute faith in himself. It wasn't just his own steadfast determination. Rowen himself had declared that he, Zoro, was the man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Rowen. Nami and Vivi covered their mouths, staring blankly at the scene before them. They knew Rowen was strong, of course. But what they just witnessed shattered their perception of reality. A single punch, carving a trench through a jungle and across the sea. Such power felt beyond human capability, it seemed almost godlike. Especially for Vivi. If previously she merely saw hope in Rowen defeating Crocodile, now, she felt absolute confidence. Vivi had seen Crocodile fight before. To maintain his image as Alabasta's hero, Crocodile often dealt with pirates causing trouble in the kingdom. His sand fruit ability was undeniably powerful, capable of conjuring terrifying sandstorms. But its destructive display paled in comparison to the sheer force of Rowen's single attack, it wasn't even close. Vivi gazed at Rowen, her eyes shining brightly. Beside her, Robin's eyes also held immense shock. As a survivor of O'Hara, Robin's knowledge of the world far surpassed Nami's and Vivi's. Though she had encountered many powerful individuals, she had been too weak then to witness their true strength. A display of power on this scale, Robin had never seen anything like it before. No wonder, this man dared to take her in, knowing her past and the fact that she faced the monolithic world government. Following this man, perhaps her dream truly could be realized. And perhaps, she could finally find a place where she truly belonged. Robin's eyes began to shine as well. Branded with a 79 million berry bounty since the age of 8, despite possessing the flower fruit, Robin had only ever survived by hiding in the shadows. Since the O'Hara incident, the vast sea held no safe haven for her. Every temporary refuge eventually turned hostile upon learning her identity, seeking to trade her for the bounty. Betrayal and pursuit had been constants in her life. Although Rowen knew the truth about O'Hara, Robin hadn't previously believed he possessed the power to truly contend with the world government. She assumed she would eventually have to leave his crew as well. But now, Robin felt things might be different. The ability to steal everything from others, such a vicious, dangerous power, unheard of. Who could possibly predict the future of a man possessing such strength? Perhaps, this man truly could challenge the world government someday. A place to belong. For Robin, who had endured the horrors of O'Hara at age 8 and lived a life defined by pursuit and betrayal ever since, this desire was second only to her lifelong quest to find the true history. And now, in this man, Rowen, Robin truly saw hope for achieving both of her greatest dreams. Robin's eyes shone with a newfound, intense brilliance. Compared to the stunned onlookers, Dory and Broggy were even more flabbergasted. That was, our Spear of Elbaf. Hakoka's sovereignty. Unbelievable. Rowen. You can use Hakoka's sovereignty. Dory and Broggy stared, their giant eyes wide with utter disbelief. Hakoka's sovereignty. The Spear of Elbaf. The technique symbolizing the ultimate honor of Elbaf warriors. Even among Elbaf's giants, only the most exceptional warriors could master such an attack, and performing it required the combined effort of 2 such warriors. Unbelievably, this man had seemingly learned it instantly, and could unleash it alone. At this moment, even the proud warrior hearts of Broggy and Dory were overwhelmed with shock and awe. The stamina drain is certainly significant, Rowen commented, extremely satisfied with Hakoka's sovereignty's power. But as expected of a deep gold tier skill trait, and one fueled purely by physical energy, it was demanding. Even Haki wasn't simply coated onto the attack surface like usual, it felt integrated within the shockwave itself. And even with Rowen's current physique and Haki levels, he could likely only fire it once in short succession. It was definitely his ultimate trump card for now. Physique and Haki both at pale gold tier, plus the synergistic combination of the smoke, bomb, and kilo fruits, even within the pale gold combat tier, Rowen's current strength was absolutely among the forefront. Add the deep gold Hakoku sovereignty technique. Crocodile was now completely beneath Rowen's notice. Thank you both, truly, Rowen said sincerely, turning to Dori and Bragi. Gabababa. Rowen, you helped us so much. This little strength is nothing. Gegiagia. Well said. Besides, our strength, we can recover it quickly if we wish. Dori and Bragi replied after recovering from their shock, laughing heartily. And Rowen, you've truly shown us something incredible. We've lived for centuries, but never have we met a man like you. Dori and Bragi added, unable to hide the lingering astonishment in their eyes. Rowen, what should we do with these three? Zoro asked, gesturing towards the unconscious Miss Goldenweek, and the terrified Miss Daublefinger and Mr. One. That little girl, just leave her here. Whether she survives is up to her own luck, Rowen stated calmly. Don't let Miss Goldenweek's appearance fool you, partnering with the treacherous Mr. 3 for years meant her hands weren't clean. Plus, her abilities relied entirely on special paints, she wasn't a devil fruit user, making her useless to Rowen. As for these two. Rowen looked towards Miss Daublefinger and Mr. 1. This guy is the user of the dice fruit. A blade human who can turn any part of his body into blades. And his insides can turn to steel. Zoro, he's a suitable opponent for you. Whether you can awaken the power to cut steel, depends on today, Rowen stated. His words made Zoro's eyes narrow instantly. Then, a predatory glint appeared as he fixed his gaze on Mr. 1. Blade human. I remember now. Your face, you're that famous bounty hunter from the West Blue. Didn't expect you'd end up as someone else's dog, Zoro commented, tying his bandana around his head, looking at Mr. 1 like prey. Through Rowen's explanations, combined with his own Master Kushira's teachings, Zoro now fully understood the path of swordsmanship. To become a true swordsman, Kengo, one had to reach the state of cutting steel, hearing that breath of all things, then cutting along that breath to sever anything. Even steel. Hence, the steel-cutting realm. Kill me if you're going to. Sky Sovereign Rowen, you are indeed strong. Unbelievably so. But surely you won't offer some foolish ultimatum like, fight him to survive, will you? Mr. 1 stated coldly. He too had his pride. No. I won't say that, Rowen replied, looking at Mr. 1 with a powerful smile. I just want you to die like a warrior. Rowen's words made Mr. 1's pupils constrict sharply. Then, he silently stood up. As expected, of the men with such incredible power. What magnanimity. Come on then. I remember you too, the East Blue bounty hunter. The pirate hunter, Mr. 1 suddenly laughed coldly. To die like a warrior. Though this man was unbelievably strong, he showed him respect. Clang. Without further words, Zoro clashed fiercely with Mr. 1. His current swords couldn't cut Mr. 1's steel-hard body, transformed by the dice fruit. Soon, numerous cuts appeared on Zoro's body. Sparkling daisy cutter. Mr. 1 roared, transforming his forearms into spinning blades, unleashing his strongest attack. Spurt. Blood sprayed violently as Zoro's chest was shredded by countless blade edges. Yet, facing this desperate situation, Zoro's eyes slowly closed. Memories flashed through his mind, his past training, his crushing defeat against Mihawk, Rowen's hockey-based training. Oh. Suu. A distinct sound, the breath, emanating from Mr. 1 reached Zoro's ears. I see now. Rowen is so much stronger than you, yet under his training, why couldn't I grasp how to cut steel? Is it only in this moment, truly facing death, that one can hear the breath of all things? Zoro sheathed Yubashiri and Sandai Katetsu. He held only Wado Ikamanji in one hand. Do you deserve the acknowledgement of Sky Sovereign Rowen? Do you deserve such respect from that man? If not, then die beneath my dice fruit. Mr. 1 roared, his blade arms slashing towards Zoro. Itoriu Iai. Sure Sansen, Lion's Song. Slice. Blood sprayed. A horrifying gash appeared across Mr. 1's chest, stretching down to his abdomen. As expected, of a man acknowledged by Sky Sovereign Rowen, Mr. 1 murmured, then slowly closed his eyes. Plunder. Rowen commanded. A stream of purple light was extracted from Mr. 1's body, merging into Rowen. Mr. 1, truly Crocodile's trump card, his physique energy yielded 7 deep purple upgrade materials for Rowen. Combined with Rowen's previous accumulation and the energy from Dori and Bragi. Rowen's superhuman demonic physique, pale gold, trait was now only 6 pale gold materials away from reaching deep gold. 3-sword style, apex purple. Seeing Zoro's 3-sword style trait advance to apex purple, Rowen smiled. Swordsman realm achieved. Zoro's strength has increased immensely. Reaching the stage would also make learning hockey much smoother for Zoro. Ha, ha. I won. Rowen. Luffy, Zoro gasped, lifting his blood-streaked face, pulling off his bandana, and grinning weakly at Rowen and Luffy. Shishishi. Awesome. Zoro. Luffy beamed. Well done, Rowen praised sincerely. Need to stop the bleeding quickly. Usopp frantically applied medicine and bandages to Zoro's wounds. Injuries like these really need a doctor. Let's head to Drum Island, like Crocus suggested, and find a ship's doctor, Rowen stated. The insect that bit Nami in the original story had long since been eliminated by Rowen. With his system and observation hockey, such a creature couldn't escape his notice. I'm fine. Stopping the civil war in her country is more important, we should hurry, Zoro protested weakly, pale from blood loss. Rowen wanted to help Vivi, Zoro would give his all too. No. We find a doctor first. Vivi declared firmly, looking up with determination. That is the fastest route to Alabasta, isn't it? Vivi then asked Rowen, smiling. Correct, Rowen confirmed with a smile. Well said, Vivi. Luffy and the others cheered. In that moment, Vivi was truly accepted by everyone as a comrade. This woman is the user of the spike fruit. Get some practice, Nami, Rowen suggested, smiling at Nami. Okay. Let me try. Nami eagerly took out her climb attack. Under Rowen's prompting, Usopp had constructed it ahead of schedule. Damn it. Miss Daublefinger, seeing she was the only agent left, completely panicked. She activated her spike fruit, attacking Nami desperately. Nami's fight, naturally, wouldn't be as bloody as Zoro's. The One Piece power system was brutal. For a swordsman to first reach the steel-cutting realm, hearing the breath of all things often required a true near-death experience. Only those who grasped it in that moment and survived could become true swordsmen. But Nami, possessing the climate sense trait, just needed to continuously increase her knowledge of weather patterns and utilize her climate weapon to grow stronger. This battle was only for her to familiarize herself with the climate act. Soon, Nami gained proficiency. The frantic Miss Daublefinger was then easily dealt with by Rowen's Conqueror's Haki. Nami's path to strength lay in learning, not bloody battles. Rowen naturally wouldn't let her get seriously hurt. Plunder. The spike fruit was plundered by Rowen. Miss Doublefinger's physique energy yielded one deep purple upgrade material. Female physiques, aside from monsters like Big Mom, were significantly weaker than males, even with devil fruits. One more gift for you, Nami, Rowen added, smiling at her. Grant. Rowen tossed 2 apples onto the ground. The spike fruit trait and the dice fruit trait flowed into them. Gurgle. Gurgle. Under the stunned gazes of the crew, the 2 apples transformed. One bristled with sharp spikes, the other with gleaming blades, both now adorned with mysterious swirling patterns. Devil fruits. Luffy, having eaten one himself, recognized them instantly. The spike fruit and the dice fruit. They're yours, Nami. The spike is average, but still worth over 100 million berry. The dice probably wouldn't sell for less than 300 million, Rowen explained with a smile. These 2 paramecia fruits offered no combat enhancement to Rowen himself now. Better to make Nami happy. Kaya. I love you, Rowen. Hearing the potential value, Nami shrieked with delight, throwing her arms around Rowen and planting several kisses on his cheek. Rowen watched the ecstatic Nami, smiling happily himself. Vivi watched them, and without even realizing it, a deep sense of envy filled her gaze. All right. Let's have a feast. Rowen declared, still holding Nami, laughing heartily. After a pirate victory, a feast was mandatory. Oh. Alabasta. Buru. 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 Click. Buru. 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 Click. Crocodile sat in darkness, repeatedly dialing his transponder snails. But no matter how many times he tried, whether calling Mr. 3, Mr. 1, or Robin, there was only silence, no answer. What in the world happened? Crocodile hissed, his eyes completely bloodshot. Chapter 78, Wapple's Fruit. Vivi can no longer hide her feelings. What? What in the world happened? Crocodile stared, eyes bloodshot, into the darkness. The only sounds were the futile clicking and ringing of the transponder snails he kept dialing, met only by silence. After losing contact with Nico Robin, Crocodile had immediately dispatched his ace agents, the Mr. 1 and Miss Daublefinger pair, along with the cunning Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week combo, straight to Little Garden. Of course, unlike the original timeline, Crocodile possessed no intelligence whatsoever about Rowen and his crew. With Rowen's observation and Conqueror's hockey, the Unluckies, Baroque Works intel gatherers, stood no chance of getting descriptions or information. Rowen certainly wouldn't benevolently provide intel to Crocodile, letting the scheming fool operate blind suited Rowen just fine. So why send Mr. 1 to Little Garden without intel? Because Crocodile had sent scouts to investigate Whiskey Peak after losing contact. The bounty hunters there, wiped out. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, sent to eliminate Princess Vivi and Igaram, also wiped out. Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, missing. Nico Robin, lost contact at Whiskey Peak. Clearly, Princess Vivi and Igaram weren't capable of this alone. Someone must have helped them. Now aided, and likely aware of his identity, Vivi would surely head back to Alabasta. And the next stop from Whiskey Peak towards Alabasta was Little Garden. This was the extent of Crocodile's current knowledge. Just as Rowen had told Vivi, Crocodile's entire scheme revolved around the poneglyph in Alabasta detailing the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. Losing contact with Robin, the only one who could read the poneglyph, threw even Crocodile's cold calculation into disarray. Without her, his plan was effectively dead before it began. Thus, Crocodile dispatched the strongest forces available to him. But now, not only had Robin not been recovered, but Mr. 1 and the others had vanished too. Obviously, something had happened to all of them. Bang. Crocodile slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes burning red. His top 5 ranked agent pairs, now only Mr. 2 and Mr. 4 remained. His carefully constructed Baroque works, built over years with numerous skilled agents, now reduced to just a handful of operatives. And losing the Unluckies, vital for aerial reconnaissance, at Little Garden was the final straw. Crocodile raged impotently, he didn't even know who his opponent was. He, who always manipulated everything from the shadows, now felt like he was being played by an unseen hand. Worse, without Nico Robin, enacting his plan now seemed utterly pointless. And with his enemies hidden while he was exposed, the situation was slipping from his control. If you chose to help Nefertari Vivi, then you must be coming to Alabasta. After his initial fury, Crocodile forcibly calmed himself. He rapidly issued new orders. All remaining Baroque Works forces were to converge on Alabasta. All high-ranking agents were to gather there. He deployed numerous operatives along Alabasta's coastline. Any sign of Nefertari Vivi or Nico Robin was to be reported immediately. "I'll be waiting for you, right here." Crocodile hissed, eyes bloodshot. The rage boiling within him was second only to the humiliation of his past defeat by Whitebeard. Little Garden. Unlike the furious Crocodile, the Straw Hats were enjoying a feast. The prehistoric ingredients were transformed into delectable dishes by Sanji. All the remaining booze was consumed heartily by Broggy and Dory. Zoro, still injured, was forbidden from drinking. Luffy and Usopp, chopsticks stuck up their noses again, performed the bizarre, nostril chopstick dance they learned from Johnny, their comical expressions sending everyone into fits of laughter. Even the giants, Dory and Broggy, slapped their massive thighs, roaring with laughter. Delicious food, fine wine, joyous laughter, this was a pirate feast. Gabababa. This is great. It's been too long since we had a proper pirate party. Gegiagia. Brings back memories. Haven't had this much fun in ages. Broggy and Dory laughed uproariously. The feast eventually wound down amidst cheerful camaraderie. "Well then, we'll be taking our leave," Rowen said, smiling towards Dory and Broggy. "Oh. The biggest obstacle leaving Little Garden, you already cleared it out, Rowen. The path ahead is clear." Dory and Broggy escorted the Straw Hats back to the Going Merry. "They will surely make names for themselves across the sea," Dory commented, watching the Merry depart with a smile. "Of course. Especially Rowen. His name will thunder across the entire ocean someday." Broggy boomed confidently. "Indeed. That way, if Rowen ever needs us, we'll hear of it quickly and rush to his side." Dory added with a grin. "Now then. Time for the contest of wills. Dory. Gabababa. Bring it on, Broggy. Gegiagia. I still can't believe there are really goldfish as big as islands," Usopp commented with a smile aboard the Merry. Another one of his tall tales turned out to be true. The sea truly was vast. "But if we're going to Drum Island, how do we get there without a log pose for it?" Nami asked. Their current log pose was useless, still recording Little Garden's magnetic field. Until they reached the next island and it reset, it would only point back towards Little Garden. The only other navigational tool they had was the Eternal Pose for Alabasta, taken from the Unluckies. Vivi instinctively looked towards Rowen. In her eyes, there seemed to be nothing Rowen couldn't do. She had already begun to rely on him unconsciously. "Which is why I said we should just go straight to Alabasta," Zoro grumbled from where he lay resting on the deck. "Relax. When comrades are in need, I can handle anything. From here on, I'll take command of navigation. Head in this direction, and we'll reach Drum Island, Rowen stated calmly, pointing towards a specific bearing, his smile radiating absolute confidence. New trait acquired, route, path to Tony Chopper's location. System note, after bonding with the Straw Hat crew, the system can provide routes related to important plot points. Suji. Rowen. Hearing Rowen's confident declaration, Luffy cheered loudly. Sun God, Apex Gold, trait equipping progress increased. Rowen, you. Zoro closed his eyes, leaning back against the deck, saying nothing more. But behind his closed eyelids, his heart filled with gratitude. Azura Aura, special, trait equipping progress increased. Full speed ahead. Get Zoro's injuries treated, find a ship's doctor. Then, our next destination, Alabasta. Rowen declared, standing tall on the deck, radiating energy. Oh. The crew responded with a unified cheer. Sailing into a frigid, wintry sea region, a group of pirates suddenly boarded the Going Merry. Ha 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 ha. You're surrounded. I'm heading to the Drum Kingdom. Do any of you have a log pose pointing there? A ridiculously obese man with dark purple hair, a massive mouth, and a bizarre metal cylinder encasing his lower jaw yelled at Rowen and the crew. Surrounded us. Rowen turned, looking at Wapol with his intimidating villain expression. Why you? What do you want? Wapol felt a sudden chill. See crap. That man's face. Wapol's advisor, Chess, stared fearfully at Rowen, clutching a wanted poster. It's the 100 million berry super rookie, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Chess shrieked in terror. Huh. Wapol's eyes widened in horror, staring at Rowen. Sorry. We took a wrong turn. Wapol immediately backpedaled, sweating profusely, ready to flee. When Blackbeard's crew attacked Drum Kingdom, Wapol had fled with his retainers without even putting up a fight. Wapol was the definition of a bully who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Your chatter is rather excessive. Pirates drawing weapons on other pirates, is there really any outcome besides conflict? Rowen asked, his expression turning utterly ruthless. We're not pirates. Wapol screamed fearfully. Boom. Conqueror's hockey instantly cleared the deck of Wapol's men. Plunder. Rowen commanded. A stream of purple light flowed into Rowen's body. Wapol's physique energy yielded 2 deep purple upgrade materials. And one more thing, the munch fruit. Wapol, former king of Drum Kingdom, scum who tormented his own people, Rowen stated coldly, looking down at the unconscious Wapol. Wapol. I remember him. I saw him at the reverie. Vivi exclaimed, wide-eyed. Hey. Doctors on that ship. Treat my comrade. Rowen called towards Wapol's strange, hippo-like submarine. Why yes. We are Dr. 20. And no. We are doctors from the Drum Kingdom. 20 doctors emerged fearfully, approaching the Merry. Dr. 20. What a weird name, Luffy commented curiously. Some of you perform surgery on my comrade. The rest of you, explain the situation in Drum Kingdom to my crewmates, Rowen ordered. Why yes, sir. Several surgeons quickly set up a makeshift operating area and began treating Zoro. The remaining, Dr. 20, recounted the events on Drum Island to Luffy and the others. They explained how Wapol had exiled all doctors except the 20 serving him personally, dubbed Dr. 20. In the perpetually winterbound Drum Kingdom, illness was frequent. Lacking access to doctors, the citizens were forced to submit to Wapol's tyranny to obtain precious medical care. Hearing this, Luffy and the others seethed with righteous anger. Learning further that Wapol had abandoned his country and people, fleeing without a fight upon sighting Blackbeard's crew. Vivi, deeply influenced by her father King Cobra's belief that the people were more important than the country itself, was absolutely furious. Rowen. Can I beat him up? Luffy yelled angrily, pointing at the unconscious Wapol. Scum like him should be judged by the people he wronged, Rowen replied, his own eyes cold. Judged by the people. Rowen, those are powerful words, Vivi murmured, biting her lip, looking at Rowen with shining eyes. Thud. The surgeons who had finished treating Zoro suddenly knelt, performing a deep Dajiza bow. We were cowards, submitting to Wapol, thank you. Thank you for defeating him, one of the lead doctors sobbed, removing his mask, his face streaked with tears. Relax, Rowen replied gently. He wouldn't demand impossible bravery from everyone. Succumbing to fear was a natural instinct. It was precisely because of this instinct that courage became humanity's greatest anthem. See, can we return to Drum Kingdom with you? Though we were forced to submit to Wapol, we never stopped studying medicine. We want to go back. Contribute to Drum Kingdom again, live out our remaining days serving the people, an elderly doctor pleaded, tears streaming down his face. we can take you back. As for whether the people of Drum Kingdom will accept you again, that, too, should be decided by the people there, Rowen replied with a smile. Behind Rowen, Vivi watched him, her eyes blazing with admiration. Her heart pounded uncontrollably fast. Leaving judgment to the people. Vivi felt Rowen's principles transcended even those of her own beloved, people-centric father. In that moment, Vivi knew she could no longer hide her feelings. She, Nefertari Vivi, on this day at the age of 18, had fallen in love for the first time. Nami watched Vivi's expression, her own unreadable. Finally, a small, knowing smile touched her lips. Under Rowen's command, the Going Merry soon arrived at Drum Island. But upon entering the harbor, they were immediately met by a crowd of citizens aiming weapons at them. Pirates. You're not welcome here. Leave. Warning shouts echoed across the water. Having just suffered Blackbeard's attack, and abandoned by their king Wapol, the citizens of Drum Island were currently filled with intense hatred towards pirates. Calm down. It's us. The Dr. 20 stepped forward, calling out to the citizens on shore. Dr. 20. The leader of the armed group, an incredibly sturdy man, recognized them instantly. It was Dalton, former captain of the Drum Kingdom Guard, user of the ox fruit, model, bison. We have returned to atone. Do not aim your weapons at our country's benefactors, one of the elderly doctors yelled, kneeling on the deck, tears streaming down his face. Benefactors. Dalton and the others looked confused. Then, their pupils constricted in shock as they saw the figure held up on the Mary's deck. Wapol. Dalton gasped. Mr. Rowen defeated Wapol. And intends to hand him over, to be judged by the people. Mr. Rowen is our country's benefactor, lower your weapons, you can judge us for submitting to Wapol out of fear, but please, do not point your guns at Mr. Rowen, the elderly doctor cried out desperately. Clatter. Weapons dropped to the ground all around. The tyranny is over. It's finally over. Dalton sobbed, tears of relief streaming down his face. It's over. The citizens erupted in joyous cries, embracing each other. The judgment is yours to carry out. We are outsiders, we won't interfere, Rowen stated calmly, handing Wapol and his two main advisors over to Dalton. We don't know how to thank you. We deeply apologize for our actions earlier, Mr. Rowen. Dalton said, then moved to bow deeply to Rowen. But Rowen simply raised a hand, preventing Dalton from kneeling with seemingly effortless strength. Strong. As expected of Sky Sovereign Rowen. Dalton, having recognized Rowen's identity as well, was awestruck. He was a Zoan devil fruit user himself, yet his strength felt childishly weak compared to Mr. Rowen's. Direct that passion towards your people. This country needs rebuilding, doesn't it? Rowen replied with a smile. At the very least, allow us to host you properly, express our gratitude. Dalton pleaded, deeply moved. He had never encountered pirates like these before. Do you have any local specialty dishes? Rowen asked, his smile widening. Of course. Dalton beamed, genuinely happy. Behind them, Vivi's gaze never left Rowen. Vivi, Nami whispered, appearing beside her. Vivi blushed slightly, unable to meet Nami's knowing gaze. But Nami simply leaned closer and whispered in her ear, you need to be brave, okay? Vivi stared blankly at Nami's encouraging smile, her face flushing crimson. Chapter 79, Bonus, Nika. Inside the small town, Dalton and the villagers brought out all their stored food supplies. Drum Kingdom existed in perpetual winter, leading to a dietary preference for hot foods, creating a scene reminiscent of a hot pot gathering back on Earth for Rowen. Snow fell heavily outside the windows, while inside, everyone enjoyed delicious food. With Luffy and Usopp acting as lively entertainers, the atmosphere was cheerful. Nami and Vivi sat on either side of Rowen. With beautiful women beside him, the feeling was even more satisfying than the taste of the food itself. This meal left Rowen thoroughly content. Seeing Rowen and his crew eat with such satisfaction brought smiles to the faces of Dalton and the others. For a time, hosts and guests thoroughly enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere. However, Vivi, seated beside Rowen, didn't eat much, lost in thought. That phrase Nami said, telling her to be brave, what did she mean? Vivi stole glances at Nami on Rowen's other side. Nami was laughing happily, looking no different than usual. Vivi naturally understood the relationship between Nami and Rowen. During their voyage, she and Nami had become good friends, and Vivi had learned about Nami's past struggles. Knowing Nami's history made Vivi feel Nami was even stronger than herself. Although Vivi carried the burden of her entire country's safety, she at least had her father, the king, to shelter her. She also had people like Igaram, Shaka, and Pell, who acted like uncles. But Nami had shouldered the fate of Kokoyasi village entirely alone. To save her home, Nami endured working for the fishman who murdered her mother right before her eyes, drawing charts while also acting as a pirate thief to earn the 100 million berry ransom. Yet, despite all that, those very fishmen intended to use corrupt marines to steal all her hard-earned money, forcing her to draw charts for them forever. The one who ended all that was Rowen. And when they first met, Rowen had decided to help her partly because her expression of despair reminded him of Nami's. Vivi felt incredibly envious. But because of that, even as she gradually realized her own feelings for Rowen, she hesitated to confront them. She had already received so much help. Nami had encouraged and supported her. How could she possibly compete with Nami for happiness? Until, just before arriving at Drum Island, Rowen's words made it impossible for Vivi to ignore her heart any longer. Vivi understood she couldn't deceive herself anymore. Like the old saying goes, love like a storm, fierce and fleeting. And because of that, Nami noticed her feelings. Yet Nami wasn't angry, she even encouraged her to be brave. Looking at Nami, who seemed perfectly normal, laughing happily, Vivi pressed her lips together. Does Nami mean, I also have a chance? Regarding this aspect, Vivi felt no particular objection. As the Princess of Alabasta, the concept of polygamy wasn't entirely foreign or shocking. But what surprised Vivi was Nami's apparent generosity. That was the only word Vivi could think of. Nami's words really did sound like encouragement, but Vivi couldn't possibly ask Nami directly to confirm, could she? Besides, the ultimate decision rested with Rowen. Vivi's mind was a whirl of confusion. What are you thinking about, Nami? Rowen leaned closer, whispering softly near her ear. Even Nami had noticed Vivi's feelings. How could Rowen, with his now apex purple observation haki, be unaware? And Rowen had also heard Nami's encouraging words to Vivi using his haki. It wasn't that Rowen deliberately eavesdropped on their private conversation, Nami's actions seemed almost intentionally designed to let him know. Rowen wouldn't pretend ignorance or let the situation become ambiguously awkward. He looked seriously into Nami's eyes. You heard, didn't you? With your observation haki, Nami replied, a mischievous, impish smile playing on her lips. Rowen looked fondly at her, though a metaphorical black line appeared on his forehead. Nami definitely let me overhear her conversation with Vivi on purpose. The sea is free, right? Nami whispered playfully near Rowen's ear. That was Nami's stance. Rowen had saved her, told her the sea was free. Through their time together, she had fallen in love with him. For Vivi, who had similar experiences and was now being saved by Rowen, to fall for him too, Nami wasn't surprised at all. Whether Rowen chose to accept Vivi's feelings was his decision. Nami wouldn't create any obstacles. Rowen was also free. Not just Vivi, Nami also knew about Rowen's promise with Kaya, thanks to Rowen himself. Rowen never hid anything from her. And Nami had sensed Kaya's feelings back in Syrup Village. In fact, it was partly because of Kaya that Nami started to confront her own feelings for Rowen. What Nami would do was stay by Rowen's side, regardless of his choices, as long as Rowen still needed her, still loved her. The sea was vast, surely it was vast enough to hold the love of different girls for the same men. The sea is free, isn't it? Nami looked intently at Rowen, her smile bright and genuine. Rowen understood Nami's meaning. He smiled and gently patted the back of her hand. The feelings of a good girl like Vivi, Rowen certainly wouldn't disregard them. But Nami's understanding and acceptance made Rowen love her even more deeply. Rowen cherished Nami dearly, that affection wouldn't change, no matter how many other girls' hearts he might capture in the future. Nami felt the warmth from Rowen's hand, her smile becoming even brighter. Though she didn't have observation haki, she could understand Rowen's meaning. Nearby, Vivi watched Rowen and Nami whispering, blinked curiously, feeling incredibly anxious. Her intuition told her they were talking about her. But without haki, she couldn't hear their words. And she couldn't possibly ask them directly about such a thing. However, seeing the smiles on both Rowen's and Nami's faces reassured Vivi somewhat. It probably isn't a bad outcome, right? By the way, Rowen, who are we actually looking for as our ship's doctor? Uncle Doctor and the others need to stay here and contribute to their country. Are there any other doctors here? Luffy, having finished eating, asked, folding his arms and tilting his head thoughtfully. Are you looking for a ship's doctor? Dalton inquired. Yeah. Uncle, do you know if there are any other doctors around? Luffy grinned hopefully. All the doctors here were driven out by Wapol, except for Dr. 20, Dalton replied automatically. Seeing the disappointment on Luffy's group's faces, Dalton paused, then added, however, the castle on that snowy mountain, Wapol's former castle, there's a doctor living up there. But that doctor? Dalton decided not to withhold information from the benefactors who had saved their country. When Luffy and the others heard this doctor was over 130 years old, their eyes widened. Suji! Let's go check it out, Rowen! Luffy exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. Well then, we'll take our leave. Rowen stood up, smiling at Dalton. That snow mountain path is treacherous, and there are dangerous creatures. Let us prepare and escort you up. Dalton quickly offered. No need. We're not taking the mountain path, Rowen replied with a smile. Dalton looked confused. White blow. Rowen activated his smoke fruit, enveloping the crew in smoke, then used smoke propulsion to lift them into the air. Although this method consumed significant stamina, Rowen's physique had reached the pale gold tier. Plus, the snowy mountain wasn't actually that high in terms of vertical distance. Rowen's current stamina could handle the exertion. Then, we'll leave our ship in your care, Mr. Dalton, Rowen called down with a smile. Leave it to us. Dalton replied earnestly. Whoosh. Driving the smoke fruit at full power, Rowen propelled the group upwards towards the mountain peak with powerful jets of smoke. Cling. Cling. A reindeer pulled a sleigh, seemingly running through the air. But upon closer inspection, a rope connected the sleigh and reindeer to the snowy peak above. On the sleigh sat a woman, white-haired but full of vigor, bearing a striking resemblance to a witch. Soon, the reindeer pulled the sleigh onto the summit, arriving before the castle. We've arrived, Doctorine, the reindeer spoke, startlingly human-like. Chopper, go get me some plum wine to warm up. Hehehehe. Dr. Kureha let out her signature witch-like cackle. Yes, Doctorine, Chopper nodded obediently. Whoosh. Just then, accompanied by billowing smoke, a group of people shot up from below the mountain peak. The man in the center had his limbs completely transformed into smoke, using it to carry the others. A monster. Chopper screamed, his eyes bulging as he transformed from his reindeer form into his hybrid heavy-point form, the small, tanuki-like appearance he usually showed people. Calm down, Chopper. He's just like you, a devil fruit user. Is that a Logia? Dr. Kureha, having lived for so long, naturally knew about Logia fruits, observing Rowen calmly. Devil fruit user. Chopper blinked. Born with a blue nose, ostracized by his parents, then further exiled from the herd after accidentally eating the human fruit, he tried to integrate with humans in his human form but was treated as a monster. This was the first time he had seen another devil fruit user like this. Someone whose entire body could turn into smoke. He really is a monster. The timid Chopper felt terrified. A talking tanuki. No wait, he was a reindeer just now. The crew stared wide-eyed at Chopper. A talking tanuki that can walk on two legs. How interesting, hey. Be my comrade. Luffy, instantly fascinated by this strange creature, beamed, extending an invitation loudly. I'm a reindeer. Bastard. Chopper yelped, terrified, trying to hide behind Dr. Kureha but comically hiding the wrong way. Then, Chopper blinked again. See comrade. Chopper stared blankly at Luffy. That's right. We're pirates. So. Wanna come sail the seas with us? Luffy grinned broadly. Idiot. Acting like I'm not even here. Dr. Kureha fumed, kicking Luffy hard on the head. The word comrade held too much significance for Chopper. Kureha didn't want him reminded of painful past memories. Bonk. Luffy's head snapped back, his neck stretching absurdly long. A monster. Chopper screamed again, utterly terrified. Shishishi. I ate the Goma fruit. I'm a rubberman. Luffy's head snapped back to normal, grinning cheerfully at Chopper. You pirates really are a bunch of monsters. What do you want here? None of you look sick, Dr. Kureha stated gruffly. Ha. Granny, you must be the doctor, right? Sanji asked, lighting a cigarette. Wham. Sanji was instantly kicked away by Dr. Kureha. I'm only 139 years young. Still in my prime. Dr. Kureha snapped, veins popping on her forehead. 139 years old. Nami and Vivi gasped. They expected her to be old, but seeing someone 139 years old with such vigor was still shocking. Are you asking for the secret to my eternal youth? Dr. Kureha immediately grinned smugly. Nobody asked that. Usopp retorted. May we come inside for a cup of tea? Rowen asked Dr. Kureha politely with a smile. Follow me, Dr. Kureha stared intently at Rowen for a moment, then turned and entered the castle. So, why exactly are you here? Kureha asked again inside. Hey. Join us. You're really interesting. That rubber brat was constantly pestering her foolish son, leaving poor Chopper completely flustered. Luffy, sit down, Rowen stated calmly. Luffy instantly felt a chill, sweat beading on his forehead as he snapped to attention and sat down obediently. Wow, Chopper blinked, looking impressed by Rowen. We're looking to invite a skilled doctor to join our crew as our ship's doctor, Rowen explained, smiling at Dr. Correa. Oh. I have no interest in the sea. My youth won't be wasted out there, Correa replied dismissively. No. We came to invite him, Rowen clarified, pointing towards Chopper with a smile. Nami and the others, along with Chopper himself, gasped in astonishment. He's a doctor too. Amazing. Nami and Vivi exclaimed. Such an adorable creature was also skilled in medicine. You ate the human fruit, didn't you? How cute, Rowen commented, looking at Chopper, who looked even more exquisite than a figurine up close, and chuckled. May I touch your beautiful fur? Rowen added, gently petting Chopper's fluffy fur, thoroughly enjoying the sensation he'd long wanted to experience. Why you praising me won't make me happy, you bastard. Chopper wriggled happily, his eyes closing into cute crescents. Doesn't hide his feelings, does he? Nami chuckled, watching the adorable Chopper. How did you know all that? No, Chopper practices medicine, and no, he ate the human fruit. Dr. Correa asked, staring intently at Rowen. Let's just say I have a special connection to devil fruits. The fruit within him told me, Rowen replied with a smile. Suji. Rowen. Devil fruits can talk. Luffy, also a devil fruit user, stared wide-eyed. Of course. Powerful devil fruits, especially mythical zoans among the animal types, often choose their own users, Rowen explained casually, picking Chopper up like a plush toy and holding him, smiling at Luffy. The devil fruit you ate, isn't it the same? Just like Chopper's, the human fruit, Rowen stated calmly. Human fruit? Everyone stared wide-eyed. The same as me. Human fruit. Chopper stared back, his eyes widening dramatically, filled with turbulent emotion. For Chopper, born different and ostracized, the desire to find commonality with others was immense. Rowen's words struck a deep chord within him. Don't be ridiculous. There's only one of each devil fruit, Dr. Correa countered. Yeah, Rowen. I ate the Goma fruit. Luffy protested. There's only one base human fruit, yes. But there are many mythical Zoan models within the human fruit category, Rowen clarified with a smile. Ever heard this name? Human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Nika. Rowen's words made Dr. Correa's pupils constrict sharply. Chapter 80, The Ultimate Human. Cherry Blossoms in Bloom. Hearing the name, Nika, Dr. Correa's eyes widened, flickering with intense emotion. She hadn't heard of the human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Nika before. After all, it was the world government's greatest taboo, hidden for 800 years, its true nature disguised by the rubbery properties attributed to the paramecia-type Goma fruit. Even someone who had lived 139 years like Drive Correa wouldn't know of this specific fruit. But Nika, Dr. Correa had heard of Nika. The legendary warrior of liberation. Fought to free slaves 800 years ago, brought hope to the people back then, that's why he was revered as the sun god, Nika, Dr. Correa murmured, her words sending shockwaves through everyone present. Exactly. The previous owner of the Nika fruit was Joy Boy, the figure considered taboo by the world government during the Void Century. For 800 years, fearing this fruit's power, the world government relentlessly searched for it. But mythical Zoan fruits possess their own will, even the world government couldn't obtain it. Because this fruit grants the user a rubbery body, the world government hid its true name, calling it the Goma fruit to mislead the world. And Nika, after 800 years, chose you, Luffy. This devil fruit could arguably be called the strongest devil fruit. Rowen declared, laughing heartily. Joy Boy. The Void Century. Robin gasped, her eyes widening dramatically upon hearing these names. Sun God, Nika. The strongest devil fruit. Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro stared, dumbfounded. They never imagined Luffy's devil fruit was incredibly powerful. Thanks to Rowen, they knew there was a vast difference between strong and weak devil fruits. The strongest devil fruit. Just the title alone hinted at its astonishing power. But wait, Rowen. If Luffy ate the strongest devil fruit, why can he only stretch like rubber? Your smoke fruit seems way more useful. Usopp questioned, voicing his confusion. Because Luffy's devil fruit hasn't awakened yet, Rowen explained patiently, looking at the bewildered Luffy. Mythical Zoans are unique among animal-type fruits. Each grants the user a special ability, but that ability typically only manifests after awakening. The special ability granted by the Nika form is imagination. Imagination. Hearing such an abstract concept, everyone looked baffled. Even Dr. Correa, over a century old, leaned in, listening intently. This was a secret buried by the world government itself. That's right. Nika is also called the most ridiculous power, its user can fight with complete freedom using their imagination. Whatever they can imagine, they can make real, grabbing lightning to use as a weapon, even creating things out of thin air. That's why this power bears the name of a god, Rowen explained with a calm smile. Imagination. What a broken ability. Hearing this, Zoro and Sanji almost wanted to curse out loud. They knew from Rowen that powerful devil fruits could be incredible, but this kind of ability sounded too exaggerated. Creating things from nothing. Commanding lightning. How could anyone possibly fight against that? Of course, that power only comes after awakening. Right now, Luffy, unawakened, can only utilize his rubber body for combat, Rowen clarified, smiling at Luffy. Devil Fruit Awakening. How do you do that? Luffy asked, his eyes shining brightly. This journey had constantly reminded Luffy of his own lack of strength. Against Logia users, he felt completely helpless. Luffy desperately wanted to get stronger, for his comrades, to help them achieve their dreams. And becoming Pirate King absolutely required immense strength. Hearing that awakening granted such incredible power filled Luffy with intense desire. Just be yourself, Rowen replied simply, smiling at Luffy. Be myself. Luffy looked confused. Nika represents the ultimate freedom. Just be the freest person you can be. When the time is right, awakening will happen naturally, Rowen explained. For a devil fruit to awaken, the user's inherent desires must align closely with the desire embedded within the fruit itself. The core desire within the Nika fruit was absolute freedom. Everything Luffy did, his entire way of being, perfectly aligned with Nika's inherent desire. Shishishi. Is that right? Of course. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. The freest person on the seas is the Pirate King. Luffy grinned confidently. Heh. Quite a kid, Dr. Kureha chuckled, smiling faintly. The freest person, Chopper murmured, remembering Dr. Hiralik, the men who treated him like a son, telling him stories about pirates. Chopper's large, innocent eyes filled with longing. The sea is vast, you know. There are quite a few human fruit users out there. Because of the unique nature of the human fruit, aside from the one you ate, which is a standard Zoan, the others are all precious mythical Zoans. For example, the current fleet admiral of the Marines, Sengoku, ate the human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Daibutsu, granting him the power of a Buddha. Don't you want to see them for yourself? Rowen asked, noticing the yearning in Chopper's eyes. Buddha. Suji. Usopp gasped, filled with awe. Such legendary, mythological powers, obtainable through devil fruits. Hearing Rowen's words opened up a whole new world for everyone. But if they're all human fruits, compared to those mythical Zoans, is there anything special about the one Chopper ate? Usopp asked curiously, looking at Chopper. Well, the base human fruit, being a standard Zoan, does seem rather normal compared to the mythical Zoan models, Rowen admitted with a smile. Normal. Hearing that word, Chopper froze. Chopper. Don't feel too bad. Devil fruits naturally vary in strength. Usopp tried to console him, but the next moment, Chopper became incredibly agitated. Normal. Are you saying? I'm normal. Chopper looked excitedly at Rowen. The word normal, for Chopper, who was born different, rejected by his parents and herd, then treated as a monster after eating the fruit, felt more precious than any praise imaginable. Chopper, Dr. Kureha murmured, her expression softening as she looked at Chopper. She understood exactly what that word meant to him. Though she had lived over 100 years, her expertise was medicine, her knowledge of devil fruits was limited. She couldn't comfort Chopper in the profound way Rowen just had. Of course. Zoans are the most common type of devil fruit. Compared to you, we're the monsters. Ha ha ha. Rowen laughed heartily. Sniff. Normal. I'm normal. Doctorine. I'm normal. Chopper cried excitedly, turning to Dr. Kureha. Yes, you're normal, Chopper, Dr. Kureha replied, taking a deep breath and smiling warmly. But normal doesn't mean weak, Rowen added seriously, looking at Chopper. The human fruit's power isn't weak at all. It grants the user the power of the ultimate human. Ultimate human. Everyone stared, stunned again. That sounded incredibly powerful. That's right. The human fruit enhances the user's capabilities as a human, strength, skin toughness, even the ability to transform into a giant form, and most importantly, intelligence. Chopper, your ability to speak, become a doctor, doesn't it come from this power? Of course, manifested in your reindeer body, it enhances aspects like fur, arm strength, and antlers. The intelligence boost allows finding enemy weaknesses and is invaluable for research. It's a very strong ability, Rowen explained with a smile. The base human fruit, though often overshadowed by its mythical Zoan counterparts and jokingly called the commoner form, wasn't actually weak, it was potentially very strong. Sengoku's Daibutsu form demonstrated some of its capabilities, granting Buddha-like power, physique, and wisdom. Sengoku, being known as the strategist, owed much to the Buddha-like wisdom granted by the fruit. And the giant transformation. The base human fruit had that too. It was Chopper's monster point. Most importantly, for a human eating the human fruit, awakening was likely very easy. Being already human meant perfect alignment with the fruit's inherent desire, no conflict. Thus, a human eating this fruit wouldn't face the same Haki development obstacles other devil fruit users encountered due to conflicting desires. Essentially, a human eating the human fruit would gain all its benefits with almost no Haki drawback, virtually identical to a non-user in Haki potential. Chopper only lost control in Monster Point because he was originally a reindeer. A normal human eating it could likely achieve a combat form rivaling the Daibutsu size, becoming a giant, with all human attributes, skin, bones, intelligence, massively enhanced. Calling it the ultimate human wasn't an exaggeration at all. This devil fruit, Rowen would definitely equip its trait. Suji. What a strong ability. Chopper. Hearing Rowen's explanation, everyone felt like their understanding of the world expanded again. Usopp looked at Chopper with immense admiration. Ultimate human. That fits perfectly with his dream of becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Giant transformation, isn't that being a monster? Chopper asked uncertainly, still slightly dazed. Of course not. We've met giants. They're true warriors of the sea. Incredibly respectable. Usopp immediately countered, thinking of the warriors he admired. Chopper looked at the admiration in Usopp's eyes, heard the praise from the others, and felt an overwhelming urge to cry. This was the first time anyone had looked up to him, praised him like this. All the things he thought were flaws, seemed like strengths in their eyes. So. The sea is incredibly vast. Want to become our comrade and adventure with us? Rowen asked with a smile. Chopper blinked, then looked towards Dr. Kureha. Kureha knew Chopper was moved. Can you entrust Chopper to us? Let him become our comrade, Rowen asked Dr. Kureha respectfully, standing up. Do whatever you want, Dr. Kureha huffed dismissively. Yosha. A talking reindeer. Luffy cheered excitedly, looking at Chopper. Idiot. He's our ship's doctor. Zoro smacked Luffy on the head. Luffy's priorities were still bizarre, wasn't Chopper's medical skill the most important thing? Though Zoro hadn't experienced it himself, Rowen said so, and Zoro trusted Rowen unconditionally. Welcome, Chopper. So cute, Chopper. And a doctor too. Chopper stared blankly at the enthusiastic praise from the crew, then awkwardly started doing his happy dance. Even if you praise me like that, it won't make me happy, you bastard. Chopper exclaimed, blushing furiously while dancing, his eyes closed into happy crescents. Ha ha ha. Seeing Chopper's reaction, everyone burst into laughter. By the way, this is Wapple's castle. That trash has already been dealt with by me. This is his key, must be for something in the castle, right? Rowen handed a key to Dr. Kureha. This is. Dr. Kureha's expression changed as she took the key. It was the key to the weapon vault, which actually contained Dr. Hiralick's research, pink dust designed to adhere to snowflakes, capable of making the perpetually snow-covered Drum Kingdom bloom like cherry blossoms. It was Hiralick's lifelong research and dream. Wapple was defeated. Chopper froze. Then, tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, and he bolted out of the castle. Chopper. Everyone except Rowen and Kureha looked confused. Let's go see, Rowen suggested, knowing Chopper's outburst was because of Hiralick. Dr. Hiralick. Wapple was defeated by Rowen and his friends. Chopper cried, looking up at the pirate flag he had placed atop the castle, a skull surrounded by cherry blossom petals. It was the flag Hiralick had drawn. I want to go to sea. I want to be their comrade. Chopper, now in his human form, paid respects to Hiralick in the human way. The crew, having followed, learned Chopper and Hiralick's story from Dr. Kureha nearby and were deeply moved. Chopper. Let's go. To the sea. Luffy yelled towards Chopper, who had stood up again. Oh. Oh. Chopper looked at Rowen and the others, sobbing uncontrollably. For the first time, he had comrades. Dr. Kureha silently returned to the castle. Doctorine. I'm leaving. I want to become a pirate. Chopper entered the castle, wanting to say goodbye to Dr. Kureha. I take it back. You're my assistant. I taught you all my medical knowledge, not so you could leave. Kureha suddenly declared, her face stern. Chopper froze, bewildered. I said, I won't let you escape. Prepare yourself. Kureha suddenly produced numerous knives, axes, and other sharp implements. She began throwing them towards Chopper, forcing him backwards. Don't think you can run. Kureha yelled menacingly, but her throws deliberately guided Chopper towards the exit. Everyone. Run. Chopper transformed back into his reindeer form, quickly harnessing himself to the sleigh where the others, prompted by Rowen, had already climbed aboard. Chopper pulled the sleigh, fleeing towards the cliff edge. Ha! Silly son. Go chase your dream. Kureha watched Chopper disappear into the distance, a faint smile on her lips as she wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. She hated tearful goodbyes. Then, she turned and walked towards the weapon vault. After saying goodbye to Dalton and the others, Rowan's crew boarded the Going Merry. Oh no. I was in such a hurry to escape, I forgot my medical supplies. Chopper yelled, clutching his head. Here you go. They were already packed in the sleigh. Rowen handed Chopper a backpack. My bag. Chopper stared blankly for a moment, then his eyes reddened. He understood DragonnX's true intentions. Whoosh. Bang. The next moment, an explosion echoed from the mountain peak. Countless particles of pink dust rained down from the snowy summit, adhering to the falling snowflakes. From a distance, centered around the snowy mountain, it looked as though a giant cherry blossom tree had miraculously bloomed in the winter landscape. DragonnX. Dr. Hiralik. I'm off. Chopper yelled towards the mountain, his voice choked with emotion. Trait list A keepable from Chopper updated. Human fruit equipping in progress. Chapter 81, bonus, Fire Fist Ace. Vice Admiral Guion. Aboard the Going Merry. Nami and Vivi gazed, eyes sparkling, at the beautiful shower of cherry blossoms descending from the sky. For this perpetually snow-covered kingdom, the blooming cherry blossoms felt like a symbol of hope itself. It's beautiful, even the usually composed Robin murmured, a gentle smile gracing her features. Chopper, still lost in fond memories of Dr. Hiralik, had tears welling in his eyes. Hey. Brothers. Before we reach Alabasta, what's the one thing we absolutely must do? We're pirates, after all. Rowen declared, standing up, adopting his villain expression. Ah. Can't miss out on this. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp grinned, standing up as well, mirroring Rowen's fierce expression. Together, they turned towards Chopper. Gulp. Seeing their expressions, the timid Chopper burst into tears of fright. What are they gonna do? Chopper shrieked as Rowen suddenly scooped him up. Of course, we have to throw Chopper a welcome party. Rowen laughed, holding Chopper aloft. Oh. Party time. Pirates always party. Luffy and Usopp immediately started singing and dancing. Sanji. One reindeer special pirate lunchbox. Rowen called out to Sanji. Leave it to me. Sanji replied with a grin. Hey, Chopper. A real man of the sea can't refuse a drink. Zoro offered, holding out 2 mugs of ale with a hearty laugh. Chopper stared, completely bewildered. A welcome party, just for him. His eyes blurred, tears threatening to spill over again. Idiot. Are you crying? At a pirate party, you're only allowed to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Rowen laughed, looking warmly at Chopper. Check this out. The advanced version of the pirate chopstick dance. Luffy yelled, sticking 2 chopsticks up his nose again, connecting them to his mouth, then using his rubber powers to stretch his nose and mouth absurdly long. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Luffy's ridiculous display, Usopp and Zoro slapped their thighs, howling with laughter. Hey. Chopper. What are you waiting for? You try it too. Usopp joined in, performing his own chopstick dance, looking towards Chopper. You guys. Stop corrupting Chopper. Nami scolded, hands on her hips. But then she turned and saw Chopper attempting to stick chopsticks up his own nose. Don't copy them. Nami sighed, facepalming as the adorable, figurine-like Chopper adopted the ridiculous look. Ha ha ha. Reindeer noses work pretty well too. Rowen chuckled, thoroughly amused by Chopper's attempt. The Straw Hat Pirates nostril chopstick trio is officially complete today. Just then, Zoro and Sanji started arguing again over some minor disagreement, plates and cutlery flying. Luffy kept pestering Sanji for more meat. So. What do you think of a pirate party? Rowen asked Chopper with a smile. I've never been this happy before, Chopper mumbled, chopsticks still dangling from his nose and mouth, but his smile was utterly radiant. Is that so? Rowen smiled, then clapped his hands loudly. Instantly, the brawling Zoro and Sanji stopped. Luffy obediently stopped demanding meat. Vivi, Nami, and Robin all turned their attention to Rowen. Allow me to introduce our newest comrade. Ship's doctor, user of the human fruit, Tony Chopper. Rowen announced grandly. Welcome, Chopper. Cheers. Rowen raised his mug. Oh. Chopper beamed with pure joy. Cheers. Everyone raised their mugs together, laughing heartily. Human fruit equipping in progress. Progress increased. After Chopper's welcome party concluded, Rowen and the crew set sail towards their final destination before Alabasta proper, Nanohana. Splash. Thump. Thump. The sea churned, and numerous fish were suddenly tossed onto the Mary's deck. Suji. Rowen. So many fish. More meat to eat. Luffy cheered, watching Rowen climb smoothly back onto the deck from the ocean. Rowen. Suji. Chopper stared wide-eyed at the pile of fish. Both being devil fruit users, he and Luffy couldn't touch seawater. But Rowen not only swam freely in the deep sea every day but could also dive deep to catch fish like this. You idiots. You ate all the fishing bait. If it weren't for Rowen, we'd all be starving. Sanji yelled, kicking the sheepishly grinning Luffy and Usopp. Sorry, Luffy, and Usopp apologized meekly. Rowen, Vivi approached, blushing slightly as she noticed the defined muscles of Rowen's exposed upper body, offering him a towel. Thank you, Rowen accepted the towel with a smile, looking at Vivi. Vivi blushed again, quickly looking away. She wanted to be braver, but the weight of Alabasta's situation still pressed heavily on her heart. Vivi had resolved that after Alabasta was saved, she would confess her feelings to Rowen. Rowen, through their interactions and his observation haki, had already guessed Vivi's feelings. He didn't press the issue, content to wait until after Crocodile was dealt with. By the way, I saw those sea cats you mentioned down there, Rowen commented, smiling at Vivi. Sea cats. That means we've entered the waters around Alabasta. Vivi replied, her face lighting up with excitement. Sea cats were unique to Alabasta's waters, considered auspicious creatures by the locals. Since we're almost at Alabasta, let me offer you some crucial intelligence, Princess, Robin interjected, walking over to Vivi. Crocodiles. Operation Utopia. Robin proceeded to calmly detail Crocodile's entire sinister plan to Vivi. Operation Utopia, Crocodile's scheme to overthrow the Alabasta monarchy and seize control of the ancient weapon, Pluton. First, create Baroque works. Use his warlord status to build a reputation as Alabasta's hero. Under this cover, infiltrate Baroque works agents into all levels of Alabastan society. Have agents disguised as merchants smuggle large quantities of dance powder into the capital, hiding it to create the illusion the king was using the forbidden powder, inciting hatred among the populace and bolstering the rebel army's numbers. Through infiltrated agents in both the royal army and the rebel army, exacerbate hatred and provoke war. Finally, kidnap King Cobra, use Mr. Two's clone fruit ability to impersonate the king, directly attack the citizens to push the situation beyond control, forcing the royal army and rebel army into an unstoppable war, completely overthrowing the Alabasta government. Transform Alabasta into a military state possessing Pluton, merely a tool for Crocodile's ambition. That was Crocodile's Operation Utopia. What an evil plan. Nami exclaimed indignantly after hearing Robin's explanation, looking with fury at Vivi, who stood trembling, her eyes red. Nami placed a comforting hand on Vivi's shoulder. I wondered how the dance powder got into the capital. Of course, it was Crocodile. Vivi choked out, biting her lip hard. Such a vicious plan, step by step, pushing Alabasta into the abyss. She could only imagine, without Rowen's help, under Crocodile's meticulous scheming, the Alabasta monarchy falling was almost certain. The resulting war would cause rivers of blood, countless citizens would die. Then why didn't you tell us this sooner? Give us time to prepare. Usopp demanded, still somewhat wary of Robin. Telling her sooner would have only plunged the princess into this state of distress earlier, Robin replied calmly, looking at Vivi, then shifting her gaze to Rowen. Besides, even telling you now isn't too late. Crocodile spent years building Baroque works, ensuring he had ample manpower. But now, thanks to Mr. Sky Sovereign eliminating most of his top agents, Crocodile is quite short-handed. And given Mr. Sky Sovereign's intellect, surely he has already devised a way to resolve this crisis, Robin finished, looking pointedly at Rowen. What Robin said was precisely why Rowen hadn't revealed this information to Vivi earlier. Under his and Nami's command, the Mary was already heading towards Alabasta at maximum speed, causing Vivi unnecessary anxiety beforehand served no purpose. Vivi, Rowen didn't address Robin directly, instead stepping closer to Vivi, looking intently into her reddened eyes. Leave it to me. I won't let you wear that expression again, Rowen stated firmly, then gently, almost playfully, ruffled Vivi's blue hair. Though the gesture was slightly rough, Vivi felt an immense sense of security wash over her. She looked up at Rowen and nodded firmly. Tears streamed down her face. When you have someone to rely on, even the strongest heart allows itself moments of softness. Vivi, after all, was still just an 18-year-old girl. Let's go. To Alabasta, Rowen declared, looking towards the distant sea, a fierce crimson-black light flashing in his eyes. Oh! The crew responded, their faces grim with determination as they stared towards the horizon. Vivi was their comrade now. What Crocodile had done was unforgivable. Under Nami and Rowen's joint command, the Going Merry soon sighted the coast of Alabasta. Along the way, they encountered numerous Baroque works ships, Billions, the organization's foot soldiers, converging on Alabasta. Ignoring these small fry, the Merry arrived at Alabasta's first major port city. This is Nanohana, a large port city. We can replenish our supplies here first, Vivi explained, pointing towards the city. Though anxious, Vivi trusted Rowen and understood restocking was essential. Even if Rowen could provide fish from the sea, traversing the desert required a large supply of fresh water. Wait. Why are there so many marine warships here? Usopp suddenly yelled, pointing towards the numerous warships docked along the coastline, cold sweat beading on his forehead. And, they're completely different from the marine ships we've seen before, Zoro added, his expression turning serious. These warships were significantly larger than those encountered in the East Blue. Their decks were reinforced with steel, lined with rows of massive cannons. They looked like colossal sea beasts patrolling the waters. Marine Headquarters warships. Zoro concluded grimly. Interesting. Not just standard ships, but carrying some big names from the Navy too, Rowen commented, looking at the warships with keen interest. Smoker, who pursued them in the original story, had been stripped of his power and couldn't enter the Grand Line now. Didn't expect Marine HQ would send even stronger forces instead. This level of naval deployment wasn't typical even for most vice admirals. Rowen already had a good guess who might be here, because the main sail of the central flagship bore a distinctive pink rabbit insignia. Within Marine HQ, only one person used such a symbol. Big names. Usopp stammered, his legs starting to tremble again. For Rowen to call them big names, these weren't normal Marines. But relax. That person won't act recklessly, Rowen added calmly. If it were just them here, Rowen might have avoided contact. After all, obtaining Crocodile's fortune was his current priority. But they weren't alone here, Luffy's brother, Porgus D. Ace, was also present. With both of them around, even that person couldn't guarantee emerging unscathed from a serious fight. Alright, let's go buy supplies. And materials for building desert transportation, I'm leaving that procurement to you, Usopp, Rowen instructed, turning to Usopp. Rowen had no intention of wasting time traversing the desert on foot like in the original story. With the Munch fruit ability and Usopp's inventor trait, Rowen could quickly construct a vehicle capable of smooth desert travel. Alright. Leave it to me. Usopp replied, puffing out his chest, still slightly nervous but eager to contribute. Finally, a chance for him to shine. Wait a minute. You guys will attract too much attention like this. Usopp suddenly yelled. Rowen. You know you have a 100 million berry bounty. A super rookie. Hailed as a future king of the seas. Super conspicuous. Famous across the world. Usopp exclaimed, standing before Rowen, sweating nervously. Suji. Chopper gasped upon hearing the string of titles, eyes bulging, looking at Rowen with utter reverence. Hey. I've got a 45 million berry bounty too, you know. Luffy protested indignantly. Which is exactly why you both need to be more careful. If we cause a commotion, won't that big-name Marine come after us? Usopp argued seriously. Good point, Rowen nodded approvingly, making Usopp beam. But just having Vivi disguise herself should be enough. As long as Crocodile doesn't learn Vivi's whereabouts, it's fine, Rowen added with a smile. But that big name, Usopp started to protest, but was cut off by a commotion erupting from within the town. Hey! Whitebeard Pirate's 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace, is here. Fire Fist Ace is facing off against the Marines. Get out of here quick. If you get caught in the crossfire, you'll definitely die. Civilians began fleeing frantically from the town center. Ace. Hearing the name, Luffy blinked. Fire Fist Porgus D. Ace, Rowen commented calmly with a smile. His observation hockey had already located Ace and the Marines. Tashigi is also here. Rowen smirked with interest. Ace. It really is Ace. Ace is here. Luffy instantly became ecstatic. Luffy, you know him. The Whitebeard Pirates. Is that the legendary Great Pirate? Usopp gasped upon hearing the name Whitebeard. I dunno who Whitebeard is, but Ace is my big brother. Luffy declared proudly, grinning widely. Everyone except Rowen stared, utterly shocked. Nanohana Town Square. A group of Marines currently surrounded a single man. Whitebeard 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Porgus D. Ace, state your purpose here. A tall, stunningly beautiful woman wearing a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral's Justice coat, identifiable by a spider tattoo on her thigh, demanded, her beautiful eyes narrowed seriously. Marine HQ Vice Admiral. Admiral Candidate, Pink Rabbit, Gion. Beside Gion stood Tashigi. And one other figure, a sexy woman with long pink hair, smoking a cigarette. Marine HQ Captain. Black Cage, Hina. Chapter 82, Loading the Flare Fruit. Promotion to Yonko Commander level. Whoa. I didn't come here looking for a fight with you Marines, Ace said, adjusting his signature orange hat, looking exasperatedly at Gion. Ran into a troublesome one, huh? Ace's eyes held a serious glint. Against other Marine HQ Vice Admirals, he wouldn't be concerned, but this Pink Rabbit was different. Admiral candidates, though holding the Vice Admiral rank, possessed power on another level entirely. Our objective isn't you either. It's Sky Sovereign Rowen of the Straw Hat Pirates, Gion stated, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. However, as the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, your presence here cannot be ignored. If you choose to depart peacefully, I will not engage you. Gion's expression was equally serious. Fire Fist Ace was strong, but she wasn't afraid of him. The real problem was the men behind Ace, one of the 4 individuals reigning like emperors over the New World. One of the 4 emperors. The world's strongest men. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Facing that man, forget her, an admiral candidate, even if all 3 current Marine admirals arrived, they couldn't clash with him without explicit permission from the highest authorities. Gion felt an urge to curse. She came here pursuing Sky Sovereign Rowen, but before even finding him, she ran into Fire Fist Ace. After the Logetown incident, Smoker, the original garrison commander, had returned to HQ. The news that Rowen had stolen his smoke fruit caused a massive uproar within Marine headquarters. Smoker, due to his Logia ability, was considered a guaranteed future Vice Admiral, one of the key figures the Marines were grooming in the younger generation. Though the smoke fruit was low tier among Logias, it was still a Logia. The current 3 admirals were all Logia users, considered perhaps the strongest trio of admirals in Marine history. Yet now, that fruit had been stolen by Sky Sovereign Rowen. Sky Sovereign Rowen possessed the ability to steal others' devil fruits. Furthermore, Smoker's condition was strange, completely drained of strength. After internal study, Marine HQ suspected this was a side effect of having a devil fruit stolen. This was precisely why Rowen had brazenly plundered Smoker's strength. The world had never seen an ability that stole everything. Lacking intel, even Marine HQ would misinterpret the situation based on existing knowledge, attributing the power loss solely to the fruit removal. Rowen letting this misconception persist actually helped obscure his true capabilities. Regardless, this alarming intelligence was immediately relayed to the Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. Upon learning the news, Sengoku felt an immense headache coming on. Sky Sovereign Rowen possessing Conqueror's Haki was already problematic. Now, he also had a Logia Devil Fruit ability. This man posed a massive future threat to the Marines. Sengoku was also puzzled. Why would Sky Sovereign Rowen choose the smoke fruit? With the power to hunt devil fruits, shouldn't he aim for stronger ones? Based on intel from his clash with Mihawk, the men clearly understood the power dynamics of the sea. For someone like him, a mere smoke fruit, even if Logia, should be beneath his notice. Understanding the true nature of this potential major threat's abilities became paramount for Sengoku. But the headache intensified. Sky Sovereign Rowen was part of the crew belonging to Garp's damn grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Though Garp wouldn't say it aloud, Sengoku couldn't just dispatch the Hawk faction admirals to capture or kill Garp's grandson. Sending Dove faction admirals wasn't suitable either. He couldn't exactly order them to go easy on the crew. After much deliberation, Sengoku finally dispatched Vice Admiral Gion. Firstly, Gion's strength far surpassed normal Vice Admirals. She was more than capable. Secondly, Gion was the younger sister of Vice Admiral Tsuru, the great staff officer, a close friend of both Sengoku and Garp. Sending Gion allowed investigation into Rowen's true strength while also showing face to that old bastard Garp. Gion also brought along Captain Hina, Black Cage, another promising young female officer, and Tashigi, who had encountered Rowen in Logetown. After receiving intel that Rowen and the Straw Hats were heading towards Alabasta, Gion came here, only to unexpectedly run into Fire Fist Ace. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Straw Hat Pirates. Hearing these names, Ace's expression instantly changed. Originally, I didn't want to fight you. But if your target is Luffy. Whoosh. Flames erupted, engulfing Ace's entire body. Come on, Marines. Let me see the strength of a Marine Admiral candidate. Ace declared gravely. What do you think you're doing? Fire Fist Ace. Are you trying to start a war? Gion's expression turned grim as Ace activated his flare fruit. Fighting Ace here would have repercussions far beyond Alabasta and her mission. It could potentially draw the intervention of the men behind Ace, Whitebeard. She lacked the authority to engage Ace recklessly without approval. But Gion couldn't understand why Ace, who just said he didn't want to fight, suddenly changed his mind. The answer arrived moments later. Ace. It really is Ace. An excited yell echoed nearby. Luffy. Ace turned, his face breaking into a wide, joyous grin. Straw Hat. Tashigi immediately recognized Luffy, then quickly scanned the area, searching for another figure. She wasn't disappointed. A figure slowly walked towards them. Been a while, Tashigi. Rowen greeted her with a calm smile, then noticed the woman beside her. So it really is Vice Admiral Gion. Tashigi bit her lip upon hearing Rowen's voice. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Gion's gaze locked onto her primary target, her expression hardening. Check traits. Rowen commanded inwardly, scanning both Gion and Ace. Gion traits: Great Swordsman, Deep Gold, Armament Hockey, Deep Gold, Observation Hockey, Deep Gold. Standard Admiral Candidate / Yonko Commander Level Combatant. Rowen's own expression turned serious. Although his ultimate technique could reach this level of power, a true life-or-death battle against Gion offered no guarantee of victory. But when Rowen saw Ace's traits, his pupils constricted sharply. Ace traits: Flare Flare Fruit, Pale Gold, Unawakened, Conqueror's Hockey, Self-Loathing, Observation Hockey, Pale Gold, Armament Hockey, Self-Loathing, Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor, Deep Gold. Conqueror's Hockey: Self-Loathing detests own Pirate King bloodline, consequently detests the Conqueror's Hockey inherited from it. Self-Loathing prevents its use. Seeing the Self-Loathing tag on Conqueror's Hockey, Rowen wasn't surprised. Ace grew up under a relentless negative propaganda campaign by the Marines, branding the Pirate King's bloodline as evil, something that shouldn't exist. This led to Ace's rebellious and violent early childhood, only softening after meeting Luffy and Makino. But such deep-seated childhood trauma couldn't simply fade with time, it festered. Ace completely losing his composure when reminded of his Roger lineage and during his challenge against Whitebeard proved this. Even during his execution, he utterly despised his own bloodline. Consequently, his Conqueror's Hockey was suppressed by this self-loathing, rendering it unusable. The same applied to his Armament Hockey. Self-loathing created a massive flaw in Ace's spiritual strength. In the One Piece hockey system, physical ailments, even incurable diseases, could often be compensated for by devil fruits. But spiritual flaws were different. If significant, they severely hindered or completely prevented hockey development and usage. Observation Hockey was slightly different. After awakening, it primarily functioned as an extension of the user's 5 senses. Even with significant spiritual flaws, as long as the user's spirit wasn't completely broken, Observation Hockey could still be used. Ace demonstrated this in the original story when searching for the bounty hunter Scorpion, and also during his fight with Blackbeard. Blackbeard commented Ace hadn't been hit in a long time. Ace operated in the new world where Armament Hockey was common. Avoiding hits relied on his decent Observation Hockey, allowing him to predict attacks and elementize his body, Logia Intangibility, just before impact, letting Hockey-infused attacks pass through harmlessly. Looking at the Flare Flare Fruit trait, Rowen's eyes lit up again. Flare Flare Fruit, Pale Gold, Unawakened Flame Human. Can transform entire body into flames, using powerful flame attacks, Pale Gold. Upon awakening, unleashes the full power of the Flare Flare Fruit, Apex Gold. Apex Gold. A fully awakened Flare Flare Fruit possessed power equivalent to an Apex Gold trait. At minimum, capable of contending with an Admiral-level Gatekeeper like Zephyr in his prime. Just as Rowen suspected, this fruit, while perhaps less versatile than the Rumble Rumble fruit, absolutely belonged in the T1, Tier 1, category of devil fruits. Fire, since ancient times, alongside lightning, was regarded by humanity as a natural disaster, even worshipped as divine power. Though the Flare Flare fruit was sometimes mocked in the New World because many powerful individuals could utilize fire-based attacks, that very fact highlighted fire's inherent power. Both Big Mom, with Prometheus, and Kaido, using Flame Bagua as his strongest move, utilized fire extensively. Its destructive potential was undeniable. The Flare Flare fruit's power was easily comparable to Akiji's Ice Ice fruit, perhaps even surpassing it in raw destructive force. A truly powerful devil fruit. Its main weakness was being inherently inferior to Akainu's Magma Magma fruit. But that was because Magma Magma was a T0, Tier 0, fruit, stated in text to possess the highest offensive power among all devil fruits. Akainu's combat record demonstrated its terrifying might. Even without infused conquerors, its destructive force seemed to exceed even that, maiming or killing anyone hit by it. Rowen now fully understood why Magma countered Flare. The Flare Flare fruit was based on natural fire, like forest fires, temp 800 to 1300 degrees Celsius, not chemical combustion. Magma temperature exceeded 1400 degrees Celsius. Combined with magma's properties, it completely smothered natural flames, making it the superior fruit. Currently, Ace's entire combat strength relied on this fruit. Pushed to its limit, using Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor, Ace could exert Yonko Commander level power, Deep Gold. But what truly made Rowen's pupils constrict wasn't Ace's own traits. It was detected target linked by life and death bond to crew captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Can load target's traits via Monkey D. Luffy connection. Loadable traits, Observation Hockey, Pale Gold, Flare Fruit, Pale Gold, Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor, Deep Gold. Due to life and death bond, equipping will be instantaneous upon selection. He could load Ace's traits. Life and death bond. Even without joining the Straw Hat crew, if someone shared such a bond with a crew member, their traits could be loaded, instantly. Just like Rowen instantly equipped Nami's traits. Luffy's life and death bonds naturally extended to Ace and Sabo. Rowen didn't hesitate. He immediately selected Load. Observation Hockey, Pale Gold, Loaded. Observation Hockey Tier Advanced. Upgraded to Observation Hockey, Pale Gold. Flare Fruit, Pale Gold, Loaded. Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor, Deep Gold, Loaded. Physique energy contained within Flare Fruit, Pale Gold, automatically digested. Superhuman Demonic Physique, Pale Gold, enhanced. Born of the Sea, Apex Gold, activated. Armament Hockey, Pale Gold, enhanced. A cascade of notifications flooded Rowen's vision, making it impossible for him to suppress his grin. The Flare Fruit trait, being Strength type, naturally included Ace's physical energy. Ace's physique was considerable, yielding 5 Pale Gold upgrade materials for Rowen. Physique energy, at Pale Gold tier and above, related more to stamina reserves, fuel for Hockey/Devil Fruits, than raw strength. Though giants like Dory/Broggy possessed immense raw strength due to their race, their overdraft state meant their actual physique energy contribution was less than Ace's. After absorbing Ace's physical energy, Rowen's superhuman demonic physique and armament hockey were now only 1 Pale Gold material away from reaching the Deep Gold tier. Plus, he gained the T1 Flare Fruit. Rowen's strength increased massively. And Rowen already possessed abilities that synergized perfectly with the Flare Fruit. New fusion technique trait, Flame Burst, Deep Gold Bomb Fruit ability detonates flames, unleashing terrifyingly amplified explosive power. Another ultimate technique trait appeared. The Bomb Fruit could detonate the Flare Fruit's flames, maximizing their explosive potential. And this was a standard ability, not requiring immense concentration. Meaning, even relying solely on Devil Fruit powers in his base state, Rowen now possessed Yonko Commander level combat strength. Furthermore, another ability synergized with fire. New fusion technique trait, Flame Haze, Deep Gold combines Smoke and Flare Fruit abilities. Enhances flame power while simultaneously causing suffocation to enemies caught within the attack. Also a standard use ability. And one final ultimate technique. New ultimate technique trait, Great Flame Commandment, Flame Emperor, Explosion, Smoke, Deep Gold infuses Bomb and Smoke fruit powers into Flame Emperor, unleashing the combined might of all 3 Devil Fruits. This was now Rowen's strongest Devil Fruit-based ultimate attack. Its power absolutely surpassed Ace's standard Flame Emperor by a significant margin. And this was just his Devil Fruit abilities. Rowen still possessed Hockey. Rowen had officially ascended to the Yonko Commander combat tier. And not just barely scraping by. Chapter 83, Bonus, Explosive Abilities. Gion's Horror. His strength unexpectedly amplified, Rowen felt fantastic. He turned his gaze towards the Admiral candidate, Gion. Looking at her now, the earlier seriousness in Rowen's eyes vanished, replaced by a flickering crimson-black intensity. Admiral candidates, while a tier above standard Marine HQ Vice Admirals, were ultimately not in the same league as true Admirals. An Admiral candidate was just that, a candidate being groomed for potential future promotion. At the end of the day, their strength was still insufficient. Otherwise, after the Summit War in the original story, the world government wouldn't have needed the world military draft to appoint Fujitora and Green Bull, 2 individuals with no prior Marine history, as admirals. The gap between Apex Gold, minimum admiral threshold, and Deep Gold, admiral candidate/Yonko commander threshold, though seemingly just one sub-tier, represented a massive difference in actual power. Consider a peak emperor unleashing a full power-infused Conqueror's Hockey Strike, a Deep Gold level fighter often couldn't even withstand a single blow. The saying, below emperors and admirals, all are ants, wasn't mere hyperbole. Now, significantly empowered, relying on his synergistic Devil Fruit abilities, unless his opponent was admiral level or higher, Rowen feared no one. Although Rowen's Hockey hadn't yet reached Gion's Deep Gold level, sufficiently powerful Devil Fruit abilities could shatter even strong Hockey users' defenses, even without Hockey infusion. Sky Sovereign Rowen. Ace, having heard Guyon's earlier address, now looked intently at Rowen. Ace was certainly familiar with the name Sky Sovereign Rowen. It had echoed like thunder across the seas recently. The user of Conqueror's Haki, claiming the title Sky Sovereign, an incredibly dazzling super rookie pirate. The last rookie pirate to cause such a stir was Ace himself, back before he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. However, because Ace had suppressed his own Conqueror's Haki due to self-loathing, this man's current fame arguably surpassed Ace's initial renown. Especially after clashing with Mihawk in the East Blue, even the New World now knew his name. More importantly, this man was his little brother Luffy's comrade. Ace felt immense curiosity about him. But the moment Ace looked properly at Rowen, his pupils instantly constricted. Strong. Especially the crimson-black light flickering within his eyes, it sent a shiver down Ace's spine. Though suppressed, Ace was intimately familiar with that power. Conqueror's Haki. And remarkably strong Haki at that. Even dormant, not fully unleashed, Ace felt a palpable pressure emanating from him. This level of presence was far beyond what any mere rookie pirate should possess. No wonder he garnered such attention. Marine HQ had even dispatched an admiral candidate specifically for him. Ace's expression turned serious, then broke into a grin. Luffy, you little rascal, really found yourself an incredible comrade. Meanwhile, Guyon's expression was extremely grave. Ace merely felt pressure from the latent Conqueror's Haki in Rowen's eyes. But Gion felt Rowen's Haki directed squarely at her. Incredibly strong Haki. Possessing Conqueror's Haki of this magnitude implied his armament and observation Haki must also be formidable. This man had displayed impressive armament Haki when defeating Smoker. But now, it seemed clear, he hadn't even used a fraction of his true strength back then. Gion cursed inwardly. Marine HQ's assessment of this man's strength was grossly inaccurate. For someone possessing the disposition of a king, acting so brazenly, even revealing the ability to steal devil fruits, Marine HQ naturally had to evaluate his threat level. Based on his demonstrated combat prowess, even factoring in the stolen smoke fruit, his strength shouldn't have reached Vice Admiral level yet. Sending her, an admiral candidate, was already considered taking him extremely seriously. She was, after all, among the strongest forces the world government could deploy below the three admirals themselves. Even Sengoku had been confident this mission, to ascertain the truth of Rowen's abilities, would succeed smoothly under her command. But now, before even clashing, just sensing the intensity of Rowen's Conqueror's Haki made Gion feel this would be incredibly difficult. Haki like this was impossible for a rookie just entering the Grand Line. Even in the New World, only established powerhouses possessed such presence. And worse, Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates was here too. And apparently, Ace had an unusually close relationship with Straw Hat Luffy. Fire Fist Ace, do you intend to directly confront Marine headquarters? My mission target is Sky Sovereign Rowen. Gion attempted to probe, testing the waters. Luffy is my little brother. Target him, or his comrades, and I won't just stand by, Ace retorted firmly, giving no ground. Hearing this, Gion's expression shifted again. Not out of fear, as an admiral candidate, even sensing Rowen's immense Haki, Gion remained confident in her own abilities. The real issue was Whitebeard. Without authorization, she couldn't recklessly fight Ace. But her mission, to uncover the truth about Rowen's abilities, had to be completed. Gion wanted to curse again. She knew Straw Hat Luffy was Garp's grandson. She also knew Fleet Admiral Sengoku sent her specifically for this mission, essentially telling her to go easy, to give Garp face. Her orders were, under the premise of showing Garp face, determine the truth of Rowen's abilities. If they weren't too troublesome, decide whether to arrest him based on discretion. If his abilities were extremely dangerous, posing a major threat to the Marines or world government, arrest him immediately, but let Straw Hat go. That was her mission brief. But now, Fire Fist Ace turned out to be Straw Hat's brother. Gion suddenly recalled something. Years ago, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had chewed out Vice Admiral Garp for a long time because one of Garp's adopted grandsons was causing major trouble on the seas. So that was Fire Fist Ace. Fire Fist Ace, backed not only by Whitebeard but also connected to Garp. This mission's difficulty level just skyrocketed. Gion was about to suggest withdrawing temporarily to report the situation to Sengoku, when the situation took another unexpected turn. You came all this way for me, did you really think I'd let you leave empty-handed? Rowen asked, the crimson-black light in his eyes flaring violently. Having just gained a massive power boost, Rowen was itching for a fight. Besides, his bounty still wasn't high enough. Rowen looked at Gion, his Conqueror's Haki practically boiling. Ace is Luffy's brother, he's a guest of our crew. It wouldn't be right to let our guest do the fighting, Rowen added, glancing towards Ace with a calm smile. Ace met Rowen's gaze, paused for a moment, then dispersed the flames engulfing his body and grinned back. Well then, I look forward to seeing your strength, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Just call me Rowen. Luffy's brother is our friend, Rowen replied heartily, feeling immense goodwill towards Ace after benefiting so much from him. Alright then, Rowen, Ace laughed back easily. He enjoyed making friends with men like this. You guys continue stocking supplies. As for you lot, follow me. Rowen first called out, instructing the others, hidden nearby, to continue their preparations, then turned back towards Gion and the remaining Marines. This was Vivi's country. A battle between Yonko commander-level fighters could easily destroy the city. Rowen naturally preferred the uninhabited desert outside town. Just like the rumors say, an arrogant man. Gion commented coolly, her expression hardening. With her observation hockey, she had naturally detected Nami and the others nearby. She understood Rowen was telling his crew to prepare for desert travel. This blatant disregard for her presence, treating her as if she wasn't even a threat, as an admiral candidate, being looked down upon like this was a first. Even the second-in-commands of Emperor crews wouldn't show her disrespect. Nevertheless, Gion led her Marines out of the city. Alabasta was, after all, a world government-affiliated kingdom. If even a pirate didn't want to damage the city, the Marines certainly wouldn't object. Outside Nanohana, in the desert. Zoro, you came too, Luffy grinned, seeing Zoro arrive. Yeah. Gotta watch a fight like this. That woman, she's a swordsman, right? Zoro asked, his predatory gaze fixed intently on Gion. Someone Rowen called a big name in the Navy, and a swordsman at that. There's no way Zoro would miss watching such a fight. Sky Sovereign Rowen, how did you steal Captain Smoker's smoke fruit ability? Gion asked directly, her hand resting on the hilt of her famed sword, Kenpyra. Her observation hockey locked onto Rowen completely, trying to discern the truth from his answer and emotional fluctuations. Oh. Marine HQ sent you to figure out the truth about my abilities. Rowen chuckled, looking at Gion. Gion wasn't surprised, her objective wasn't exactly subtle. Since you're so eager to know, watch carefully with your own eyes, Rowen replied. But before Gion could respond, Rowen's expression shifted into a supremely confident grin. But first, let's clear out the fodder. Boom. The tyrannical crimson-black light in Rowen's eyes seemed to solidify, exploding outwards. Crimson-black lightning crackled violently through the air. Thump. 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 Except for Gion, Tashigi, and Hina, all the other Marines instantly went white-eyed, collapsed unconscious, and hit the ground hard. Conqueror's hockey. Field cleared. Conqueror's hockey. Trying to shake my resolve before we even fight. Gion's expression changed. As expected. Incredibly strong hockey. The Marines she brought included a rear admiral. Yet even he couldn't withstand this man's hockey blast, fainting instantly. As an admiral candidate, Gion knew about Conqueror's hockey, even if she didn't possess it herself. Before mastering infusion, it primarily functioned as a willpower-based attack. While it couldn't directly harm opponents of equal strength, the shockwave could disrupt their mental state, hindering their performance. Spiritual strength was directly linked to hockey intensity. What a strong hockey! Ace's expression turned serious as well. Though he sensed it earlier, feeling its full force unleashed truly revealed how overwhelmingly powerful this man was. Conqueror's hockey. Is this man looking down on Hina? Hina scowled, looking at the unconscious rear admiral beside her. Even the rear admiral couldn't endure the blast, yet she remained conscious. Clearly, the men had intentionally excluded her. At the same time, Hina felt utterly shocked. A new rookie pirate, yet even a Marine HQ rear admiral couldn't remain conscious before him. Hina stared intently at Rowen. Beside her, Tashigi gripped Shigeru tightly, biting her lip hard. After returning to HQ, Tashigi, having encountered Rowen, was brought along by Gion to Alabasta. During her time at HQ and alongside Vice Admiral Gion, Tashigi learned much more about the wider world, including the true significance of Conqueror's hockey. But she never imagined, just with hockey alone, without even lifting a finger, Rowen could incapacitate even an HQ rear admiral. Compared to Rowen, she was incredibly weak. Unacceptable. I have to get stronger. Strong enough to stand before Rowen as an equal. Tashigi bit her lip, staring fiercely at Rowen. The next moment, something happened that made Gion's, and even Ace's, expressions change dramatically. You wanted to know the truth about my ability so badly? Then watch, very closely. Rowen declared, laughing loudly. Whoosh. Terrifying flames erupted violently, engulfing Rowen completely. He transformed into a terrifying figure of pure fire. The intense heat warped the air in the already scorching desert. Flare fruit. Gion gasped, her face instantly paling. This ability, how could she not recognize it? Even among Logias, it was considered one of the top-tier powers, easily rivaling Akiji's ice fruit. But this power was famously wielded by Porgas D. Ace. It was the ability that earned him the moniker Fire Fist Ace. Gion instinctively looked towards Ace, and saw Ace himself staring, utterly dumbfounded. FL flare fruit. Ace stared wide-eyed, completely astonished. He subconsciously activated his own ability. Whoosh! Flames flickered around him. Relieved his power was still there, Ace felt even more horrified looking back at Rowen. What is going on? There shouldn't be two identical devil fruits in existence at the same time. Yet the power this man wielded was undeniably the flare fruit. And the intensity felt even stronger than his own. Ace sensed the atmospheric temperature rising sharply, the flames Rowen controlled felt hotter than his own. The flare fruit's temperature ranged from 800 to 1,300 degrees Celsius. Only upon awakening could its full power be released. Ace could currently control flames around 1,000 degrees Celsius. But as the fruit's user, Ace could clearly sense Rowen's flames were superior. Suji. Rowen's got a new devil fruit ability. Luffy yelled excitedly. New ability. Ace stared blankly at Luffy. What does he mean, new ability? Everyone knows an ability user can only have one power. That's right. What happened? What about the smoke fruit ability you stole from Captain Smoker? Gion demanded, finally realizing the crucial point amidst her shock. She had been so stunned by the sudden appearance of the flare fruit she momentarily forgot. Sky Sovereign Rowen had stolen Smoker's smoke fruit back in Logetown and demonstrably used its power on the execution platform. He was undoubtedly the user of the smoke fruit then, but now, he was suddenly using Fire Fist Ace's flare fruit ability. Could it be? A horrifying suspicion began to form in Gion's mind. Her forehead broke out in fine beads of cold sweat. The smoke fruit, you say? Rowen grinned. Whoosh! One half of Rowen's body remained engulfed in flames, while the other half, under the disbelieving gazes of Gion, Hina, and Ace, dissolved into swirling smoke. Smoke fruit. Gion cried out in horror. This man possessed the abilities of two Logia devil fruits. And somehow, they existed within him without conflict. Looking at Rowen, half flame, half smoke, Gion felt utterly terrified. How was such a thing possible? Are you sure, it's only two devil fruit abilities? Rowen asked, his voice laced with amusement. Gion's eyes widened further in horrified realization. Flame burst. Whoosh! Terrifying flames erupted, shooting towards Gion. The next moment, BOOM. The flames exploded violently. Chapter 84, Pink Rabbit defeated. Shockwaves through Marine HQ. Facing the encroaching searing flames, Gion instantly drew her famed sword, Kenpyra, from its sheath. Dense armament haki immediately coated the blade. Gion intended to show this arrogant young man the true vastness of the sea with her superior haki. But the next moment, the flames reaching Gion suddenly exploded. Boom. Fire, regarded by humans since time immemorial as a natural disaster. And within a true fire catastrophe, the most terrifying aspect wasn't the heat itself, but the resulting explosion. The force generated by the explosion far surpassed the burning potential of the flames alone. And now, the flames detonated from within, from the very core of each flicker. The terrifying energy within the flames, amplified by the bomb fruit's power, erupted instantly at a single point. The exploding flames formed a massive, cracking fireball, with Gion caught directly at its center. The sheer force blasted the desert sands beneath her feet, the intense heat near the core actually melting the sand into slag. What is that? Ace stared, utterly dumbfounded. The flames had exploded. His own flare abilities could cause explosions, certainly, but only by igniting combustible materials. Rowen's flames, however, had detonated themselves. It was as if someone had planted high explosives deep within every strand of fire and then detonated them simultaneously. The resulting destructive power left even Ace, the flare fruit user, completely speechless. Vice Admiral Gion, Hina and Tashigi cried out in alarm, seeing the terrifying spectacle unleashed by Rowen's seemingly casual attack. Clang. Gion, however, was an admiral candidate. Her armament haki mastery and swordsmanship ranked among the best on the seas. Her Kenpyra lashed out, sending several flying slashes tearing through the exploding fireball, creating temporary gaps. Damn it. Though she weathered the attack, Gion wasn't unscathed. She had expected her superior armament haki to easily slice through mere flare flames. She hadn't anticipated the flames detonating instantly upon contact. The explosion was terrifyingly powerful, especially at point-blank range. Even though her observation haki had warned her of the danger fractions of a second beforehand, allowing her to quickly coat her body in defensive armament haki, some parts of her skin were still burned. The explosion's speed was too instantaneous, even her predictive haki only gave her a moment's warning, not enough time for her armament haki coverage to react faster than the internal detonation. Feeling the stinging heat on her skin, Gion's expression turned incredibly grim. The minor injuries weren't the issue, they wouldn't significantly impact her combat ability. The real problem was, your flare fruit ability contains another power. Gion demanded, her face dark. Her observation haki had detected it the instant the flames exploded. There was more than just the flare fruit's power contained within. The power of explosion. Could it be the paramecia-type bomb fruit? Gion had studied the devil fruit encyclopedia. Combining that knowledge with Rowen's earlier taunt, are you sure it's only 2 devil fruit abilities? The answer became terrifyingly clear. Looking at Rowen, sheer horror began to dawn in Gion's eyes. This man possessed more than just 2 devil fruit abilities. Impressive perception, for an admiral candidate, Rowen acknowledged with an appreciative nod. Hearing the confirmation brought Gion no comfort whatsoever. Instead, shock and fury warred within her. It was common knowledge across the seas, a person could only eat 1 devil fruit. Devil fruits were incredibly powerful, Gion knew firsthand just how potent a top-tier fruit could be. Why were the current 3 marine admirals, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, considered the strongest trio in history? Because they wielded 3 incredibly powerful Logia devil fruits. These fruits allowed them, even without Conqueror's haki, to fight head-on against emperors possessing infused conquerors. But now, someone existed who could wield multiple devil fruit abilities. At that moment, one part of her mission objective clicked into place, understanding why a man of Rowen's caliber would bother with the weak smoke fruit. The answer was horrifyingly simple, because he could possess multiple devil fruits. And looking at him now, how many could he possess? It was completely unknown. What if he could possess an infinite number? The thought was too horrifying. Gion felt her insides tremble. Devil fruits were powerful, yes, but no ability was perfect, each had strengths and weaknesses. Zoans granted incredible physique and stamina but excelled primarily in close combat and carried the risk of losing control upon awakening. Paramecias offered bizarre and tricky abilities but generally lacked the raw physical power of Zoans or the destructive force of Logias, with rare exceptions like the tremor fruit. Logias granted control over natural elements, like forces of nature, but were vulnerable to specific elemental counters and notoriously difficult to awaken. Fully aligning one's will with a natural element was difficult for humans. Furthermore, Logias, being the most unnatural existence, incurred the deepest curse from the sea, making haki development more difficult for their users due to the inherent reliance/desire conflict. This might also explain why even Vegapunk could artificially replicate Zoans and Paramecia abilities but struggled with Logias. Pros and cons, that was the nature of devil fruits. But what if different types of devil fruits were combined within one person? Possessing the terrifying physique and stamina of a Zoan, the catastrophic elemental attacks of various Logias, and the bizarre, unpredictable powers of Paramecias. Furthermore, combining different fruits could potentially mitigate weaknesses and amplify strengths. The power boost from such synergy, Gion had just experienced it firsthand. Her own powerful haki had struggled to withstand that combined attack. Looking at the men before her, even Gion, with her resolute will, felt utterly horrified. Then, Gion grit her teeth. Must capture him immediately. This man posed an immense future threat to the Marines' justice. Stay right there, Sky Sovereign Rowen. Gion roared, abandoning ranged attacks and charging forward. She wouldn't waste time probing, she had to engage in close-quarters combat immediately. Kanpyra, coated in thick armament haki, slashed directly towards Rowen. Flame haze. Rowen countered, swinging both arms. Searing flames mixed with dense smoke erupted, instantly enveloping Gion. Kilo. Flame haze jet. Seeing Gion trying to close the distance, Rowen smiled. Whoosh. Rowen's weight instantly dropped to 1 kilogram. Propelled by the combined force of fire and smoke eruption, he shot upwards at incredible speed. His own haki wasn't as strong as Gion's, and Gion was a great swordsman. Powerful swordsmen were deadly in close combat, especially combined with strong haki. But Rowen was a devil fruit user, why would he engage her in close quarters? Gion just needed to stay down there and take the hits. The flame haze spread rapidly towards Gion. Moonwalk. Seeing Rowen fly upwards, Gion didn't panic, she immediately used the 6 powers technique, Moonwalk, kicking off the air itself to pursue Rowen skyward. But very quickly, Gion's expression changed again. Rowen's flight speed was too fast. This wasn't the speed a normal Logia user should possess. Logia fruits like Flare, Smoke, or Glint allowed temporary levitation or gliding through elemental propulsion. But they didn't grant true flight capability. Maintaining altitude required significant stamina, and the flight speed wasn't typically very high. Yet Rowen's current speed far exceeded her expectations, her moonwalk couldn't catch him. She was forced into a purely defensive position, unable to retaliate against his devil fruit attacks. Worse still, the flames he used now contained the suffocating properties of the smoke fruit. She had to maintain constant haki coverage over her entire body to prevent the smoke from seeping in and choking her. This constant defensive haki usage was incredibly draining. Dealing with one devil fruit ability was tricky enough, multiple synergistic abilities were a nightmare. Flame burst. Boom. The flames surrounding Gion exploded again, making her haki defenses tremble violently. The flame haze immediately surged towards the weakened points, trying to breach her defenses and suffocate her. Bastard. Gion cursed furiously. Looking up at Rowen, completely unreachable far above, she swung Kenpyra violently. Whoosh. A powerful flying slash shot upwards. But the next moment, Rowen simply elementized into smoke, letting the slash pass harmlessly through him. Gion's eye twitched in frustration. This was exactly why she wanted close combat. Against Logia users, unless their observation haki was poor, flying slashes were easily dodged by elementizing just before impact. Plus, such large-scale ranged attacks consumed more stamina, and infusing haki across their wide area was even more draining, a one-time expenditure. Once the haki-infused slash left the blade, the haki was spent. Meanwhile, she had to constantly maintain her defensive haki. The stamina drain was immense. Your body feels strange, similar to Golden Lion's float fruit. No, not as strong. You can only control yourself. Is that the Paramecia kilo fruit? Gion deduced grimly, her face pale. Applause is warranted, Rowen chuckled from above. Bastard. That makes 4 devil fruit abilities. Gion felt utterly grim. Completely forced onto the defensive, unable to retaliate, it was infuriatingly humiliating. Rowen, while continuously attacking Gion, was also gauging his own stamina consumption. Stamina was the foundation for all power, devil fruits and haki alike. Wielding multiple devil fruits simultaneously was incredibly powerful, forcing even an admiral candidate like Gion onto the defensive. But likewise, using multiple fruits meant bearing the stamina cost of each. Gion's defensive haki was draining her rapidly, but Rowen, using 4 fruits at once, was also consuming stamina at an alarming rate. The battle had devolved into a war of attrition. Although Gion looked much worse off, and Rowen held the absolute initiative, Gion's base physique energy, stamina, likely surpassed Rowen's current level. Dragging this out was pointless, unless Rowen used his ultimate technique to force a decisive, potentially fatal, conclusion. But for Rowen, still in his rapid growth phase, such a gamble wasn't worth it. Alright, let's end this, Rowen stated calmly, reforming into a column of flame and descending beside Ace and Luffy. His objective was achieved, further entanglement with Gion served no purpose. Trying to leave. Gion roared, eyes blazing with fury. Being forced onto the defensive like this, her haki defenses nearly breached multiple times. Gion hadn't experienced such humiliation in years. Even clay figures have tempers, let alone an admiral candidate like her. Want to fight to the death? With my Logia abilities, how many of your subordinates do you think would survive? Rowen countered coldly. His current priority was Crocodile's fortune. But if someone insisted on provoking him, Rowen wouldn't back down. With his strongest techniques, even if Gion survived, the rest of her marines would be annihilated. You. Despicable. Gion spat furiously. I am a pirate, Rowen laughed. Marines, leave this place quickly. Don't bother me here. You can't stop me anyway, can you? Rowen's smile faded, his voice turning cold. Why did Rowen dare expose so much of his power now? Because he knew the internal structure of the Marines well. The only individuals Rowen currently couldn't defeat were Garp, Sengoku, and the 3 admirals. But figures of their stature wouldn't easily mobilize just for him. Garp and Sengoku were obvious, one a Marine hero, and Luffy's grandfather, the other the fleet admiral anchored at HQ. Of the 3 admirals, one had to guard Marie Joy's, one had to remain at HQ. The Navy constantly faced threats from the 4 emperors in the New World, their top assets couldn't be deployed carelessly. The remaining admiral served as a mobile force, currently Akiji. But Akiji practiced lazy justice. In the original story, he only confronted the Straw Hats after learning about Robin's whereabouts. Plus, he was Garp's former student and ultimately let Luffy's crew go. Rowen didn't need to worry about an admiral-level threat anytime soon. Marine HQ, Rowen knew their full intelligence capabilities. But their intel assessment on him was completely wrong. They had no idea he was still in a phase of rapid, explosive growth. After dealing with Crocodile, next was Skypiea, acquire the Rumble fruit. By then, even an admiral wouldn't be able to easily capture him. That's why Rowen deliberately showcased his multiple devil fruit abilities now, to further inflate his bounty and reputation. So, stop monitoring me. Otherwise, I'll show you the true power of these devil fruits. When truly fused together, Rowen finished calmly. All his current actions were aimed at securing Crocodile's fortune. Gion's continued interference would disrupt his plans. This was Rowen's warning to her. Meanwhile, Nami and the others had finished gathering the necessary supplies. Rowen rejoined Luffy and the crew, leaving only Gion standing alone in the desert, her face incredibly grim. She truly had no way to stop Rowen now, especially with Fire Fist Ace nearby. Buru buru buru. Gion stood in silence for a long time, then slowly took out her transponder snail. Click. The call connected. Fleet Admiral. I have failed, Gion reported, her voice filled with bitterness. What she said next sent shockwaves of fury and disbelief through Marine headquarters. Chapter 85, Bonus, Sengoku's Miscalculation. Rowen's Gambit. Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral's Office. What did you say? Hearing Vice Admiral Gion's report through the transponder snail, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the highest authority in the Navy, stared wide-eyed. He had considered it a sure thing. One of their strongest assets below the three admirals, Admiral Candidate Pink Rabbit, defeated. What kind of sick joke was this? That was Gion. She could stand against the top commanders of Emperor crews in the New World. Her mission was simply to ascertain the abilities of a rookie pirate. Even if that rookie possessed Conqueror's Haki, success should have been guaranteed. Yet now, barely any time had passed, and Gion was reporting mission failure. What exactly happened? Sengoku demanded gravely, regaining his composure. It's like this. Gion sighed, then recounted the events that had just transpired. Sengoku's expression shifted from disbelief to gravity, then finally to utter astonishment. You're saying, Sky Sovereign Rowen displayed Fire Fist Ace's Flare Fruit ability. And simultaneously possesses Smoker's Smoke Fruit, plus the Paramecia Bomb and Kilo fruits. Sengoku genuinely wondered if lack of sleep was causing auditory hallucinations, but after multiple confirmations with Gion, Sengoku finally accepted the unbelievable news. How is this even possible? Sengoku's usual stoic expression cracked. This operation was under his direct command, the assessment of Rowen's strength was his own calculation. Using his human fruit, mythical Zoan, model, Daibutsu ability, granting him Buddha-like wisdom, combined with all available marine intelligence on Rowen, he had run complete simulations. His calculations concluded the man's current strength ceiling shouldn't exceed that of an average Marine HQ Vice Admiral. Dispatching Gion was already showing extreme caution, perhaps even overestimating the threat. Yet Gion was completely overwhelmed. Did this mean Sky Sovereign Rowen, at his young age, already possessed strength on par with an Admiral candidate? Combined with his Conqueror's Haki, his future potential was practically guaranteed Admiral level. Possibly even reaching the level of those the four emperors, the superpowers the entire Marine HQ had to treat with utmost seriousness. True rulers of the sea. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Sengoku's forehead. He rapidly engaged his Buddha-like wisdom, running calculations at immense speed. The results made even Sengoku feel a chill. This man's future potential might exceed everyone's imagination. What baffled Sengoku even more was Gion's other point. Are you certain Sky Sovereign Rowen used the Flare Fruit ability? Not some other mythical Zoan with flame powers. Sengoku pressed, continuing his calculations while seeking more intel. I am certain. He elementized directly into fire. Besides the Logia Flare Fruit, what other ability could do that? Gion herself found it hard to believe, but she had witnessed it firsthand. Damn it, what is going on? Using the Buddha's wisdom placed immense strain even on Sengoku. This often caused his infamous loss of composure. But right now, even with heightened cognitive abilities, Sengoku couldn't decipher the truth behind Rowen's powers. Possessing multiple devil fruits was incredible, yes, but Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, knew many secrets of the sea. He knew certain bloodlines could potentially achieve this, and the ability to steal devil fruits did exist. The dark fruit, known as the most evil ability in history, could do it. Before sending Gion, Sengoku's Buddha wisdom had already calculated this possibility. Sky Sovereign Rowen might possess the dark fruit and a special bloodline allowing multiple fruits, explaining why he took Smoker's Smoke Fruit. As for Smoker losing all physical strength after the fruit was stolen, Sengoku's repeated calculations leaned towards it being a severe side effect of having a devil fruit forcibly removed. Smoker had already been sent to the world government's chief scientist, Vegapunk. Vegapunk, deeply interested in devil fruit research, was eager to study such a unique case, a Logia user stripped of their fruit and all power. Vegapunk could already artificially create Zoan fruits and replicate Paramecia abilities through special means, but Logia's, the most unnatural existence, most hated by the sea, remained a mystery. Understanding why Smoker lost all strength required Vegapunk's research. Based on available intel, Sengoku's most probable calculation was that Rowen possessed the dark fruit. But now, Gion's report contradicted this. Rowen seemingly didn't display dark abilities, though hiding them was possible. The real wrench in Sengoku's calculations was the Flare fruit. Guillaume confirmed Fire Fist Ace still possessed his ability. This was utterly unprecedented. Two identical devil fruits existing simultaneously. How? The more Sengoku calculated, the deeper into a dead end he fell, his expression twisting uncontrollably. This, of course, was exactly why Rowen dared to display his powers so openly. After confirming with the system that Sengoku's fruit granted Buddha-like wisdom, Rowen began his gambit. First, the only time Rowen demonstrably stole power in front of the Navy was from Smoker. What happened to someone after losing a devil fruit, especially a Logia, without dying? Even Sengoku couldn't know for sure. That's why Rowen let Smoker return to HQ with that specific, misleading, information. He also deliberately refrained from plundering traits from other Marines, like the Rear Admiral. During the clash with Guillaume, the most perfect lies aren't complete fabrications, but truths twisted or incomplete, leading far from the actual reality. This was the first step in confusing Sengoku's calculations. Next, displaying the Flare fruit ability before Guillaume. While stealing fruits and possessing multiple fruits had precedence, however rare, two identical fruits existing simultaneously. That had never happened. And Ace still possessing his Flare power, getting this intel relayed to Sengoku via Guillaume, further prevented Sengoku's Buddha wisdom from deducing the truth about Rowen's plunder ability. Rowen had never revealed the equipping aspect of his power. Wisdom has its drawbacks, feed it large amounts of seemingly correct but fundamentally flawed information, and it leads down a rabbit hole. Right now, Sengoku the Buddha, renowned as the strategist, was trapped in the dead end Rowen had carefully constructed. Rowen didn't need Sengoku confused for long. Just long enough, until Rowen truly rose to power. By then, even if Sengoku figured out the truth, what could he do? As Rowen thought before, sometimes, revealed intel isn't a weakness. It's misdirection and deterrence. Completely incomprehensible. Damn it. Sengoku calculated endlessly, but every conclusion contradicted itself. He couldn't grasp the true nature of this man's abilities. What are your orders, Fleet Admiral? Sky Sovereign Rowen warned that if we continue to pursue him, he will unleash his Logia powers indiscriminately. Guillaume's voice came through the transponder snail. Damn it. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk again. Logia powers, that was the trouble. Wide area, disaster-level attacks. While top-tier fighters could defend with strong hockey, such attacks were lethal even to Marine HQ Rear Admirals, let alone lower ranks or average soldiers. And chasing a single pirate required more than just one strong individual, you needed ships, search parties. The sea was vast. Capturing a powerful pirate wasn't just about strength, forget Garp chasing Roger, even Tsuru pursuing Doflamingo took immense effort and often failed. Capturing strong pirates often took years. The current era wasn't like the past, you couldn't just assign one powerhouse like Garp to relentlessly pursue a single target like Roger anymore. The world government had established the balance of the three great powers. That balance couldn't be easily broken. The three admirals couldn't leave their posts without special circumstances, constantly needing to monitor the four emperors in the new world. The current pirate landscape was entirely different. Why were the four emperors called emperors? Roger and his contemporaries were immensely powerful but lacked that title. Because today's emperors weren't just strong individuals, they commanded vast territories and forces in the New World, countless countries and pirate crews swore allegiance to them. Declaring war on an emperor wasn't just fighting a crew, it was full-scale warfare. Under these circumstances, how could Marine HQ spare an admiral for a potentially years-long chase across the globe? Impossible. The risk of an emperor making a move while an admiral was absent was too great. Especially with Kaido the war maniac, and Shanks, whom Sengoku feared most. This was why Rowen acted so fearlessly. He had nothing to lose, while the Navy, being a vast organization, was bound by the need for balance. Just as Rowen told Guillaume, you Marines can't stop me now. Not because the Navy lacked the power to defeat him eventually. But because under the current circumstances, with his true abilities obscured by misinformation, Marine HQ couldn't possibly commit an admiral-level asset to hunt him down globally. They likely wouldn't even get approval from the world government, who prioritized maintaining the balance above all. The balance of the three great powers, wasn't it partly designed by the world government to keep the Navy itself in check? Everything was proceeding according to Rowen's plan. With the Navy's interference neutralized, Rowen could focus entirely on plundering Crocodile's warlord, Fortune. Remain in Alabasta for now. Await further orders, Sengoku finally instructed after long deliberation. He knew that since Rowen displayed such strength, Marine HQ couldn't defeat him without deploying an admiral. Continuing to have Guillaume pursue Rowen was pointless, even potentially disastrous. Judging by the man's actions, he was utterly ruthless. Pushing him too far could lead to unforeseen consequences. If Guillaume, an admiral candidate, was severely injured or killed, the loss to the Navy would be immense. They only had 2 admiral candidates, they were precious assets. With Rowen issuing a clear warning, the best course now was to increase his bounty, amplify his notoriety, let other pirates deal with him, perhaps even let him clash with the emperors in the New World. That served the Navy's interests best. But Sengoku didn't recall Gion yet because his Buddha wisdom still felt something was wrong, though he couldn't pinpoint what. Having Gion remain in Alabasta provided an admiral candidate-level presence to stabilize the situation if something major occurred. After hanging up the transponder snail, Sengoku silently stood up and stormed towards another office. Bang. He kicked the door open violently. HM. Sengoku. Come to witness me break the rice cracker eating record. Garp looked up from his snack, laughing loudly. You old bastard. Still have the nerve to eat. It's your damn family again. Causing all this trouble. Sengoku completely lost control, snatching the bag of rice crackers from Garp's hand. Using his Buddha wisdom to analyze Rowen exhausted him, yet this old fool was just sitting here munching snacks. If Rowen hadn't joined his damn grandson's crew, would Sengoku have been so constrained from the start? Though his calculations showed the ultimate outcome might not differ, just seeing Garp enraged him. In a fit of pique, Sengoku dumped the entire bag of rice crackers into his own mouth. Ah. My rice crackers. Garp yelled instantly. Meanwhile, in Alabasta. Munch munch. Rowen directed a stream of smoke towards a pile of materials. He then activated the munch munch fruit ability, using the smoke as a medium. Directly eating materials with his mouth using the munch munch fruit. The image was too horrifyingly undignified. Fortunately, Rowen found he could channel the fruit's ability through his smoke, making the process look entirely different, almost technological. Such a convenient ability, the munch munch fruit, Usopp commented admiringly as a functional desert vehicle quickly took shape from the consumed materials. The design was Usopp's, his inventor trait was invaluable. Another devil fruit ability. Ace murmured nearby, feeling numb. Just how many did this guy have? After bottling up his questions for so long, Ace finally looked towards Rowen and asked what had been burning in his mind.